Welcome to At Midnight, the late-night dive into history, myths, and legends. Tonight moves through ancient astronaut claims, from sky gods and carved monsters to maps, megaliths, batteries, birds, and the small miracle of people believing a missing pulley must be a spaceship. The trail is strange, beautiful, and often more human than the alien version wants it to be. This is At Midnight. Let's step into the dark. The oldest sky in this story is not empty, but it is also not crowded with neatly parked spacecraft. It is full of gods, omens, birds, storms, planets, ancestors, kings, priests, and the steady human habit of looking upward whenever the ground becomes confusing. Ancient astronaut claims begin in that habit. They take stories about sky beings and monuments that seem too large, then stitch them into one grand idea. Somewhere in the deep past, the claim says, visitors arrived from another world. They taught stone cutting, agriculture, astronomy, kingship, writing, mathematics, and sometimes manners, though the evidence for that last gift remains uneven. The idea is charming in a dangerous way. It flatters curiosity while quietly insulting the people it claims to admire. The pyramids become too precise for Egyptians, the lines at Nazca too strange for Andean ritual, the stones at Baalbek too heavy for Roman engineers, and the myths of Mesopotamia too cosmic for poets and priests. A missing detail becomes a landing pad. A symbolic wheel becomes a machine. A god with a bright face becomes an astronaut in a helmet. The old world is made smaller, so the alien explanation can feel large. That does not mean every mystery is fake, or every ancient object is fully understood. Archaeology is not a cupboard full of final answers with neat labels. It is a field of broken stones, damaged texts, missing contexts, and arguments held politely until someone finds a bone, a quarry mark, or a storage jar in the right layer of dirt. Some ancient achievements genuinely remain impressive enough to make modern pride look a little pale. There are things made with copper tools, rope, timber, water, sand, muscle, ritual pressure, and bureaucratic stubbornness that still feel almost rude in their ambition. The ancient astronaut version usually begins with one of several moves. First comes the argument from astonishment. A person looks at a monument and says it could not have been done. Quiet trick is that the sentence often means it could not have been done by the speaker alone on a weekend, with no engineering plan and no workforce. Ancient states did not build like that. They built with food supply, tax systems, seasonal labor, specialist craft, religious obligation, and rulers who considered giant stone objects a reasonable expression of power. A king with enough grain and enough priests can become a very inconvenient project manager. The second move is resemblance. A carving looks like a helmet. A gold ornament looks like a jet. A sacred barge looks like a rocket. A staff looks like an antenna. The resemblance may be real to modern eyes, but resemblance is not evidence by itself. Clouds resemble animals. Driftwood resembles faces. Ancient art often used symbolic forms, composite beings, ritual masks, animal bodies, and divine attributes. When those forms are lifted out of their culture and compared to modern technology, the result can feel persuasive because the modern image is familiar. Familiarity then disguises itself as proof. The third move is translation. A word meaning sky, heaven, brightness, chariot, or divine radiance is pushed towards spacecraft. A poetic weapon becomes a missile. A heavenly journey becomes an orbital flight. A god descending from heaven becomes a being entering the atmosphere in a vehicle, because apparently metaphor was invented very late, and ancient people only filed technical reports. The problem is that old texts were not written for modern speculation. They belonged to temples, courts, scribal schools, ritual recitations, and communities that already knew the symbolic world being described. The fourth move is isolation. A stone is removed from its quarry. A relief is removed from its temple. A myth is removed from its cycle. A map is removed from the history of navigation. The strange piece is then placed under a bright modern lamp and asked to confess to being alien. But ancient evidence becomes less mysterious when it is put back among related objects. Tool marks, unfinished blocks, workshop debris, trial pieces, copied images, local myths, and parallel inscriptions are boring only if the desired answer is a spaceship. For anyone else, they are the actual story breathing through the cracks. The fifth move is the grand connection. Egypt, Peru, India, Mesopotamia, Mali, Easter Island, Lebanon, Mexico, and Britain are gathered into a single pattern. Every large stone becomes one family. Every sky god becomes one visitor. Every serpent, bird, disc, ladder, and shining garment joins the same secret archive. The world becomes tidy in a way the real past never was. Real history is tangled, regional, stubborn, and full of local reasons. Grand theories prefer a clean string running through everything, preferably glowing blue and humming faintly. There's also a softer reason the idea survives. It preserves wonder. It says the past is not dead, that ruins still have secrets, and that myth may remember something deeper than ordinary time. That hunger is not foolish. The night sky really did shape calendars, harvests, temples, navigation, and royal authority. Ancient people really did track planets, name constellations, dream of heavens, and bury rulers under stars. The mistake is not wonder. The mistake is treating wonder as if it has already chosen a verdict. A better path is slower. Ask what the claim is. Ask who first made it. Ask whether the source is ancient or modern. Ask whether the translation is accepted by specialists. Ask whether the object has provenance, the chain of known ownership and excavation history that keeps fantasy from wandering in through the back door. Ask whether local archaeologists have found tools, practice pieces, quarries, records, worker settlements, or ritual parallels. Ask whether a mystery remains a mystery, or whether it has been quietly answered while television kept the dramatic music running. Ancient astronaut claims are not all the same. Some are built on genuine artifacts that have been overinterpreted. Some are built on mistranslations. Some are built on old colonial habits, with the unpleasant assumption that impressive non-European monuments needed outside help. Some are built on sincere awe. Some are built on profitable nonsense, wearing a desert hat. A fair journey through them needs patience, because the most satisfying answer is rarely the fastest one. The first thing to notice is that the ancient world did not lack imagination. It was crowded with heavens layered above heavens, underworlds below rivers, gods riding storms, kings becoming stars, ancestors returning in dreams, and monsters guarding the edges of order. A sky story did not need metal engines to be meaningful. A god descending in fire could be a storm, a vision, a royal metaphor, a ritual image, or a warning that ordinary language had reached its limit and was now waving its hands in smoke. Still, modern readers keep returning to the same question. What if some of those images were memories of contact? What if the gods were not metaphors? What if old artists carved what they saw, old priests copied technical events into sacred language, and old builders followed instructions from visitors who left no spare parts, no landing debris, no confirmed tools, and apparently no warranty papers? It is a delicious question, mostly because it promises that every ruin is a clue, and every museum label is hiding the fun part. So the journey begins with the claim itself, not with a sneer and not with surrender. The sky may remain mysterious. The stones may remain heavy. The texts may remain strange. But strange is not the same as alien, and heavy is not the same as impossible. The past deserves better than a shrug in either direction. The modern shape of the ancient astronaut story is younger than the ruins it claims to explain, which is one of its quieter little problems. Ancient people certainly told stories about beings from the sky, divine teachers, heavenly journeys, and radiant weapons. But the specific idea that those beings were extraterrestrial visitors belongs mostly to the age of rockets, pulp magazines, occult publishing, post-war anxiety, and television producers who discovered that a question mark can do a great deal of legal and intellectual labor. Before spacecraft entered the popular imagination, there were already lost continents and secret masters. Theosophical writers imagined hidden wisdom handed down from older races and vanished worlds. Atlantis and Lemuria became convenient drawers where almost any unexplained monument could be stored. Charles Fort collected odd reports and anomalies with a tone that seemed to say the official world was too smug for its own good. Early science fiction turned Mars, Venus, and distant stars into mirrors for human fear and ambition. By the time rockets became real machines rather than only dreams, the older taste for hidden history had found a new engine. The ancient astronaut idea did not arrive as a single book, but one book made it famous. Erich von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods appeared in the late 1960s and offered a thrilling tour of monuments, texts, and artworks presented as hints of alien contact. It was written with confidence, speed, and a talent for making uncertainty feel like suppressed evidence. The book asked whether ancient people had seen spacecraft and remembered them as gods. It wandered from Nazca to Egypt, from Sanskrit texts to biblical visions, from stone blocks to maps. It was not careful scholarship, but it was a very effective invitation. Von Daniken's method became familiar. Gather a striking image, describe it with modern technological language. Ask whether ancient people could really have made or imagined such a thing. Move quickly to the next case before the first one has been placed back in its cultural setting. The result feels cumulative. One weak claim can be dismissed. Many weak claims stacked together begin to look like a pattern, especially if the details blur into a kind of silver fog. The mind mistakes quantity for strength, which is handy if each example is doing very little on its own. Zecharia Sitchin later gave the movement a different flavor by focusing on Mesopotamia. He argued that the Anunnaki were beings from a wandering planet called Nibiru, that they came to Earth, engineered human beings, and left their story encoded in Sumerian texts. Specialists in ancient Near Eastern languages rejected his translations, but rejection by specialists became part of the drama. In fringe history, experts often serve the same role as palace guards in a fairy tale. They stand between the hero and the forbidden door, looking very official and deeply inconvenient. Robert Temple added the Dogon Sirius claim through the Sirius mystery. He argued that Dogon traditions in Mali preserved knowledge of the Sirius star system that must have come from visitors. The claim depended heavily on the fieldwork of Marcel Grayul and Germain Dieterlen, and later critics questioned whether the reported knowledge reflected ancient tradition, modern contact, interpretation problems, or a mixture of all three. The story remained powerful because it had the perfect structure for a mystery. A remote people, a hidden star, secret knowledge, and a modern reader invited to feel almost initiated. Television changed the movement again. Books require a reader to pause, compare, and sometimes look up a footnote. Television prefers momentum. A carved figure appears. A narrator asks whether it could be an astronaut. A scholar says the conventional view is ritual. A believer says perhaps not. The music tightens. The episode moves on. The question is never allowed to die because the question is the product. Ancient aliens became less a theory than a format, a machine for turning every object into a cliffhanger. The internet then made the format endless. Images circulate without museum numbers, excavation reports, dates, or scale. A cropped relief becomes a spaceship. A mistranslated tablet becomes forbidden knowledge. A fake artifact is posted beside a real one, and both become equally shareable. Search results reward the strange and the urgent. A careful archaeological report may explain a site in detail, but it rarely has a thumbnail with glowing eyes. The ancient world enters the attention economy, wearing a helmet it never asked for. The movement also borrowed the language of skepticism, while often avoiding skeptical discipline. It asked good-sounding questions. Why are these stones so large? Why do so many cultures speak of sky beings? Why do myths describe flying chariots? Why do maps seem to show coasts before their official discovery? These are not bad questions. The trouble begins when the answer is chosen first. Real skepticism follows the evidence even when the answer becomes mundane. Pseudo-skepticism doubts the ordinary explanation only long enough to replace it with the exciting one. There is a pattern in the rhetoric. Mainstream archaeology is described as closed-minded. Missing evidence is treated as evidence of suppression. Ancient people are praised as wise, then denied the ability to plan, build, observe, or symbolize. A claim may be said to be only a question, but it is framed with such heavy hints that the question arrives already wearing a spacesuit. The phrase "could it be" is asked again and again, as if possibility alone were a ladder to truth. Many things could be. The past is not obligated to honor every possibility with equal rent. The modern myth also grew during a century that had learned to fear and worship technology. Airplanes, rockets, atomic weapons, satellites, computers, and moon landings changed what humans thought possible. Once machines had gone into space, old stories of fire from heaven began to look mechanical to modern eyes. The ancient astronaut idea is partly a mirror of that technological age. It reads older cultures through the dreams and anxieties of the recent past. A divine chariot becomes a landing craft because the modern imagination has just discovered landing craft and cannot stop seeing them everywhere. None of this means the ancient sources are dull. It means the modern frame matters. A Sumerian hymn, a Maya carving, or a Hindu epic did not wait thousands of years for a television narrator to explain that it was secretly about aerospace. These works had lives among people who prayed, ruled, farmed, traded, fought, mourned, and looked for order in the sky. The modern ancient astronaut movement often treats culture as a puzzle box with the alien answer hidden inside. But culture is not only a box. It is the world that made the puzzle seem meaningful in the first place. The story of the movement is therefore not a simple tale of fools versus experts. It is a story about wonder, media, mistrust, money, empire, science fiction, and the strange loneliness of modern people staring at ruins. It asks why the idea of alien teachers can feel more satisfying than the idea of human ancestors who were patient, organized, and clever. Perhaps aliens feel cleaner. They arrive, teach, vanish, and leave no messy politics. Human history is harder. It has taxes, forced labor, ritual authority, craft schools, droughts, and rulers with monuments to finish before death. Very inconsiderate of it. With the modern machinery in place, the claims can move backward into the oldest cities. Mesopotamia is where many writers want the trail to begin, because writing itself begins there in a durable way. Clay tablets, divine names, king lists, floods, heavenly signs, and temple economies provide a landscape rich enough for real history and flexible enough for speculation. If the ancient astronaut story needs a first archive, it usually walks through the gates of Sumer carrying a very modern dictionary. Sumer is a tempting place to begin because it feels like a dawn with writing on it. Cities rose in southern Mesopotamia between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and with them came temples, administrators, merchants, scribes, irrigated fields, legal records, hymns, myths, and the stubborn little wedge marks of cuneiform. The place already has enough wonder without anyone landing a ship. Yet for ancient astronaut writers, Sumer becomes something else. The alleged memory of visitors called the Anunnaki, who came from the heavens, shaped humanity, and left traces in clay. The real Anunnaki belonged to Mesopotamian religion. They were a group of deities whose roles changed across time and texts. Sometimes they appear as great gods connected with heaven and earth. Sometimes they are associated with the underworld. They are not one simple alien crew with a tidy mission statement. Mesopotamian divine worlds were complex, layered, local, and political. Gods had cities, temples, family relationships, rivalries, titles, and stories that shifted as kingdoms rose and fell. A name that looks stable in a modern paperback may have lived a long and messy life in ancient ritual and scribal tradition. Zecharia Sitchin's version changed the Anunnaki into extraterrestrial colonists from a planet called Nibiru. In his retelling, they came to Earth seeking gold, engineered human beings as workers, and became the gods of early civilization. This story is dramatic, which is not the same as well translated. Specialists in Sumerian and Akkadian have not accepted Sitchin's readings. The word Nibiru in Mesopotamian astronomy and religion does not behave like a hidden planet on a long orbit, waiting politely to explain everything. It can refer to a crossing point, a celestial body in certain contexts, or part of a learned astronomical vocabulary, not a full alien travel itinerary. The appeal of the Sitchin story is easy to understand. Mesopotamia really is old. It really does preserve flood stories, divine councils, kings before the flood, long reigns, and gods who shape human fate. The Sumerian king list gives rulers reigns of astonishing length before a great flood, then continues with later dynasties. In a modern technical mood, those long numbers seem like evidence of non-human lifespans or strange chronology. In their own ancient setting, king lists were ideological texts. They presented kingship as a divine institution passing from city to city. They made order from political memory. They were not written as laboratory notes about alien longevity. The Mesopotamian flood stories also invite speculation because they resemble and predate better-known biblical traditions. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim tells of a great flood and a boat built to survive divine destruction. In Atrahasis, humans are noisy, gods are irritated, and disaster comes from divine decision. Ancient astronaut readings sometimes treat the gods as advanced beings managing a population problem. But the texts are not about ecology managed from orbit. They are about mortality, divine power, human limits, kingship, and the frightening idea that cosmic order may not always feel gentle. Mesopotamian gods were often described as coming from heaven or ruling the heavens, because heaven was part of the sacred structure of the cosmos. The sky was not empty space in the modern sense. It was a realm of divine order, stars, omens, and authority. When a god descends, the language can be ritual, mythic, or political. It does not automatically mean atmospheric entry. The same is true of shining garments, radiant faces, terrifying voices, and divine weapons. Ancient literature used brightness to mark power. Modern technology did not invent light, although it sometimes behaves as if it had. One of the quieter problems with alien readings of Sumer is that they often flatten the scribes. Mesopotamian scribes were trained intellectuals who copied lexical lists, legal formulas, hymns, omens, myths, mathematical problems, and astronomical observations. They knew how to preserve tradition and how to play with it. They used puns, parallel phrases, divine epithets, and layered references. A modern claim that they accidentally recorded a spacecraft as a god can make them seem like confused witnesses rather than artists and scholars within a demanding tradition. The real astronomical tradition of Mesopotamia was extraordinary. Babylonian scholars observed lunar cycles, planetary movements, eclipses, and omens with great care. They developed mathematical schemes that could predict celestial phenomena. This is not evidence that aliens taught them. It is evidence that people who watched the sky for centuries, recorded patterns, and lived in societies where celestial signs mattered, became very good at watching the sky. The less glamorous explanation is also the more powerful one. Repetition, institutions, and clay tablets can do what no single genius could manage alone. Ancient astronaut claims often rely on a modern discomfort with myth. If a story says gods created humans from clay and divine substance, the modern literalist wants to know what procedure was used. Was it genetic engineering? Was there a laboratory? Were the gods wearing gloves? But mythic creation stories are not primitive biology textbooks. They explain why humans serve gods, why labor exists, why death exists, why kingship matters, and why the world has the order it has. The clay is not a failed description of a petri dish. It is clay, the material of Mesopotamian life, fields, bricks, tablets, bodies, and graves. There is also the matter of evidence that should exist if the stronger claims were true. A mining colony from another planet would leave more than ambiguous hymns. It would leave unmistakable materials, residues, tools, habitation traces, manufacturing debris, or technological objects outside the known ancient toolkit. Instead, Mesopotamia gives us the remains of temples, houses, tablets, seals, canals, kilns, graves, workshops, and cities that fit human societies in the Bronze Age and Iron Age. That evidence is not small. It is mountains of ordinary life, which is exactly the kind of thing dramatic theories tend to step over while searching for one glowing clue. The Anunnaki claim also reveals a recurring habit: using the authority of ancient writing without accepting the discipline needed to read it. A clay tablet looks serious. A translation looks official. A divine name sounds exotic. But languages are not open jars of meaning. They require grammar, context, comparison, and a long apprenticeship. A reader cannot simply decide that heaven means space, chariot means craft, God means alien, and servant means engineered laborer, then call the result hidden history. That is not translation. That is redecorating. Still, the Mesopotamian material deserves its reputation for strangeness. The gods do descend. Kings do reign before floods. Humans do receive civilization from divine powers. The heavens do speak through omens. Dreams and stars guide decisions. The city itself becomes a sacred machine, with temples feeding gods and gods legitimizing kings. None of that requires extraterrestrials. It requires a world where religion, politics, agriculture, and astronomy were braided tightly together, so tightly that pulling one strand and calling it technology damages the whole fabric. The best skeptical answer is not that Sumer is ordinary. Sumer is not ordinary. It is one of the deep rooms of human history. The answer is that its strangeness is its own. The Anunnaki do not become more interesting when turned into engineers with a mining contract. Nibiru does not become more meaningful when forced into a modern doomsday orbit. The clay tablets do not become more alive when they are made to say what a recent theory needs them to say. From Mesopotamia, the trail moves into another library of sky fire and heavenly beings, one where wheels blaze, angels descend, giants trouble the earth, and a sacred chest becomes suspiciously electrical in the hands of modern speculation. The language changes, but the temptation remains the same. The temptation becomes especially strong when prophetic language begins to burn. In the book of Ezekiel, a priest in exile sees a storm wind a great cloud, flashing fire, living creatures, wheels within wheels, and a throne above a shining expanse. The vision is overwhelming by design. It is meant to make ordinary speech stagger. Modern ancient astronaut writers have often looked at those wheels and decided that Ezekiel was describing a vehicle, perhaps even a craft with landing gear, engines, and rotating components. The prophet, in this reading, becomes a confused witness to advanced machinery. The traditional setting is very different. Ezekiel's vision belongs to prophetic literature and to the imagery of the divine throne chariot. The Hebrew word often discussed in this context is connected with a chariot, and later Jewish mystical traditions developed around ascent, heavenly palaces, and the divine throne. The vision is not a casual field report. It is a theological drama for a community in exile, a way of saying that the God of Israel is not trapped in one destroyed or distant temple. Divine glory can appear by the river in Babylon. That idea is already immense. It does not need a cockpit. The wheels themselves are strange, but symbolic strangeness is not mechanical failure. Ancient throne imagery across the Near East often used hybrid beings, wings, wheels, animals, storms, and shining surfaces to express mobility, majesty, and terror. A god enthroned above living creatures is not a rare accident of imagination. It belongs to a wider symbolic world in which kingship, heaven, and divine presence could be shown through composite forms. Modern readers who expect technical consistency may become frustrated. The ancient image is not trying to pass an engineering inspection. It is trying to make the holy feel mobile and impossible to contain. Elijah's ascent in a fiery chariot receives similar treatment. A prophet is taken up in a whirlwind with horses and chariots of fire. For ancient astronaut writers, fire plus ascent equals launch. In its biblical world, the scene marks prophetic succession, divine favor, and the crossing of a boundary between earth and heaven. Fire is a sign of divine presence throughout the tradition. Whirlwind is storm language. Chariots are royal and military symbols. The story uses the most powerful images available to say that a holy figure has been taken beyond ordinary death. A rocket is not the only way upward. The Watchers from the Book of Enoch offer another rich target. In that tradition, heavenly beings descend, desire human women, father giants, and teach forbidden arts. They give knowledge of metalwork, cosmetics, weapons, sorcery, and celestial secrets. This sounds almost tailor-made for ancient astronaut retellings, because it combines descent from heaven with technological instruction and dangerous hybrid offspring. But the text is part of a Jewish apocalyptic tradition concerned with evil, judgment, angelic rebellion, and the origins of corrupt knowledge. It asks why violence and forbidden power spread through the world. Turning the Watchers into astronauts removes the moral and cosmic architecture of the story and replaces it with visitors behaving badly, which is at least consistent with some science fiction. The giants, often linked with the Nephilim, are another favorite. Large beings in ancient texts become evidence of alien-human hybrids. Yet giant traditions appear in many cultures as symbols of old chaos, heroic scale, ancestral otherness, or enemies from a mythic age. Ancient storytelling uses size to express power and danger. Archaeology has not found a race of enormous alien descendants buried neatly beneath the relevant passages. It has found normal human variation, occasional pathological height, misidentified animal bones hoaxes, and a great deal of appetite for spectacular skeleton stories. Then there is the Ark of the Covenant, which has been reimagined as a radio, a capacitor, a radiation device, or an electrical weapon. The Ark is described as a sacred chest associated with covenant, divine presence, ritual danger, and Israelite worship. It is carried, covered, placed in holy space, and treated with fear. Some stories describe people dying when they handle it improperly. Ancient astronaut readings turn that danger into electrical discharge or radioactive contamination. The more immediate ancient explanation is holiness, not voltage. Sacred objects in many traditions are dangerous because they mediate a power that ordinary life cannot casually touch. The pattern is familiar. A sacred object harms someone, so it must be technology. A divine voice comes from a cloud, so it must be a speaker. A shining face means radiation. A heavenly ascent means propulsion. These readings often assume that ancient people were literal witnesses, but poor interpreters, as if they could observe machinery accurately enough to preserve useful details, yet not accurately enough to say there was a machine. The theory wants them reliable and unreliable at the same time, which is convenient, if not exactly polite. Religious texts do contain visions that resist simple explanation. They were meant to. Visionary language does not work by reducing the unseen to something comfortable. It piles image upon image until the mind approaches the edge of speech. Wheels full of eyes, beasts with multiple faces, ladders between earth and heaven, angels blazing like fire, thrones above crystal expanses, and books eaten by prophets are not veiled documentary footage. They are symbolic acts of imagination operating inside communities that knew how such images worked. The ancient astronaut reading also risks erasing the history of interpretation. Jewish, Christian, and other readers have wrestled with these passages for centuries. They developed mystical, theological, ethical, and ritual readings long before modern spacecraft existed. Those traditions are not all the same, and they do not end every question, but they remind us that difficult texts already had deep lives. A modern alien reading is not automatically braver because it is newer. Sometimes it is merely newer. At the same time, the appeal should not be mocked too easily. Ezekiel's vision really is one of the most machine-like images in ancient scripture to a modern eye. The wheels move in uncanny ways. The living creatures and the gleaming surfaces produce a sense of coordinated motion. Anyone raised among engines and landing craft may feel the comparison before thinking it through. That feeling is part of the story. Modern technology has trained perception. It has given the imagination a new set of metaphors, and then the imagination walks backward through old texts, wearing those metaphors like night glasses. Good skepticism does not need to pretend the passages are bland. It can say that the vision is magnificent, that the imagery is complex, that the history of interpretation is rich, and that none of this produces evidence of extraterrestrial hardware. The burden is not on archaeology or theology to prove that every wheel was not a landing strut. The burden is on the technological claim show why its reading fits the language, context, genre, and material evidence better than the ancient religious explanation. Once that standard is applied, the biblical engines grow quieter. The wheels return to the throne. The fiery chariot returns to prophetic legend. The watchers return to apocalyptic warning. The ark returns to sacred danger. The sky remains open, but it is no longer a hangar. The next set of claims carries the same hunger eastward into Sanskrit epics, where palaces fly, weapons blaze, and poetic war has often been drafted into a much more modern air force. Sanskrit skies are crowded with vehicles, but not in the tidy way a modern aerospace museum might prefer. The word Vimana can refer to palace, a temple form, a chariot, or a flying vehicle in epic and religious literature. In the ancient astronaut imagination, it becomes almost automatically an aircraft. This is helped by the fact that some stories really do describe movement through the sky, splendid aerial palaces, divine journeys, and battles filled with impossible weapons. The material is vivid, and vivid material is always in danger of being mistaken for technical documentation by someone with enough enthusiasm and not quite enough grammar. The Pushpaka Vimana is one of the most famous examples. In the Ramayana tradition, it is associated with Ravana, the powerful ruler of Lanka, who takes it from Kubera, and with Rama, who later uses or returns it depending on the telling. It is not described as a recovered machine in an archaeological hangar. It belongs to epic narrative, royal splendor, divine drama, and the moral architecture of the story. Its flight is part of a world where gods, demons, sages, boons, curses, monkeys, weapons, and cosmic order all share the same narrative air. Ancient astronaut writers often treat such scenes as memory of advanced aircraft. A flying palace becomes a transport ship. A divine weapon becomes a missile. A blazing battlefield becomes nuclear war. The comparison is easy because modern war has taught the imagination to associate light, heat, destruction, and flight with machines. But epic poetry has always had a large vocabulary for terror. A weapon can shine like the sun because the sun is the strongest image available. A blast can shake the worlds because the story is working at cosmic scale. Poets did not need uranium to be dramatic. The Mahabharata is especially vulnerable to this treatment because it contains vast war scenes and weapons called astras, invoked through knowledge, mantra, and divine favor. These weapons can burn, dazzle, stun, or destroy armies. Some passages have been quoted in fringe literature as if they describe atomic blasts. Yet the text is a layered epic compiled across a long period, full of theology, philosophy, kinship tragedy, ritual, and poetic exaggeration. Its weapons belong to a world where moral discipline and cosmic order matter as much as battlefield force. The ancient astronaut reading tends to cut out the metaphysics and keep the explosion. One of the stranger modern editions is the Vaimanika Shastra, often presented as an ancient treatise on aircraft. The text is usually associated with a much later period and was said to have been revealed or channeled in the early 20th century. Engineers who examined its proposed flying machines found them aeronautically unsound. This is an awkward detail for a secret ancient aviation manual. If the aircraft cannot fly even on paper, the aliens may have needed a better drafting department. The Vaimanika Shastra matters because it shows how modern desire can create ancient-looking evidence. Sanskrit language and traditional framing give a text an aura of age and authority. Diagrams give it a technical flavor. The reader who wants ancient aircraft sees confirmation, but age, provenance, manuscript history, and practical mechanics still matter. A claim does not become ancient because it is dressed in old vocabulary. A drawing does not become engineering because it has labels. It is also important not to flatten Indian traditions in the opposite direction. Mythic does not mean meaningless. The epics preserve deep reflections on duty, kingship, exile, violence, devotion, cosmic order, family loyalty, and the cost of ambition. Flying palaces and divine weapons are part of that imaginative world. They reveal how power was pictured, how divine favor was dramatized, and how the boundaries between human and cosmic action were crossed in story. Reducing them to aircraft can actually make them less interesting, not more. There is a recurring modern habit of assuming that practical technology is the highest possible meaning. If a text can be read as a machine, then the machine reading is treated as deeper. But ancient literature often places ultimate meaning elsewhere. A chariot may show royal power. A palace may show cosmic order. A weapon may show the danger of anger, the need for restraint, or the terrifying force of divine gifts. A story about flight may be about sovereignty, exile, desire, liberation, or the divine ability to move beyond human limits. An engine is only one kind of power, and not always the most important one. The ancient astronaut approach also tends to ignore genre. A court inscription, a ritual manual, an epic poem, a Purana, a philosophical dialogue, and a modern channeled text are not interchangeable. They do not carry the same evidentiary weight. Taking a dazzling sentence from an epic and reading it like a laboratory report is a category mistake. It is a little like reading a love poem as a weather record because it mentions storms. Something may be learned about storms, but probably not the thing the poet was doing. The question of translation returns here as well. Words for chariot, vehicle, palace, brightness, celestial realm, and weapon must be read in context. A translator may choose an English word that sounds mechanical because English lacks a perfect equivalent, or because the passage is already grand. Later readers then build a tower on that word, but a translated word is not a machine part. It is a bridge, and bridges can creak under too much speculative traffic. There are real histories of flight imagination in South Asia that deserve attention. People imagined aerial movement, divine travel, and cosmic geography long before powered aircraft existed. That is not embarrassing. It is magnificent. Human beings have always dreamed beyond their bodies. Mythic flight appears in many traditions because the sky is visible, unreachable, and symbolically rich. Birds, clouds, smoke, stars, gods, and souls all suggest movement beyond ordinary walking. Flight in myth is not evidence that someone had an airport. It is evidence that the ground has always felt insufficient. When ancient astronaut claims point to destructive weapons, the same care is needed. Heat, light, blindness, sickness, and scorched landscapes can be poetic or ritual language. They can also describe ordinary ancient violence made cosmic through story. If a nuclear war had occurred in ancient India, it would not be known only through flexible epic phrases. It would leave physical signatures, isotopic evidence, blast patterns, datable destruction layers, and environmental traces. Those claims have not met that standard. The poetry remains. The reactor does not. So the Sanskrit sky is best approached with respect and patience. The Vimana is not dismissed as nothing, because it was never nothing. It was a powerful image in a richly symbolic world, but it also cannot be casually converted into a spacecraft whenever modern excitement demands one. The epic imagination was capable of grandeur without a pilot's manual. From flying palaces and cosmic weapons, the trail turns across oceans to lines carved into desert pavement. A Maya king lying beneath a tree of the world, and images that modern viewers keep trying to buckle into astronaut suits. The method changes from reading texts to reading pictures, which means the chances for mischief become, if anything, even better. Pictures are wonderfully vulnerable things. A text at least argues back through grammar, but an image sits there in silence, while modern viewers bring every memory they own. The Nazca lines in southern Peru have suffered from this silence for decades. Across the desert floor are long lines, geometric forms, animals, plants, and human-like figures made by removing darker surface stones to reveal lighter ground beneath. From above, some figures appear with striking clarity. That aerial view helped create the ancient astronaut claim. If the lines are best seen from the sky, then perhaps they were made for beings in the sky. The runway version became famous through von Daniken and related writers. Long straight lines were imagined as landing strips. The figures became signals or invitations to visitors. The desert became an airport built by people waiting for gods to return. It is a cinematic idea. It also runs into the awkward fact that a real spacecraft with enough power to cross interstellar distances would probably not need a scraped desert runway, especially one surrounded by delicate figures that a careless landing would ruin. Even aliens, one hopes, might show basic airport planning. Archaeologists have offered more grounded explanations. The Nazca lines may have served as ceremonial pathways, ritual landscapes connected with water and fertility, astronomical or calendrical markers, or forms of communal sacred activity. Some lines can be walked. Some are associated with roots and offerings. The dry desert preserved them with unusual kindness. Their visibility from nearby hills, not only from aircraft, matters. The people who made them did not need to fly to plan large designs. Surveying, grids, chords, stakes, memory, and practice can make big figures on open ground, as many experimental demonstrations have shown. The figure sometimes called the astronaut, with a raised hand and round head, shows how naming can shape belief. Call it a humanoid geoglyph, and it remains an ancient figure with uncertain meaning. Call it an astronaut, and the helmet arrives before the evidence. The name becomes a tiny argument smuggled into the caption. Ancient astronaut claims often work this way. A modern label is attached to an ambiguous image, then later repeated as if the image itself had introduced the label politely. Far to the north, in the Maya city of Palenque, Another famous image has been placed inside a modern machine. The sarcophagus lid of Janub-Pakal, often called Pakal the Great, shows the ruler in a complex scene of Maya cosmology. He appears with the world tree, celestial and underworld symbolism, dynastic meaning, and the sacred framework of death and rebirth. Ancient astronaut writers have described the image as a man operating controls in a rocket, with his body leaning back, hands near instruments, and flames below. It is one of the classic cases of modern resemblance overwhelming local meaning. In Maya context, the imagery is not random decoration. It belongs to ideas of kingship, ancestry, cosmic order, maze, the underworld, and the ruler's transformation after death. The so-called rocket is a sacred tree and cosmic structure. The so-called controls are ritual and symbolic elements. The supposed exhaust is part of a mythic composition. The image looks mechanical only when rotated into a modern frame and stripped of its iconographic relatives. Once placed among other Maya art and inscriptions, it stops being a cockpit and becomes what it was, a royal funerary image speaking a language of power, death, and cosmic renewal. Mesoamerican feathered serpent traditions are also recruited into sky visitor claims. Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, and related figures are complex deities or culture heroes associated in different settings with wind, learning, priesthood, rulership, Venus, and creation themes. Ancient astronaut retellings turn them into bearded visitors, civilizing aliens, or returning teachers. These versions often lean on colonial-era descriptions and later romantic speculation. The living complexity of Mesoamerican religion becomes flattened into a visitor narrative, and once again, the god becomes less local as he becomes more extraterrestrial. Elongated skulls add another visual lure. In parts of the ancient Americas and elsewhere, intentional cranial modification shaped infants' heads through binding or pressure, while bones were still growing. The practice could mark identity, beauty, status, or belonging. To modern eyes, some skulls look alien, especially when displayed without cultural explanation. The alien reading ignores both the biological process and the many human reasons for body modification. Human societies have shaped heads, teeth, skin, hair, ears, feet, and faces in ways that signal meaning. The body has always been a social surface. The Paracas skulls of Peru have been especially popular in fringe media. Claims about unusual volume, strange ancestry, or non-human genetics circulate regularly. Real bioarchaeology is more cautious. Cranial modification can produce dramatic shapes without changing species. Genetic studies, when properly handled, concern population history, migration, and ancestry, not star families. The alien conclusion usually appears where the chain of evidence becomes thinnest. A skull looks strange, so the leap begins. But strangeness is not a passport stamp from another planet. This section of the ancient astronaut archive reveals how much depends on the eye. A person trained in Maya iconography sees the world tree on Pakal's lid. A person trained by science fiction sees a rocket. A person studying Andean ritual landscapes sees pathways and offerings at Nazca. A person looking for runways sees runways. The object has not changed. The interpretive world has. This is why context is not a boring academic accessory. Context is the difference between a king descending into the underworld and a pilot looking for the ignition. There is another pattern here, the transformation of sacred work into technical work. Lines become landing strips. Royal tomb imagery becomes a spacecraft diagram. Body modification becomes alien anatomy. Feathered serpent myths become visitor biographies. The ancient people are still allowed to be amazed, but not allowed to be symbolically sophisticated. They can witness technology, but not create layered religious art. That imbalance should make the claim feel less generous than it first appears. Yet the real sights remain extraordinary. Nazca is astonishing precisely because people made a sacred landscape across a desert with simple tools and collective purpose. Palenque is astonishing because Maya artists and scribes created a visual theology dense enough to keep scholars working through details for generations. Cranial modification is astonishing because it shows how deeply identity can be embodied. These are not lesser wonders. They are human wonders, which means they come with politics, ritual, beauty, pain, and memory. The ancient astronaut reading often promises to make the past bigger, but in places like Nazca and Palenque, it can make the past strangely smaller. It replaces local knowledge with a single imported answer. It turns a desert full of ritual movement into an empty runway and a royal tomb into a cockpit. The sky remains involved, of course. It always was. The sun, stars, rain, Venus, and divine realms mattered deeply in the Americas. But sky meaning is not the same as space travel. From the desert lines and Maya tombs, the path turns toward Egypt, the country that alternative history never seems willing to leave alone. There the stones are older, the monuments larger, the symbols more famous, and the temptation to say aliens becomes almost a reflex, like sneezing in a dusty archive. Egypt is the place where a missing chisel mark can become a cosmic conspiracy before breakfast. The pyramids stand so firmly in the imagination that they have been asked to support almost every theory ever invented. Lost continents, levitation, sound technology, star maps, prophecy, power plants, giant builders, and visitors who apparently crossed the stars to stack limestone with admirable patience. The real monuments are more interesting than most of these theories, partly because they were made by a society that left behind not only stone, but records, settlements, tools, boats, tombs, graffiti, quarries, and a whole religious universe in which royal death mattered enough to move mountains by hand. The Great Pyramid of Giza is often introduced in ancient astronaut claims through precision. Its alignment, scale, passages, casing stones, and mathematical features are said to be too advanced for Old Kingdom Egypt. But Egyptian surveyors were not helpless wanderers staring at rope in confusion. They observed stars, used sighting tools, leveled, measured, and organized labor at a state level. The pyramid was not a weekend craft project. It was a royal and religious enterprise backed by food supply, administration, craft skill, and generations of architectural development. Earlier pyramids show trial, error, collapse, adjustment, and learning. That messy development is exactly what a human tradition looks like. Worker settlements near Giza matter because they make the pyramid less abstract. Archaeologists have found evidence of communities that fed, housed, and organized laborers. Graffiti left by work gangs gives names and hints of pride. Quarries show extraction. Tool marks show methods. Sledges, ramps, levers, water, mud, and rope all belong to the practical vocabulary of moving stone. None of these details solves every engineering question with perfect neatness, but they create a strong human framework. Ancient astronaut arguments often step over this framework and point only to the final monument, as if a building appears more mysterious when the workers are politely erased. The Orion correlation claim adds the sky back into the stones. Some writers argue that the pyramids mirror the belt stars of Orion, linking the monuments to a cosmic plan or inherited star knowledge. Egyptian religion certainly associated the dead king with the sky, with stars, and with Osiris, who was connected in later tradition to Orion. Celestial meaning is not controversial in broad terms. The problem is the leap from symbolic alignment and funerary religion to alien design. A culture can build with the stars in mind without receiving blueprints from the stars. Human beings have been perfectly capable of looking up and making meaning, inconvenient as that may be for spaceship sails. The Dendera light is a smaller object with a very bright afterlife. In a crypt at the Hathor Temple in Dendera, reliefs show a snake-like form inside an elongated shape, supported by a jed pillar, with figures around it. Ancient astronaut and ancient electricity writers call it a light bulb. They point to the shape, the supposed filament, and the lack of soot in some temple spaces as hints of electric lamps. Egyptologists read the scene through Egyptian religious iconography. Harsamtis, a form of Horus, emerging from a lotus, supported by the jed, with imagery tied to creation, renewal, and divine birth. The text around the relief supports the religious reading. The light bulb, as usual, arrives from modern eyes. The soot argument sounds practical until it meets practical answers. Ancient lamps can be designed to burn cleaner with good oil and wicks. Walls and ceilings can be cleaned. Certain spaces may have been lit in limited ways. Reflective surfaces, daylight access during construction, and changing use over time also complicate the picture. The absence of heavy soot in a selected place is not evidence for a power grid. A temple-wide electrical system should leave wires, generators, switches, insulators, repair debris, or unambiguous lamps. It does not. The relief remains symbolic, and the electricians remain unemployed. The Saqqara bird is another favorite. It is a small wooden object shaped like a bird, found in Egypt and dated to the ancient period. Some have claimed it was a model glider or proof that Egyptians understood aviation. Experiments and arguments have gone back and forth, sometimes adding a tailplane or adjusting the object to make it fly better. That should already make the claim wobble. If an artifact becomes an aircraft only after modern modification, the artifact may not be the one making the argument. In its cultural setting, a bird model, toy, ritual object, or symbolic figure is not surprising. Egypt was full of birds, souls with wings, falcons, bowbirds, and sacred animal imagery. The Abydos helicopter is a masterpiece of accidental modern resemblance. In the Temple of Seti I at Abydos, a section of recarved hieroglyphs has produced shapes that look, to modern eyes like a helicopter, a submarine, and other machines. The explanation is not a fleet of ancient vehicles. It is palimpsest carving, older inscriptions plastered and recut under a later ruler, with erosion and overlap creating composite shapes. Once the layers are understood, the machines vanish into royal titulary and temple history. The helicopter was never carved as a helicopter. It was manufactured by time, damage, and eager pattern recognition. Egypt attracts these claims partly because it is so iconic. The monuments are familiar, but still remote. Hieroglyphs look mysterious to anyone who cannot read them. The scale of the architecture encourages awe. The civilization lasted so long that material from very different periods can be blended into one timeless stage set. A pyramid from the Old Kingdom, a New Kingdom temple relief, a late Ptolemaic crypt, and a modern tourist rumor can be placed beside one another, as if they belong to one secret file. Chronology then quietly leaves the room. The actual Egyptian achievement is better when chronology stays. Early royal tombs, mastabas, step pyramids, bent experiments, true pyramids, temples, obelisks, tomb decoration, mortuary texts, astronomical ceilings, and administrative records show development across centuries. Techniques change. Religious ideas change. Political power rises and breaks. Workers learn. Rulers imitate and compete. Priests preserve and transform symbols. This is the opposite of a single alien intervention. It is a long human tradition with memory, ambition, and plenty of mistakes. There is a subtle sadness in the alien version of Egypt. It treats the civilization as both magnificent and incapable. The pyramids are praised as too perfect, then taken away from the people who built them. The temples are admired as too strange, then removed from the symbolic world that explains them. The result is not respect. It is admiration with a trapdoor. A better response is to let Egypt be difficult, skilled, religious, practical, and human all at once. Egyptian stone does not need to glow with hidden electricity to be powerful. It already holds quarry dust, royal ideology, solar theology, river logistics, craft learning, and the pressure of mortality. The pyramids were machines in one sense, but not alien machines. They were machines of kingship and afterlife, devices for turning labor, stone, stars, and belief into a permanent horizon. That is strange enough. Once Egypt is allowed to keep its own accomplishments, the next argument usually retreats to weight. If not symbols, then surely stone blocks themselves must confess. So the journey leaves the Nile for a wider world of megaliths, where every enormous stone is asked the same sleepy question. Who moved this? And why is the answer never allowed to be people with ropes? People with ropes are one of the most underappreciated forces in history. People with ropes, sledges, levers, ramps, timber, mud, songs, supervisors, food, and a reason to obey can become almost alarming. Ancient astronaut claims often begin with the phrase "too heavy," as if weight itself were evidence of visitors. Baalbek in Lebanon is a favorite example. The Roman sanctuary there includes enormous stone blocks, including the famous trilithon and other huge stones in nearby quarries. Their size is genuinely impressive. The alien conclusion is much less solid than the stones. Baalbek had a long sacred history, and the Roman building program there was monumental on purpose. The huge blocks were quarried nearby, not teleported from the moons of Jupiter. Quarry location matters. The shorter the transport distance, the less miraculous the movement becomes, though it remains difficult. Roman engineers were experienced builders with cranes, capstans, rollers, sledges, roads, organized labor, and imperial resources. They moved obelisks, built harbors, raised aqueducts, and poured concrete in ways that still annoy modern humility. A very large stone at Baalbek shows ambition and logistical power. It does not automatically show anti-gravity. Stonehenge receives a different style of claim. Its bluestones came from far away. Its sarsens were shaped and erected with care, and its alignments relate to solar events. Ancient astronaut versions ask whether such planning could have been done by Neolithic people. The answer is yes, though not casually. Stonehenge was built in phases across a long period by communities with ritual commitments, landscape memory, and practical skill. The monument belongs to a world of burial, procession, seasonal gathering, ancestry, and celestial observation. It is not less impressive because it was made without aliens. It is more impressive because it required people to return, remember, and keep building across generations. The moai of Rapa Nui, or Easter Island, are another classic case. The statues were carved in volcanic tuff at Rano Raraku and moved to ceremonial platforms called ahu. Their size and number created a mystery about transport. Rapa Nui oral traditions said the statues walked. Ancient astronaut writers heard that and smiled a little too quickly. Experimental archaeology has shown that upright statues can be moved with ropes by rocking them side to side, producing a walking motion. The tradition of walking statues may preserve a memory of human transport rather than alien animation. The statues did walk, in a sense, but with people pulling the conversation along. The moai also show how a mystery can change with better questions. For a long time, outsiders framed Rapa Nui as a cautionary tale of collapse, ecological ruin, and irrational statue obsession. More recent scholarship has complicated that story, emphasizing resilience, European contact, disease, slaving, and the effects of colonial violence. Ancient astronaut claims rarely pause for such nuance. A giant head is more useful than a difficult history. Yet, the real story of Rapa Nui is not only how statues moved. It is how a society made sacred ancestors visible in stone, organized quarrying and transport, and endured outsiders who often misunderstood almost everything. In the Andes, Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu invite claims about impossible masonry. The stones at Sacsayhuaman near Cusco are enormous and fitted in irregular shapes with remarkable skill. Machu Picchu sits in a dramatic mountain landscape with fine stonework, terraces, drainage, and architecture integrated with terrain. Ancient astronaut versions speak of lasers, softened stone, or lost machines. The archaeological picture emphasizes Inca and earlier Andean engineering, quarrying, hammerstones, abrasion, trial fitting, ramps, labor organization, and deep knowledge of local stone. The fit is impressive because the work was painstaking, not because gravity briefly resigned. Pumapunku in Bolivia, part of the Tiwanaku world, is often presented as the smoking stone gun. Its shaped blocks, grooves, and H-shaped stones are said to be too precise for ancient tools. But the site has been damaged, scattered, looted, reused, and misunderstood. The stones are not all granite or diorite as often claimed. Many are workable sandstone or andesite. Tiwanaku builders had their own techniques, measuring systems, and architectural traditions. Precision does not require lasers. It requires standards, skilled hands, abrasive materials, patience, and sometimes the willingness to make mistakes that later tourists do not photograph. Megalithic claims often rely on imagining ancient people as isolated individuals. One person cannot move a giant stone, so no ancient society could. But monuments are social acts. They gather labor through authority, religion, kinship, obligation, celebration, fear, pride, debt, food, and spectacle. A large workforce coordinated over time can do things that seem impossible to the lone imagination. Ancient people were not weaker because they lived earlier. They had bodies, tools, memory, engineering instincts, and social systems capable of focusing labor in ways modern people usually experience only through governments, corporations, or very determined wedding planners. Experimental archaeology helps here because it makes abstraction sweaty. Teams have moved large stones with sledges and lubricated tracks. Others have raised stones with levers, cribbing, and ropes. Replicas do not prove every method used at every site, but they show that human solutions are plausible. The point is not that every stone has a complete answer. The point is that the gap between difficult and impossible is wide, and ancient astronaut theories like to sprint across it while no one is measuring. There is also evidence left by the work itself. Quarries contain unfinished stones. Tool marks reveal cutting and shaping. Roads, ramps, platforms, chips, debris, and settlement remains link monuments to human labor. In many cases, the biggest mystery is not whether humans could do it, but why they chose to spend so much effort. The answer is usually religious, political, ancestral, territorial, or royal. Large stones make power visible. They turn belief into weight. They tell future generations that someone had the authority to make the earth difficult. The ancient astronaut answer may feel generous because it calls the monuments advanced, but it often misunderstands advancement. A society does not need engines to be advanced in stone. It needs knowledge appropriate to its goals and materials. It needs ways to recruit labor, train specialists, feed workers, measure, adjust, and maintain meaning. Modern technology is not the only ladder. Some civilizations climbed different ladders and reached places that still make visitors go quiet. The stones therefore remain heavy, but they do not float away from history. Baalbek belongs to imperial construction and local sacred grandeur. Stonehenge belongs to Neolithic ritual landscapes. The Moai belong to Rapa Nui ancestors and community power. Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu belong to Andean statecraft and landscape intelligence. Pumapunku belongs to Tiwanaku skill and ruin. Each site has its own story. The alien version gives them one story, which is efficient, dramatic, and rather rude. When weight fails to prove visitors, the claims often turn to knowledge. Maps that seem too early coastlines that seem too accurate, and old charts that allegedly remember lands hidden under ice. The stones stay behind, and parchment takes the stand. Parchment can look more innocent than stone, but maps have their own talent for making trouble. The Piri Reis map is one of the most famous troublemakers. Drawn in the early 16th century by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, the surviving fragment shows parts of the Atlantic world, including Western Africa, parts of Europe, and the coast of South America. Piri Reis wrote that he used older source maps, including Portuguese charts, and a map associated with Columbus. That alone makes the map fascinating. Ancient astronaut and lost civilization writers decided it was not fascinating enough, so Antarctica was invited. The bold claim is that the lower coastline on the Piri Reis map shows Antarctica without ice, long before modern discovery, and long before humans, supposedly, could have mapped it. Some versions argue that the map preserves knowledge from an ancient, advanced civilization, perhaps helped by aerial surveys or extraterrestrial instruction. The idea passed through Charles Hapgood's theories about ancient sea kings and crustal displacement, then moved into alternative history circles. It has the right ingredients: a real old map, missing source charts, strange coastlines, and enough distortion to allow imagination to stretch comfortably. Mainstream analysis is more restrained. The map fits the world of early modern navigation, portal and chart making, copied sources, and reports from voyages during the Age of Discovery. Its South American coast shows details that make sense in relation to Portuguese and Spanish exploration. The supposed Antarctic section can be understood as a distorted continuation of South America, or as an imaginative cartographic adjustment rather than a hidden ice-free continent. Old maps often bend, duplicate, compress, rotate, and guess. A coastline does not need to be a secret continent simply because it does not behave neatly. Portolan charts were practical sea charts with rum lines and coastal information useful for navigation. They could be accurate in some ways and distorted in others. When information came from multiple sources, copying and synthesis introduced errors. Piri Reis was not hiding a satellite image in plain sight. He was working with the cartographic materials available in his time, some of them already secondhand. The map's own notes point toward this world of compilation. The alien reading tends to treat every awkward feature as ancient precision, while treating every explanatory note as less exciting background noise. Other maps have been pulled into similar stories: the Orontius Phineus map, the Buech map, and various early modern charts said to show Antarctica or advanced global knowledge. In many cases, the argument depends on matching vague outlines to modern coastlines after rotation, projection changes, selective comparison, and generous imagination. Humans are extremely good at pattern matching. Given enough coastlines and enough willingness, almost any old map can be made to resemble something else. The process is less like decoding a secret and more like seeing animals in clouds, except the clouds have footnotes. The broader claim behind these maps is that ancient people once possessed global surveying knowledge later lost. This idea does not always require aliens. Sometimes it points to Atlantis, a vanished maritime civilization, or Ice Age navigators. ancient astronaut versions can fold those theories into a larger visitor story. The difficulty is evidence. A global mapping civilization should leave ports, instruments, ship remains, inscriptions, settlement patterns, datable maps, trade goods, and traces of communication. Instead, the argument often rests on much later maps interpreted through modern desire. The age of discovery itself is already a story of extraordinary information movement. Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, Arab, Ottoman, and other navigational traditions overlapped through trade, war, espionage, translation, captured charts, pilots, and rumor. Maps were state secrets, commercial tools, trophies, and working documents. Knowledge traveled in messy ways. An Ottoman admiral using multiple sources in the early 16th century is not a minor thing. It is part of a world being redrawn through ships, empires, violence, curiosity, and greed. That world is dramatic enough without adding a lost orbital survey. Map mysteries also reveal how modern people think about accuracy. A map may contain a surprisingly good section and a wildly wrong section beside it. That is not evidence of supernatural knowledge fading in patches. It is how compilation works. Cartographers copied what they trusted, guessed where they lacked data, adjusted shapes to fit space, and sometimes preserved older mistakes because authority clings to ink. The Piri Reis map is valuable because it shows this process in a particular historical moment. Its imperfections are part of its meaning. Antarctica is especially useful to fringe theories because it is remote, icy, and late in the standard story of exploration. An ice-free Antarctica sounds like a forbidden memory from before catastrophe. But geology, ice cores, plate movement, and climate history are not decorative details. Claims about mapping an ice-free continent must fit what is known about when ice sheets formed and how coastlines would have appeared. They also must explain why the alleged advanced knowledge appears through distorted early modern maps rather than in a continuous tradition of clear geographic records. The appeal of ancient map claims may come from the romance of lost knowledge. A map feels like a message from someone who knew the shape of the world before history admits it. It whispers that official chronology is too narrow. It suggests that the oceans were crossed, the poles known, the continents surveyed, and then everything forgotten. That is a haunting idea, but haunting ideas still need evidence. A beautiful possibility is not a coastline. There is also a difference between unknown sources and impossible sources. Piri Reis used maps now lost to us. That does not mean those maps were alien or prehistoric. Many ordinary documents vanish. Paper burns, rots, is reused, or disappears into archives and wars. The loss of a source is not a license to fill the gap with anything. A missing map from Columbus or Portuguese pilots is much more plausible than a chain of transmission from a vanished spacefaring civilization that left no other secure trace. So the map claims settle into a familiar shape. A real artifact contains real puzzles. A dramatic interpretation expands the puzzles beyond the evidence. A careful explanation restores the artifact to its historical world. The result is not dull. It is a map made at a hinge moment in global history, when old cosmographies met new voyages and empires began carving the ocean into roots of power. That is quite enough weight for one piece of parchment. After maps, the argument returns to images, but not the royal tombs and desert lines already visited. This time, the evidence comes from masks, cave figures, sacred beings, and old paintings whose large eyes or round halos have been made to carry the burden of spacesuits. Large eyes have caused a great deal of trouble. So have halos, masks, antlers, mushroom shapes, bird heads, ritual costumes, and any figure with a round head standing in an old landscape. Ancient astronaut claims often move through art by treating unfamiliar sacred imagery as misunderstood technology. A figure with a headdress becomes a helmet. A mask becomes a visor. A radiating body becomes a suit. A divine cloud becomes a saucer. The method is simple. Remove the image from its tradition, place it beside a modern astronaut, and let resemblance do the rest, while context sighs in the corner. The Wandjina figures of Aboriginal Australian traditions are often pulled into this pattern. They are powerful ancestral beings associated with rain, clouds, law, and creation in particular indigenous traditions. Their round heads and large dark eyes have been compared to alien faces by outsiders. This comparison is not only weak as evidence, it is culturally careless. Living traditions have their own meanings, custodians, restrictions, and histories. Turning sacred beings into extraterrestrial visitors can become another way of taking interpretation away from the people to whom the images belong. The result is not discovery. It is extraction with a shiny helmet. Tassili Enager in the Sahara, with its rich rock art, has also been used in ancient astronaut arguments. Some figures wear elaborate costumes or have unusual head shapes. One famous image has been nicknamed the Great God of the Martians, which is a perfect example of a modern label walking into an ancient place with muddy boots. Rock art can include masks, ritual dress, trance imagery, animals, dancers, hunters, herders, and beings that are not meant to be ordinary humans. Interpreting such images requires local archaeology, dating, comparison, and caution. Calling them astronauts because they look odd is not caution. It is cosplay with a bibliography. Val Camonica in northern Italy provides another set of figures often described as space-suited beings. Some rock carvings show human-like forms with what appear to modern viewers as halos, helmets, or radiant heads. In archaeological context, they belong to a long tradition of rock art with warriors, symbols, animals, houses, ritual scenes, and changing social worlds. The so-called helmets may be headdresses, symbolic radiance, or stylistic conventions. Ancient people did not need a space program to draw a circle around a head. Saints, shamans, gods, heroes, and important figures have been glowing in art for a very long time, often without proper aviation licenses. Japanese Dagu figurines from the Jomon period are another favorite. Some have large eyes, segmented bodies, and shapes that can look like goggles or pressure suits to modern viewers. Archaeologists interpret them in relation to Jomon ritual life, fertility, healing, bodies, spirits, or other symbolic purposes, though not every detail is settled. The alien reading treats the most unfamiliar features as technological. Yet stylization is not incompetence. Artists can exaggerate eyes, hips, limbs, clothing, or patterns because those features matter symbolically, ritually, or aesthetically. An unusual body does not automatically come from another planet. It may come from a human imagination that refuses to draw boring people. Medieval and Renaissance paintings have generated their own small fleet of alleged flying saucers. A disk in the sky, a beam from heaven, a strange cloud, or a small object near a divine scene becomes evidence that old artists recorded spacecraft. In many cases, art historians can identify conventional motifs. The sun and moon, divine rays, angels, clouds, symbolic stars, shepherds looking upward, or narrative devices. Religious art often shows heaven opening, light descending, or witnesses reacting to divine events. A modern viewer trained by photographs may read these elements as literal objects, but sacred art often works through symbolic arrangement rather than documentary realism. This mistake becomes stronger when images are cropped. Remove the surrounding scene, the inscriptions, the comparable works, and the theological setting, and a small cloud may become suspicious. Put it back, and it becomes part of a visual language. Cropping is the quiet knife of many fringe arguments. It cuts away the evidence that would make the mystery less profitable. A close-up can be useful, but only if the wider context is allowed to return and speak. The same problem appears with helmets. Modern people know helmets from pilots, divers, astronauts, and soldiers. Ancient and traditional societies used masks, crowns, animal heads, feathered headdresses, veils, ritual paint, and ceremonial costume. Many were meant to transform the wearer into a god, ancestor, animal, spirit, or social role. A mask can look like a device because both masks and devices cover the face. The resemblance is real at the level of shape. It does not follow that the meaning is shared. A rain-making mask is not a breathing apparatus, just because both make the wearer look wonderfully uncomfortable. Ancient astronaut art claims often reveal more about modern visual habits than ancient intention. Modern culture treats images as records, screenshots, or evidence. A picture is expected to show what someone saw. Many ancient images did not work that way. Could combine times, realms, symbols, statuses, and invisible powers in one composition. Scale might indicate importance rather than distance. Position might indicate hierarchy rather than location. A halo might indicate sanctity rather than hardware. Reading symbolic art as literal reportage is like reading a map of the subway as a geological diagram. It contains truth, but not that kind. None of this means that rock art or sacred art is simple. Some images are genuinely puzzling. Some traditions are partly lost. Some symbols may never be fully explained. But a gap in interpretation is not evidence for aliens. It is evidence that interpretation is difficult. The responsible answer can be modest. This figure may represent a ritual specialist, a spirit being, a masked dancer, an ancestor, or a symbolic person. The irresponsible answer leaps to astronaut because the helmet looks neat on a poster. The living traditions matter especially. When images belong to indigenous or ongoing religious worlds, outside claims can do harm. They can replace local authority with external fantasy. They can turn sacred beings into props for entertainment. can make ancient people sound like passive witnesses to visitors rather than creators of meaning. Respectful skepticism, therefore, has two jobs. It asks whether the alien claim has evidence, and it asks whether the claim has listened to the people whose heritage is being used. Art is powerful because it lets strangeness remain visible. A Wanjana figure, a Jamandagu, a Tassili being, or a medieval heavenly sign can still feel uncanny after the alien reading is set aside. In fact, it may feel more uncanny because it belongs to human worlds with their own depths. The mystery is not erased. It is relocated from outer space back into ritual, imagination, memory, and the long human attempt to picture powers that cannot be held. Once the masks and paintings have returned to their cultures, the ancient astronaut archive often turns to smaller things that can be held in the hand. Jars that might be batteries, ornaments that might be aircraft, skulls that might be impossible, and mechanisms that prove ancient brilliance, but not in the way the theory hopes. Small objects are dangerous because they seem intimate. A pyramid can overwhelm judgment through scale, but a little artifact invites inspection. It can be placed in a photograph beside a modern object, and suddenly the comparison feels personal. The Baghdad battery is one of the classic examples. The name refers to a group of artifacts from Mesopotamia: ceramic jars, copper cylinders, and iron rods. Some researchers suggested they could have functioned as galvanic cells if filled with an acidic liquid. From there, speculation grew into ancient electricity, electroplating, temple tricks, and sometimes alien instruction hiding behind a clay jar. The battery claim is not absurd in the way some claims are absurd. The arrangement can produce a small electrical current under certain conditions. That is interesting. The larger claim is where the trouble begins. There is little secure evidence that these objects were used for electrical work in antiquity. The context is debated, and alternative explanations such as storage vessels or ritual containers have been offered. If ancient Mesopotamia had a practical electrical technology, evidence should extend beyond a few ambiguous jars. There should be wiring, electrodes, workshops, repeated devices, technical texts, residues, and artifacts showing consistent use. A spark in a modern experiment does not light an ancient city. The Quimbaya artifacts from Colombia provide a different kind of comparison. Some small gold objects have shapes that modern viewers compare to aircraft, with wings, tails, and streamlined bodies. Models based on them have even been enlarged and made to fly, which sounds impressive until the logic is examined. Human beings can build flying models inspired by many shapes. A modern engineer can make a paper fish glide if sufficiently determined. In their cultural setting, the Quimbaya objects are more plausibly stylized animals, perhaps birds, insects, or fish, made within a tradition of goldwork rich in symbolic forms. The airplane reading begins from resemblance, not provenance. The Saqqara bird belongs in the same family, though Egypt has already had its turn under the lamp. A wooden bird becomes a glider when modern eyes want aerodynamic secrets. A tail is added in some reconstructions. The object is then praised for flying better after it has been changed. This is a bit like proving ancient soup was secretly coffee by adding coffee and noting the improvement. The The original object remains a bird-like artifact in an Egyptian symbolic world where birds mattered deeply. Crystal skulls add a more theatrical note. They have been promoted as ancient Mesoamerican objects with mysterious powers, impossible carving techniques, or hidden knowledge. Many famous crystal skulls have been shown or strongly suspected to be modern or post-contact creations, some likely made with tools unavailable in ancient contexts. Their museum histories are often murky. The skull is a potent symbol, and crystal gives it an eerie beauty. That beauty has helped it survive as mystery merchandise. But a polished object with a vague origin is not evidence of lost technology. It is often evidence that collectors love a good story, especially when the jawline is dramatic. The Antikythera mechanism is the case that should make ancient astronaut writers pause, because it is genuinely astonishing and genuinely ancient. Found in a shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera, it is a complex geared device used to model astronomical cycles. It proves that ancient Greek mechanical knowledge could be far more sophisticated than scholars once knew. It also proves the opposite of what alien theories usually imply. When a real advanced ancient device exists, it has material evidence: gears, inscriptions, fragments, context, corrosion, reconstruction, scholarly debate, and a place within known traditions of Greek astronomy and mathematics. It is not alien because it is brilliant. It is human brilliance with teeth. The Iron Pillar of Delhi is sometimes mentioned in out-of-place artifact lists because of its resistance to corrosion. The pillar is a remarkable example of ancient Indian metallurgy, with material composition and environmental conditions contributing to its preservation. It does not require extraterrestrial metallurgy. It requires skilled ironworking and the right conditions. Again, the real story is more valuable than the speculative one. Ancient craftspeople learned through practice, transmission, and observation. They did not need to know modern chemistry in modern terms to produce impressive materials. Out-of-place artifact claims often depend on surprise. A reader is told that an object should not exist, and surprise becomes proof. But the phrase "should not exist" usually means the speaker's mental timeline is too simple. Ancient technology was uneven. Societies could be highly advanced in one craft and limited in another. Knowledge could be local, specialized, lost, reinvented, or never applied beyond a narrow use. The presence of one sophisticated object does not imply a global technological age. It may imply a workshop tradition, a luxury craft, a religious need, or a rare experiment. Provenance is the dull word that saves many nights from nonsense. It asks where an object came from, who found it, in what layer, with what associated material, and through what chain it entered collections. Without provenance, an object can become anything. It can be ancient, modern, ritual, fake, misidentified, moved, planted, altered, or misunderstood. The more spectacular the claim, the more provenance matters. A mysterious object bought from a dealer with a charming story is not the same as an object excavated under controlled conditions with documented context. The ancient astronaut movement often treats ambiguity as if it points upward. An unknown use becomes alien use. An uncertain date becomes forbidden antiquity. A disputed interpretation becomes proof of suppression. But ambiguity is more humble than that. It says only that certainty has not arrived. Many ancient objects have uncertain functions. That is normal. Museums are full of objects labeled perhaps, possibly, or probably. Those words are not weak, they are honest. The alien claim often replaces them with certainty it has not earned. There are also genuine ancient technologies that are underappreciated because they are not flashy enough. Textiles, dyes, ceramics, glass, metallurgy, shipbuilding, irrigation, writing systems, medicines, calendars, and musical instruments all required knowledge and craft. A woven cloth can embody astonishing skill. A ceramic kiln can reflect generations of experiment. A reliable calendar can require patient sky watching. The modern appetite for out-of-place technology sometimes ignores technologies that were very much in place and very important. Small artifacts, therefore, teach the same lesson as large monuments. The first question is not whether the object resembles a modern device. The first question is where it belongs. A jar belongs with its contents, find spot, and parallels. A gold ornament belongs with its culture's animals, symbols, and craft traditions. A gear mechanism belongs with astronomy, mathematics, and workshops. A skull belongs with collection history and tool marks. Once an object is returned to its world, the alien glow often fades, but the human story sharpens. From handheld objects, the trail widens again toward stars and oral traditions. Some claims do not rest on stone or metal at all. They rest on knowledge, especially knowledge that outsiders say a people should not have had. The Dogon Sirius story is the best known example, and it requires a softer step than golden jets or suspicious jars. The Dogon Sirius story asks for care because it involves living people, fieldwork, colonial history, sacred knowledge, and the old habit of outsiders turning other cultures into mirrors for their own mysteries. The Dogon live primarily in Mali, with rich religious, artistic, architectural, and social traditions. In the 20th century, the French anthropologist Marcel Graeul and his collaborator German Dieterlen reported complex Dogon cosmological knowledge, including claims related to Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. Later, Robert Temple used those reports in the Sirius Mystery to argue that the Dogon preserved ancient knowledge of the Sirius star system given by amphibious extraterrestrial visitors. The striking part of the claim concerns Sirius B, a faint white dwarf companion to Sirius that cannot be seen with the naked eye. If Dogon tradition truly preserved detailed knowledge of Sirius B before modern astronomy could have reached them, the question would be interesting. Temple connected this alleged knowledge with ancient Egypt, Sumer, and myths of beings from the water or stars. The story has a dreamy architecture, a remote people, a hidden star, secret teachings, and a chain of wisdom stretching back thousands of years. It is exactly the sort of story that seems to whisper from a dark shelf. Critics have raised several problems. Later researchers questioned whether Graeul's account accurately represented widespread Dogon belief, whether the information may have come through contact with Europeans, missionaries, administrators, or astronomy enthusiasts, and whether interviews shaped the material in ways that were not transparent. The 20th century was not a sealed container. astronomical knowledge traveled through schools, colonial encounters, books, conversations, and rumor. A detail being present in an interview does not automatically prove that it is ancient, isolated, and untouched. This does not mean Dogon cosmology is unimportant. It means it should not be treated as raw material for someone else's space legend. Dogon religious knowledge has its own structures, restrictions, symbols, rituals, and authorities. The ancient astronaut version often extracts one spectacular claim and leaves the rest behind. That is a familiar pattern. A living tradition becomes interesting to outsiders only at the point where it appears to confirm a theory invented elsewhere. The culture is invited to testify, but only on the subject of aliens. The Dogon claim also shows how the phrase "could not have known" can become slippery. Could not have known according to whom? Through what channels? At what date? In what form? Was the knowledge really present before outside contact? Was it technical knowledge, symbolic interpretation, or a later rephrasing? Was it widespread, secret, or reported by a small number of informants? Did the researcher understand the language and context? Did the questions lead the answers? These are not cynical questions. They are the basic tools needed when a claim rests on transmission. Star people traditions from many cultures have been drawn into similar arguments. Stories of ancestors from the sky, beings descending from stars, or teachers arriving from above are treated as literal contact reports. The sky is one of the most natural places for sacred origin. It is visible, unreachable, ordered, and filled with repeating lights. It governs seasons, navigation, ritual timing, and mood. A people saying that ancestors came from the sky may be speaking mythically, genealogically, ritually, or cosmologically. The statement deserves interpretation within that tradition, not immediate conversion into astrophysics. The Hopi and other indigenous traditions have often been appropriated in this way. Outsiders select phrases about star beings, emergence, worlds, or prophecies, and connect them to alien visitors. The result can distort living religious traditions and detach them from land, ceremony, language, and community. Ancient astronaut claims sometimes present this as respect, as if calling a tradition extraterrestrial is automatically honoring it. But respect begins by listening to how people explain their own heritage, including what they choose not to share. Turning sacred stories into evidence for television theory is not listening. There is also a cargo cult analogy that ancient astronaut writers sometimes use badly. They argue that if modern people with airplanes could be mistaken for gods by isolated communities, then ancient gods may have been misunderstood astronauts. The analogy is too simple. Cargo cults arose in specific colonial and wartime conditions, involving real encounters with industrial goods, military power, inequality, and disruption. They do not prove that all divine traditions begin as mistaken technology. They show that human beings interpret new power through existing cultural frameworks. That is interesting, but it cuts both ways. It may explain modern alien myths as much as ancient gods. The claim that ancient people mistook visitors for gods also assumes the visitors left no clear trace beyond myth. If physical contact happened, where are the materials, diseases, genetic signals, tools, waste, settlements, or unambiguous records? Oral traditions are powerful, but they are not free-floating recordings. They change, preserve, encode, and interpret. They may remember events, but not in the same way a camera records light. Treating them as garbled documentaries can be another form of disrespect, because it refuses to let oral tradition have its own modes of truth. At the same time, star traditions should not be reduced to pretty stories. Many cultures developed sophisticated sky knowledge through observation. They tracked heliacal risings, lunar cycles, seasonal stars, planetary movements, and the timing of rains, migrations, planting, and ceremonies. That knowledge could be precise without being alien. It came from attention over generations, a community that watches the sky because survival and ritual depend on it will notice things a casual modern viewer misses. The naked eye, guided by memory and tradition, is not as naked as it looks. The Dogon Sirius claim remains famous because it sits at the intersection of genuine cultural depth and modern speculative desire. The responsible answer is not to sneer at the Dogon or at star lore. It is to say that the alien conclusion has not been established, that the ethnographic record is disputed, that modern contact provides plausible explanations for technical details, and that Dogon tradition is not a puzzle built for outsiders to solve with a spaceship key. This carefulness matters beyond one case. Many ancient astronaut claims involve cultures that were colonized, looted, displayed, or spoken over. The theory can repeat that history while pretending to celebrate mystery. It takes monuments, stories, and sacred beings, then places the real agency elsewhere, often in the hands of imagined visitors who leave before accountability becomes necessary. The people remain as witnesses, not authors. The sky belongs to human meaning as much as to astronomy. Sirius, Venus, Orion, the Pleiades, the Milky Way, and the moon have shaped calendars and stories across the world. That does not make every sky story a contact report. It makes the human relationship with the sky ancient, patient, and emotionally exact. The stars were clocks, ancestors, omens, roots, gods, animals, fires, seeds, and souls. They were already crowded before aliens arrived in paperback. After the star stories, the ancient astronaut imagination often grows tired of separate cases and wants one grand net. Maps, stones, myths, stars, pyramids, and masks are gathered into lost continents, world grids, ley lines, sacred geometry, and the dream that every ruin is a syllable in one forgotten sentence. One forgotten sentence is much easier to sell than 1,000 local stories. That is why ancient astronaut claims often travel with lost continents, ley lines, world grids, pyramid energy, and other grand systems that promise to connect everything. The separate cases can be fragile. A map may not show Antarctica. A stone may have a quarry. A relief may be a lotus. But if all the monuments are part of one global pattern, each weak thread seems to strengthen the others. The net becomes the proof, even if every knot is loose. Atlantis is the oldest celebrity in this room. Plato described Atlantis in philosophical dialogues as a powerful island civilization used in a story about ideal states, corruption, war, and divine punishment. Later readers turned it into a literal lost world. Over centuries, Atlantis moved around the globe like a restless guest. Beyond the pillars of Heracles, in the Atlantic, in the Mediterranean, in the Caribbean, in Antarctica, in the North Sea, and wherever a theory needed waterfront property. Ancient astronaut versions sometimes make Atlantis a colony of alien-taught humans or a memory of advanced visitors destroyed by catastrophe. The problem is that Plato's Atlantis belongs, first, to Greek philosophical and political writing. That does not automatically forbid every historical inspiration, but it does warn against treating the story like a newspaper article about a sunken technology park. Plato used mythic geography and dramatic narrative to think about power and moral decline. The ancient astronaut reading often keeps the drowning and loses the philosophy. A lost island with crystals is more marketable than a meditation on political virtue, which is understandable, if not very fair to Plato. Lemuria came from a different root. In the 19th century, before continental drift was understood, some scientists proposed a lost land bridge in the Indian Ocean to explain distributions of lemurs and other animals. Occult writers later transformed Lemuria into a vanished civilization or spiritual epoch. Once plate tectonics and evolutionary biology gave better explanations, the scientific need for Lemuria disappeared. The mystical continent remained, because imaginary lands are hard to evict once they have furnished the place. Ancient astronaut theories can use Lemuria as another lost archive, a place where advanced knowledge lived before disaster scattered survivors. World grid theories connect sacred sites through geometric lines across the globe. Pyramids, temples, stone circles, mounds, and mountains are plotted into patterns that allegedly reveal ancient global surveying, energy networks, or extraterrestrial planning. Some alignments are real at local scales. Humans often align buildings with solstices, cardinal directions, rivers, mountains, streets, or ritual routes. But global grids usually depend on choosing some sites and ignoring many others, drawing lines after the fact, and allowing enough tolerance that patterns become inevitable. With thousands of points on a sphere, lines will happen. The planet is very cooperative if the rules are loose. Ley lines began as a proposal about alignments of ancient sites in Britain, later absorbed into Earth mysteries, energy claims, and spiritual geography. The original idea was not about aliens, but alternative history is an excellent collector of spare parts. Leys became part of wider claims about ancient power networks, sacred landscapes, and hidden knowledge. The serious study of landscape does recognize paths, sight lines, territorial markers, ceremonial routes, and meaningful placement. The leap to planetary energy cables is the part that needs evidence and usually offers atmosphere instead. Pyramid energy is another grand answer wearing a geometric hat. Because pyramids are visually striking and mathematically neat, they have been credited with preserving food, sharpening razors, focusing cosmic power, healing bodies, and marking earth energies. The real reasons pyramids appear in multiple cultures are more grounded. A broad base rising to a peak is stable. It is visible. It expresses hierarchy. It can imitate mountains, sacred ascent, solar rays, or royal power. Similar forms can emerge independently, because humans share gravity, materials, social hierarchy, and a taste for making rulers seem closer to heaven than everyone else. Independent invention is less glamorous than one global secret, but it explains much. Different societies may build pyramidal forms because piles, platforms, mounds, and stepped structures solve similar problems. They may track solstices because every farming society cares about seasons. They may tell flood stories because floods happen, and because water is both life and destruction. They may imagine sky beings because the sky is above everyone. Similarity does not always mean contact. Sometimes it means human beings live under the same sun and keep having bodies. Diffusion, of course, is real in many cases. Ideas, crops, tools, stories, motifs, and technologies have moved through trade, migration, conquest, marriage, pilgrimage, slavery, and curiosity. The Silk Road carried goods and religions. The Indian Ocean connected ports. The Mediterranean was a crowded liquid road. The Americas had vast exchange networks. But diffusion requires pathways and evidence. It cannot simply be assumed because two shapes resemble each other. A serious diffusion argument follows materials, dates, words, genes, artifacts, and roots. A lazy one points at two pyramids and looks pleased. Grand theories are psychologically satisfying because they reduce the noise of history. Instead of many peoples making many choices for many reasons, there is one hidden order. Every ruin is a node. Every myth is a coded memory. Every coincidence is a clue. This can feel almost spiritual. It turns the world into a meaningful puzzle and the believer into someone awake among sleepers. That emotional reward is powerful. It also makes correction feel like theft, because removing a false connection can feel like making the world smaller. But the world does not become smaller when false connections are removed. It becomes more detailed. Egypt does not need Atlantis to be grand. Tiwanaku does not need a world grid to be significant. Stonehenge does not need alien surveyors to face the solstice. Maya temples do not need visitors to encode Venus cycles. The separate stories are not scraps waiting for one master theory. They are worlds. Letting them remain separate is not dull. It is a form of respect. The grand net also tends to flatten time. Sites built thousands of years apart are treated as if they share one conversation. A Neolithic stone circle, an Old Kingdom pyramid, a classic Maya temple, an Inca wall, and a Roman sanctuary may be placed on one diagram with no sense of their different societies, languages, politics, and purposes. The diagram looks clean because it has removed everything that would make history real. Dates are inconvenient little creatures. They ruin many parties. The better method is slower and less hungry. Connections should be earned. Shared motif may be coincidence, independent invention, trade, conquest, migration, or deep human symbolism. Each possibility needs evidence. Sometimes the answer will remain uncertain. That is acceptable. Mystery does not have to be solved by inflation. A local unknown does not become stronger when tied to 20 other unknowns with invisible thread. Once the grand theories settle down, a practical question remains. If aliens are not needed, how did ancient people actually do so much? The answer is not one trick. It is a toolkit made of rope, observation, social power, craft memory, and the unromantic miracle of organized work. Organized work is the least glamorous ancient technology, which is probably why it is so often ignored. A spaceship makes a better poster than a payroll. But the real ancient toolkit was broad, subtle, and deeply human. Rope could pull, measure, align, bind, lift, and mark straight lines. Timber could become sledges, rollers, scaffolds, levers, braces, boats, and temporary frames. Water could level surfaces, float loads, soften clay, move boats, and lubricate tracks. Sand could abrade stone. Copper, bronze, stone hammers, bone tools, and wooden wedges could cut, pound, split, polish, and persuade materials to become architecture. Surveying did not require lasers. A plumb bob gives vertical truth. A level can be made with water. A right angle can be made with chords and geometry. Sight lines can follow stars, sunrises, mountain peaks, or marked posts. Repetition improves accuracy. Teams can measure, check, correct, and check again. A society that builds for kings or gods can afford to be patient because the project is larger than a single worker's mood. Precision is not magic. It is discipline repeated until the error becomes small. Ancient astronomy grew from need and attention. Farmers watched seasons. Priests watched ritual calendars. Sailors watched stars. Rulers watched omens. Communities tracked lunar months, solstices, equinoxes, heliacal risings, planetary cycles, and eclipses. The sky rewards long observation. A single person may not live long enough to see all patterns clearly, but institutions can remember. Temples, scribal schools, oral specialists, and calendars allow knowledge to accumulate. This is how the heavens become predictable without anyone needing a tutor from another star. Writing and accounting were technologies as powerful as many tools. A state that can count grain can feed workers. A temple that can track offerings can coordinate craft. A palace that can record labor obligations can move people where needed. Ancient monuments are often the visible tips of administrative icebergs. Beneath a great stone may be fields, bakeries, breweries, herds, tax records, overseers, transport schedules, storage facilities, and scribes with sore hands. Bureaucracy is not romantic, but it builds. Food is part of engineering. Workers need calories. Animals need fodder. Specialists need support while they quarry, carve, plan, or haul. Seasonal labor matters because agricultural societies have rhythms. During flood seasons or agricultural pauses, labor can be redirected. This does not make the work gentle or voluntary in every case. Ancient states could be coercive, but coercion itself is a form of power that explains monuments better than aliens do. A ruler with authority over land, food, and bodies can make enormous things happen, whether anyone is cheerful about it or not. Craft specialization also matters. Modern spectators may see stone and imagine brute force. Craftspeople see grain, fracture, polish, tool angle, leverage, sequence, and risk. Skills pass through apprenticeship. A mason learns from older masons. A quarry worker learns how stone sounds before it cracks. A rope maker learns fiber. A boat builder learns joints. A metal worker learns heat by color. Much ancient knowledge was embodied, held in hands and eyes rather than written as formulas. It can disappear from the record because it lived in practice. Trial and error left traces. Bent pyramids, unfinished obelisks, abandoned blocks, cracked stones, repaired walls, and changed plans show learning. This is one of the strongest arguments for human development. Alien instruction would presumably produce cleaner competence, unless the visitors were also learning on the job, which would at least make them relatable. The archaeological record shows experimentation. People tried, failed, adjusted, copied, improved, and sometimes made very expensive mistakes. That is what real technology looks like. Experimental archaeology brings these tools back into motion. Teams have moved stones with sledges over wet sand. Others have raised heavy blocks with levers and cribbing. Rope experiments with Moai replicas have shown walking movement. Reconstructions of ancient ships, kilns, tools, and weapons test what materials can do. These experiments do not solve every problem, but they narrow the field. They show that many things described as impossible are actually exhausting. Exhausting is not the same as alien. The human body was also a tool. Ancient labor involved rhythm, chanting, timing, call and response, and coordination. Pulling together matters. Lifting together matters. A group can apply force more safely when movement is synchronized. Songs and commands are technologies of cooperation. So are feasts, rituals, punishments, promises, and shared belief. A sacred project can mobilize people because it tells them the work matters beyond the immediate pain of it. Meaning moves stone as surely as rope does. Landscape knowledge was another quiet technology. Builders understood local stone sources, river levels, seasonal winds, soil, slopes, and paths. They placed sites in relation to water, mountains, horizons, roads, fields, and sacred geography. Modern theories sometimes imagine monuments as isolated objects, but builders worked in landscapes they knew intimately. The placement of a temple or platform may reflect practical access and symbolic alignment at the same time. Ancient people did not divide function and meaning as neatly as modern diagrams sometimes do. There's a tendency to judge ancient technology by what it lacked. No steel cranes, no engines, no computers, no electric lights. But lack is only half the story. Ancient builders had abundance in other forms: time, labor, local materials, social authority, religious urgency, memory, and craft continuity. They solved problems within their own constraints. A wooden lever is not a lesser tool because it is simple. It is a good tool if it moves the thing. This practical toolkit also explains why so many monuments differ. If aliens had taught one global system, more uniformity might be expected. Instead, techniques vary by region, material, period, and purpose. Egyptian pyramids are not Inca walls. Roman ashlar is not Rapa Nui carving. Tiwanaku blocks are not Stonehenge trilithons. Local solutions fit local worlds. The diversity of methods is evidence of human inventiveness, not a problem waiting for a universal visitor. The real ancient toolkit does not remove mystery. It changes its location. The mystery is not whether people could move stone at all. The mystery is how societies decided that such work was worth the cost, how they organized the labor, how they transmitted skill, and how monuments gathered meaning strong enough to outlast the builders. Those are deeper questions than who brought the anti-gravity device. They lead into politics, belief, fear, ambition, and death. After the toolkit comes one of the darkest branches of the ancient astronaut family. The claim that some old texts and ruins remember nuclear war, burned cities, vitrified stones, and weapons so terrible that only modern science has caught up with ancient disaster. Ancient nuclear war is one of those claims that sounds absurd until a dramatic voice reads a translated epic over images of desert ruins, and then it sounds absurd with atmosphere. The claim appears in several forms. The Mahabharata is said to describe atomic weapons. Mohenjo-daro is said to contain bodies killed by radiation. Vitrified forts are said to have melted under blasts. Desert glass is said to be the residue of ancient explosions. A world of mythic violence is turned into a forgotten arms race, which is a very modern way of being afraid. The epic weapon passages are usually the first exhibit. Blazing missiles, unbearable heat, light like many suns, warriors falling, and landscapes trembling are quoted as if they were eyewitness reports of nuclear detonation. But epic poetry uses cosmic scale because war, in the poem's moral universe, threatens cosmic order. A weapon can shine like the sun because the sun is the image of overwhelming radiance. A hero can shake the worlds because heroic action is imagined at more than ordinary scale. The presence of light and heat does not identify a physics package. It identifies terror. Mohenjo-daro, one of the great cities of the Indus civilization, has been surrounded by rumors of radioactive skeletons and sudden annihilation. These claims are not supported by reliable archaeological evidence. The city did not end as a nuclear crater. The Indus civilization changed through complex processes involving environment, river shifts, trade changes, urban transformation, and regional variation. Bodies found at the site have been misrepresented in fringe accounts. Dramatic claims about radiation require documented measurements, controlled context, and peer-reviewed analysis. They cannot rest on repeated sentences that seem to have copied one another in the dark. Vitrified forts in Scotland and elsewhere are real sites where stone has been fused or glassy in places by intense heat. The alien or nuclear claim treats vitrification as impossible through ordinary means. Experiments and studies suggest that intense burning, timber-laced walls, conflict, construction practices, or deliberate firing can produce vitrification under certain conditions. The details vary by site, and not every question is settled. But vitrified stone does not require atomic war. Humans have been making very hot fires for a long time, often for reasons that were either practical, violent, or impressively unwise. Desert glass, such as Libyan desert glass, has also been drawn into the story. Natural high-energy events, including meteor airbursts or impacts, can generate extreme heat and form glass. Lightning can make fulgurites. Volcanic and impact processes can transform materials dramatically. The Earth is not a quiet laboratory. It throws stones from space, burns, freezes, erupts, floods, and occasionally makes glass without consulting civilization. Not every melted thing is evidence of a weapon. The ancient nuclear claim has emotional power because modern humanity knows nuclear fear. After the 20th century, images of blinding light, mushroom clouds, radiation sickness, and ruined cities entered global memory. When modern readers encounter ancient descriptions of terrible light, they bring that memory with them. The past becomes a screen for modern dread. This does not make the reading true, but it explains why it feels haunting. People recognize their own nightmares and mistake the recognition for evidence. There is also a moral inversion at work. Ancient astronaut stories often imagine visitors as teachers, but nuclear war stories imagine them as destroyers or as teachers whose gifts became catastrophic. The visitors bring knowledge too dangerous for humans, or ancient humans reach forbidden power and collapse. This resembles older myths of forbidden knowledge, divine punishment, and lost golden ages. The alien language is new, but the fear is ancient. That power will outrun wisdom, and the world will burn. The test for such claims must be physical. A real ancient nuclear event would leave unmistakable signatures. Isotopic anomalies, widespread radiation evidence, blast patterns, datable destruction layers, fused materials in expected distributions, genetic impacts, and clear chronological markers. The evidence would not be hidden in poetic phrases alone. Archaeologists and geologists are quite capable of recognizing unusual destruction when it exists. The absence of a nuclear signature is not a conspiracy. It is a problem for the claim. The same standard applies to alleged ancient high-energy weapons in other traditions. A mythic thunderbolt may be a divine weapon, a storm image, or a symbol of royal power. A city burned in war may leave destruction, layers from fire, not plasma. A crater may be impact or volcanic. Each case needs local analysis. The grand claim wants every burn mark in one category. Evidence usually refuses to be so tidy. There's a strange comfort in imagining ancient catastrophe as technological. Technology gives disaster a cause with edges. A bomb explodes. A reactor fails. A machine is misused. Mythic and historical collapse can be harder to hold because causes spread. Climate stress, disease, migration, trade disruption, internal politics, inequality, war, drought, and slow change. Nuclear war is dramatic and clean in narrative shape, even when horrifying. Real collapse is often a long unraveling, which is less cinematic and much more frightening. Ancient India, Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Andes, and the Indus world all had ways to imagine cosmic destruction without modern weapons. Floods, fires, storms, divine wrath, cyclic time, ages ending, and worlds renewed appear across traditions. These images speak to human experience of disaster. A flood can erase a field. Fire can take a city. Drought can empty granaries. War can make the familiar world unrecognizable. Myth magnifies these experiences until they reach the scale of gods. That magnification is not a mistake. It is what myth does. The nuclear branch of ancient astronaut thought, therefore, reveals the same basic error as the gentler claims. It confuses modern resemblance with ancient meaning. Brightness resembles a blast. Heat resembles radiation. Vitrified stone resembles melted ruins. The resemblance starts the question, but it cannot finish it. Physical evidence must do that work. And so far, the ancient nuclear war has not survived the evidence it would need. The old texts remain powerful without mushroom clouds. The ruins remain tragic without radiation. Burned cities, broken walls, and violent epics do not need secret reactors to speak of danger. They already tell a story about human beings living with power, fear, ambition, and the knowledge that every civilization, no matter how confident, is temporary. That knowledge may be one reason ancient astronaut claims keep returning. They do more than explain objects. They offer a mood, wonder mixed with suspicion, awe mixed with rebellion, and the comforting thrill that the official story is missing the best part. The best part is a powerful promise. Ancient astronaut claims say the world is stranger than school allowed. Experts are hiding or missing something, and the ruins are not silent after all. They offer an emotional reward before they offer an argument. The reward is the feeling of being awake inside a sleeping civilization. Everyone else sees stones. The believer sees visitors, codes, suppressed knowledge, and a cosmic family history. That feeling can be intoxicating, especially at night, when even a lamp reflection starts to look like evidence. One reason the claims keep returning is that they protect wonder from boredom. Many people first meet archaeology through simplified timelines, museum labels, or school lessons that cannot linger. A textbook may say a pyramid was built by labor crews and ramps, then move on. A television mystery spends an hour in torchlight asking whether gods descended from the stars. The second version feels more alive. Good public history has to learn from that, not by copying false claims, but by remembering that people come to the past hungry for atmosphere as well as information. Another reason is mistrust. Institutions have made mistakes. Scholars have been arrogant. Museums have looted. Governments have hidden things. Old theories have been overturned. Archaeology, like every human field, has a history of bias, rivalry, and correction. Ancient astronaut arguments use those truths as leverage. If experts were wrong before, perhaps they are wrong now. That is possible in any specific case, but possibility is not permission to believe the opposite of evidence. The fact that knowledge changes does not mean every alternative is equally strong. A cracked wall does not make every ghost a tenant. There's also the thrill of forbidden knowledge. A hidden truth feels more valuable than a public one. If the real story is suppressed, then believing it becomes an act of courage. This can make correction feel like oppression. When an archaeologist explains quarry marks, the believer may hear not an explanation, but an attempt to close the door. The social role of the believer becomes heroic, a defender of mystery against dull authority. That role is hard to surrender because it is not only about facts. It is about identity. Media structure keeps the claims alive. A careful answer often has qualifications. It may say probably, perhaps, current evidence suggests, or this remains debated. A mystery show can say could it be, then cut to a star field. The question is easier to remember than the answer. Algorithms favor surprise, conflict, and repetition. Images travel faster than context. A gold ornament beside a jet silhouette can cross the world before a museum catalog wakes up. The claim becomes familiar, and familiar claims feel true simply because they keep returning. The ancient astronaut idea also simplifies complexity. History is hard. It involves languages, dates, stratigraphy, climate, economy, ritual, politics, and the depressing realization that people in the past were as complicated as people now. Aliens create a single explanatory key. Why are the stones large? Aliens. Why are myths similar? Aliens. Why did calendars work? Aliens. Why did people build toward stars? Aliens. This simplicity is comforting. It turns a library into a doorbell. But the theory has a darker inheritance. It often appears most strongly around the achievements of non-European or indigenous societies. Egypt, Mesoamerica, the Andes, Mesopotamia, Mali, and Rapa Nui are repeatedly told they needed outside help. European monuments receive speculation too, but the pattern of disbelief toward colonized peoples is hard to ignore. The claim may praise ancient people as wise, but then it removes their agency at the crucial moment. They could worship, remember, and misunderstand, but the decisive knowledge came from elsewhere. That is not admiration. It is old condescension with new stars painted on it. The issue is not that every believer is malicious. Many are simply fascinated. Some sincerely think alien contact would honor ancient cultures by making them part of a cosmic story. Yet honor that erases human achievement is a strange kind of honor. A society that carved, counted, mapped, observed, transported, farmed, and imagined deserves credit for those acts. Giving the credit to visitors, because the result seems too impressive, repeats the very prejudice it claims to escape. The claims also survive because some mysteries are real. Archaeologists do not know everything. Some sites are damaged beyond recovery. Some texts are fragmentary. Some objects have uncertain use. Some construction methods are debated. These gaps are honest. The ancient astronaut movement lives in them. It treats each gap as an opening in the fence. But knowledge does not advance by filling every gap with the most exciting idea. It advances by narrowing possibilities, testing evidence, and sometimes accepting that an answer is not ready yet. Wonder and skepticism are often presented as enemies, but they are better as companions. Wonder asks the question. Skepticism keeps the question from being kidnapped. A skeptical person can stand before a pyramid and feel awe. A skeptical person can read Ezekiel and feel the strangeness of the wheels. A skeptical person can look at Nazca and feel the desert widen into mystery. Skepticism does not require a dead imagination. It requires an imagination that agrees to be accountable. There is comfort in human explanations too, though it is quieter. If people made these things, then human beings are stranger and more capable than the alien theory allows. Ancestors watched stars for centuries. Workers hauled stones through heat. Scribes pressed signs into clay. Artists carved worlds into tombs. Priests guarded rituals. Farmers fed builders. Sailors copied maps. Storytellers gave shape to fear and longing. That is a vast inheritance. It does not shrink the past. It brings the past closer. The persistence of ancient astronaut claims may finally come from loneliness. Modern life often feels cut off from ancestors, land, ritual, and the night sky. Alien stories offer connection. Even if invented, humanity was visited, noticed, taught, perhaps watched over. The real ancient world offers connection too, but it asks for slower attention. It says people before modernity were not waiting to be rescued by technology. They were already making meaning under the same sky, with different tools and different names for light. The question then is not how to kill the ancient astronaut idea with scorn. Scorn rarely educates. The better question is how to test it without losing the sense of wonder that made it attractive. For that, a calm checklist helps. Every sky god claim, every impossible stone, every suspicious map, and every golden jet can pass through the same quiet doorway. The quiet doorway begins with the oldest available source. If the claim depends on a text, find out when that text was written, in what language, in what manuscript tradition, and in what genre. A hymn, epic, prophecy, ritual instruction, royal inscription, and modern occult book do not speak in the same way. A phrase quoted in isolation may change meaning when its surrounding lines return. Translation should be checked against specialists, not only against writers who already need the word heaven to mean outer space. Old words are not clay for modern hands to reshape without consequence. The next step is provenance. If the claim depends on an object, ask where it was found, who found it, how it was dated, and what surrounded it. A controlled excavation is different from an antique market. A museum object with uncertain origins is different from one documented in a layer with datable pottery, tools, bones, and architecture. Provenance does not make an object boring. It gives the object a home. Without it, speculation can move in and rearrange the furniture. Dating matters because grand theories love to blur time. A temple relief from one period, a pyramid from another, a myth written down centuries later, and a modern interpretation may be treated as one package. The past becomes a collage. A careful test restores sequence. What came first? What changed? Was the supposed evidence actually contemporary with the event it is said to remember? Did the symbol exist before the technology it allegedly depicts? Chronology is not a minor detail. It is the spine of historical reasoning. Local context comes next. What do related images, texts, and objects show? Does the supposed spaceship resemble known ritual boats, lotus forms, throne symbols, masks, birds, insects, weapons, or divine attributes? Does the site have quarries, workshops, roads, unfinished pieces, tool marks, and worker settlements? Does the map fit known cartographic traditions? Does the myth fit a wider cycle? Context is the great enemy of the isolated miracle, which is why many fringe presentations keep it far away. Resemblance should be treated as the beginning of a question, never the end. A figure looks like an astronaut. In what specific ways? Are those features unique to astronauts, or do masks, headdresses, halos, eyes, and robes produce the same effect? A gold object looks like a jet. Does it also resemble a fish or insect known in the region? A relief looks like a bulb. Does the surrounding text describe a god, a flower, or a ritual scene? Resemblance is cheap. Specificity costs more, and evidence usually lives where the cost is paid. Ask what physical traces should exist if the claim were true. A spacecraft landing site might leave chemical residues, vitrified surfaces in meaningful patterns, disturbed layers, metallic debris, or unambiguous infrastructure. Ancient electricity should leave repeated devices, wires, conductors, insulators, tools, repair marks, and uses. Alien mining should leave mines, processing waste, unusual materials, and technical continuity. A claim that explains only one image while leaving no material footprint is not impossible, but it is thin. Also ask whether ordinary human methods have truly been ruled out, not imagined away, not dismissed with a raised eyebrow, but actually tested. Can ropes move the stone? Can sighting tools align the building? Can a large design be made with stakes and cords? Can oral tradition preserve a transport method? Can a workshop tradition explain precision? Can a political state organize labor? Often the answer is yes. Sometimes the answer is maybe. Very rarely does the answer become aliens, and even then the aliens would need to show identification. The burden of proof belongs to the extraordinary claim. This is not unfair. It is proportional. A claim that ancient people moved stones with ropes needs evidence too, but it fits known human behavior and materials. A claim that visitors crossed interstellar space, intervened in ancient cultures, and left no clear trace beyond ambiguous symbols needs much stronger evidence. The more a claim asks the world to rearrange itself, the more evidence it owes. Beware of claims that become stronger when evidence is absent. If no alien tools are found, they were removed. If experts disagree, they are suppressing the truth. If a translation fails, the real meaning is hidden. If a site has human tool marks, humans were following alien instructions. A theory that can absorb every objection without risk is not robust. It is unfalsifiable, which is a polished word for slippery. Check the source of the source. Many ancient astronaut examples are copied from older fringe books, then repeated until they sound established. A claim may trace back to a misquote, a mistranslation, a hoax, or a photograph without context. Following the chain can be revealing. Sometimes the evidence becomes weaker with every step backward, like a ghost walking away from a lamp. Real scholarship can also repeat mistakes, of course, but it has methods for correction. Fringe repetition often treats correction as betrayal. Respect cultural authority. If a claim involves living traditions, sacred stories, or indigenous heritage, ask how people within those traditions understand the material. Outsider interpretations are not automatically wrong, but they should not casually override local meaning. A sky being in a living tradition is not a free sample for alien mythology. The past is not only material, it is also inherited, guarded, and sometimes not meant for entertainment. Separate mystery from conclusion. This is perhaps the most important step. It is acceptable to say the function of an object is uncertain. It is acceptable to say the exact construction method is debated. It is acceptable to say a myth has layers not fully understood. The unknown does not have to be filled immediately. Mystery is a room, not a verdict. Ancient astronaut claims often rush into the room and start decorating. Better to let the room remain quiet until evidence arrives. The checklist does not make the world less magical. It makes wonder more durable. A claim that survives context, dating, provenance, physical evidence, and cultural interpretation would deserve attention. Most ancient astronaut claims do not survive that journey. They become myths about myths, modern stories built from ancient materials. That is still interesting. It tells us about modern longing, media, mistrust, and the way technological societies dream backward. After the checklist has done its quiet work, the final scene can return to the sky without pretending every star is a landing light. The ruins are still there. The stories are still strange. The gods still descend in fire and clouds. The stones still weigh more than common sense would like. The difference is that the human world has has been allowed back into the picture. The human world, once allowed back in, is crowded enough to fill the sky on its own. Sumerian scribes pressed divine counsels into clay and watched the heavens with patient mathematical eyes. Prophets saw wheels of fire and thrones that moved beyond exile. Sanskrit poets imagined palaces crossing the air and weapons bright enough to shake moral order. Nazca communities marked desert ground with paths, figures, and sacred effort. Maya artists carved kings into cosmic trees. Egyptians raised stone horizons for royal souls and filled temple walls with gods emerging from flowers, serpents, and pillars of stability. The stones remain heavy. Baalbek still astonishes. Stonehenge still gathers the sun. The Moai still stand with their backs to the sea and their faces toward a society that made ancestors visible. Andean walls still hold mountain intelligence in their joints. Pumapunku still asks what Tiwanaku builders knew about shape, sequence, and labor. None of these places become smaller when aliens leave. They become more specific. The silence around them is no longer the silence of missing visitors. It is the silence of work completed by people whose names are mostly gone. The maps remain beautiful. Piri Reis still matters as a window into a world of sailors, spies, copied charts, imperial ambition, and geographic surprise. It does not need to be Antarctica to be extraordinary. It can be a fragment of early modern knowledge under pressure, a sheet where older routes and newer voyages met. That is enough. Not every mystery has to be promoted until it collapses under the title of forbidden truth. The images remain uncanny. Wanjana figures, tasseli beings, Val Camonica carvings, Dagu figurines, halos, saints, clouds, masks, and radiant heads all continue to stare back from human worlds. They do not need to be helmets to be powerful. A mask can be stranger than a visor because it transforms the person inside it into a presence that belongs to ceremony, not engineering. A halo can be more interesting than a saucer because it shows how light became a language for holiness. The small artifacts remain instructive. The Baghdad jars can be debated without becoming a lost power station. Quimbaya gold can shine as animal form and craft. Crystal skulls can warn how desire and collecting create false antiquity. The Antikythera mechanism can stand as the quiet champion of real ancient brilliance, gears corroded by the sea and restored by patient study. It says the past was clever. It also says that cleverness leaves traces when scholars are willing to look closely. The star stories remain deep. The Dogon Sirius claim may not prove visitors, but it does open questions about fieldwork, transmission, respect, and the danger of making living traditions perform for outside theories. Sky ancestors and star beings across cultures do not need to be astronauts to matter. The sky has always been an archive for human meaning. It holds calendars, migration, rain, death, birth, kingship, prayer, and the feeling that life is part of something wider than the field or street below. The burned cities and blazing weapons remain warnings. They do not need nuclear fire to speak of catastrophe. Ancient people knew destruction. They knew what it meant for walls to fall, crops to fail, rivers to shift, armies to arrive, and gods to seem angry. Myth made those fears cosmic because ordinary language was too small. Modern nuclear memory makes the old images feel familiar, but familiarity is not proof. It is an echo across different kinds of fear. Perhaps the strongest answer to ancient astronaut claims is not no, but look closer. Look closer at the language before changing the god into a pilot. Look closer at the quarry before lifting the stone with anti-gravity. Look closer at the local tradition before turning a sacred being into an alien. Look closer at the date, the tool mark, the copied map, the worker village, the ritual path, the damaged inscription, the old word that refuses to become modern machinery. Close attention is slower than belief, but it is kinder to the past. This does not shut the universe. It only separates the universe from bad evidence. There may be life elsewhere. There may be intelligences under other suns, with histories so old that human ruins would seem like morning frost. The possibility is enormous, but enormous possibility does not turn every ancient carving into a visiting card. The search for life beyond Earth belongs to astronomy, biology, planetary science, and patient observation. The study of ancient people belongs to archaeology, history, language, and respect. Confusing the two creates a louder story, not a better one. The ancient astronaut idea endures because it is, in its own way, a modern myth. It tells of descent from heaven, forbidden knowledge, lost teachers, ungrateful students, hidden truth, and a return that may someday come. Those are old themes wearing aluminum. The myth says humanity was noticed. It says the sky once bent down. It says the ruins are messages from a larger family. No wonder it appeals. The human heart has always liked stories in which the dark above is not empty. But another myth is possible, and it may be truer. In that myth, human beings are not abandoned children waiting for star parents. They are makers under a vast sky. They invent gods because the world is too large for silence. They build monuments because death is too final for small gestures. They watch stars because seasons matter and beauty matters. They tell stories of flight because feet are not enough. They carve masks because identity can be bigger than the face. They move stones because belief can make muscle endure. The skeptical explanation is sometimes accused of taking wonder away, but it gives wonder a place to live. Wonder can live in a rope groove worn into wood. It can live in a clay tablet listing stars. It can live in a quarry scar, a broken statue road, a careful masonry joint, a copied map note, a ritual mask, a repaired tool, a line across desert gravel, a king's name hidden in a tomb, or a gear tooth lifted from a shipwreck. These things are quieter than a spacecraft. They are also closer. The old sky remains overhead, indifferent and generous. It holds Orion, Sirius, Venus, the moon, and the dark lanes of the Milky Way. Ancient people filled it with beings because the heavens seemed alive with pattern. Modern people fill it with ships because machines have entered the dream. Both impulses reveal the same ache. The human mind sees distance and wants relationship. It sees light and wants meaning. It sees ruins and wants a message. Maybe the message is not that visitors came down to teach civilization. Maybe it is that civilization itself has always been a way of answering the sky. A temple, a pyramid, a geoglyph, a stone circle, a myth of heavenly wheels, a golden bird, a star calendar, a sacred map. Each is a human reply to vastness. Some replies were accurate, some were poetic, some were political, Some were desperate. Some were beautiful enough that later ages mistook them for the work of gods, then for the work of aliens, because ordinary human beings seemed too small to have made them. Ordinary human beings were never small. They were brief, frightened, ambitious, clever, cruel, devotional, funny, tired, and persistent. They watched the same night deepen, and they left behind objects that still pull questions out of the dark. The questions can remain. The stars can remain. The ruins can remain. And somewhere, between the heavy stones and the patient sky, the old human story remains stranger than the alien one. That older human story still has side corridors, and several of them are lined with teachers from the sea. One figure often pulled into ancient astronaut arguments is Ons, known from later accounts of Babylonian tradition. He is described as a being connected with the sea, partly fish-like, who came to teach humans arts of civilization. Ancient astronaut writers find the shape irresistible. A strange teacher appears from outside ordinary life, brings knowledge, and returns to the waters. If the sky can hold visitors, why not the deep sea as a kind of landing zone, discreet, dramatic, and conveniently difficult to excavate? The more grounded setting is Mesopotamian myth and priestly tradition. Fish-cloaked sages, often connected with the Apollo, appear in ancient Near Eastern imagery and texts as culture-bringing figures linked with wisdom, ritual purity, and the god or Enki, whose domain includes fresh underground waters. Priestly figures could wear fish garments. Protective beings could combine human and animal forms. The water was not merely scenery. In Mesopotamian thought, deep water was a source of wisdom, creation, and hidden order. A fish sage is strange, but it is strange in a Mesopotamian way before it is strange in a space-age way. The Ons claim shows a common ancient astronaut move. Take a culture hero, isolate the teaching function, and reinterpret the unusual body as a suit. Fish skin becomes diving equipment. Divine wisdom becomes technological instruction. A mythic return to the sea becomes departure to an underwater base. This is imaginative, certainly, but the evidence points toward symbolic beings, ritual specialists, and divine wisdom traditions. The ancient world did not divide sea, sky, underworld, and sacred knowledge as neatly as modern categories might prefer. A being from the waters can be a being from the waters. That is already rich enough. The same happens with other teacher figures. Viracocha in Andean traditions, Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerican traditions, civilizing heroes in Polynesian stories, and ancestral lawgivers across many cultures have been cast as visitors. Because these figures teach agriculture, weaving, ritual, law, or astronomy, they are said to preserve memories of advanced outsiders. But culture heroes are a widespread mythic type. They explain why important practices exist and give those practices sacred authority. The fact that knowledge is personified in a story does not mean knowledge arrived in a metal craft. It means culture values its origins enough to narrate them. Civilizing teachers are especially attractive to modern speculation because technology can seem like something delivered. In daily life, most people receive tools, schools, books, and machines from systems too large to see. It is easy to imagine ancient knowledge arriving from outside because modern knowledge often feels that way too. Few people personally invent writing, metallurgy, calendars, irrigation, or bread. Knowledge appears as inheritance. Myth turns inheritance into a person, a god, a sage, or a traveler. Ancient astronaut theory turns that figure into an alien instructor, which is one more step in the same direction, though not a well-supported one. The Apkallu and related sages also remind us that hybrid beings are not automatically biological claims. Human-animal combinations appear in many traditions because they express powers beyond ordinary humanity. A bird-headed being may relate to sky, vision, speed, or divinity. A fish-cloaked being may relate to water, wisdom, fertility, or ritual purity. A lion body may mean strength. A bull may mean force and fertility. Hybrids are symbolic compression. They say many things at once. Treating every hybrid as a misidentified extraterrestrial anatomy report flattens an ancient visual language into a costume catalog. There's also the problem of source distance. Some accounts of figures like Own's come through later writers reporting older traditions. That does not make them worthless, but it does require caution. Ancient astronaut arguments often treat such reports as direct ancient testimony, while ignoring the layers of transmission, translation, and interpretation between the event claimed and the text quoted. A story about a fish sage preserved in later literature is not the same as an excavation of a sealed classroom run by amphibious visitors. The difference is not small, no matter how damp the myth becomes. The respectful reading asks what these stories do for their communities. They anchor arts and laws in sacred time. They connect knowledge with divine order. They turn practical skills into gifts that carry responsibility. They make civilization feel less accidental and more woven into the cosmos. These are deep functions. The ancient astronaut reading keeps the gift and loses the responsibility because technology becomes the main point. But in many myths, the teacher is not merely a technician. The teacher establishes the right way to live. The watery teachers also reveal a subtle bias in ancient alien logic. When a culture describes knowledge as divine, the theory assumes the culture misunderstood material instruction. When a culture describes a being as hybrid, the theory assumes it misunderstood a suit or body. The ancient people are granted memory, but denied interpretation. Yet myth is interpretation. It is not a broken container waiting for modern repair. It is a form of thought. So the fish sage returns to the temple wall and the mythic waters. Own's does not need a submarine from Sirius. The Apkallu do not need pressure suits. The old stories of civilizing teachers remain as stories about wisdom, origin, ritual, and the dangerous gift of order. Their strangeness survives because it belongs to the deep symbolic grammar of the ancient Near East, not because it secretly escaped from a hangar under the Persian Gulf. Once culture heroes are restored to their worlds, the next corridor fills with shapes that repeat across continents. Pyramids, mounds, stepped platforms, sacred mountains made by hand, and the claim that similar forms must come from one original teacher. Sacred mountains made by hand appear in many places because the idea is almost too useful to resist. A mound raises the dead or the ruler above ordinary ground. A pyramid makes hierarchy visible. A stepped platform creates stages for ritual, processions, offerings, and spectacle. A mountain shape joins earth and sky. A broad base carries weight well, which is very kind of geometry, because pyramidal forms appear in Egypt, Mesoamerica, Nubia, China, Mesopotamia, and elsewhere. Ancient astronaut writers often treat them as evidence of shared instruction. The shape becomes a global signature. The shape can also be explained by gravity, ritual, and politics, which are less glamorous but more reliable. If builders want to make a tall structure from stone, brick, or earth without modern steel framing, a broad base tapering upward is a sensible solution. If rulers want to be seen as closer to the heavens or ancestors, height helps. If a community wants a place for ceremonies, a raised platform creates separation from ordinary space. Similar needs can produce similar forms independently. The pyramid is not a secret code just because it is stable. Egyptian pyramids served royal funerary and solar purposes in a particular historical setting. They developed from earlier tomb forms, passed through experiments, and became monumental expressions of kingship and afterlife. Nubian pyramids, later and different in form, belonged to Kushite royal burial traditions and their own political and religious world. Mesoamerican pyramids often functioned as platforms for temples, rituals, and public display, built and rebuilt in layers over time. Mesopotamian ziggurats were temple platforms tied to city gods. Chinese pyramidal tomb mounds belonged to imperial burial landscapes. The forms rhyme, but the poems differ. Ancient astronaut arguments often remove those differences. A pyramid is a pyramid, and therefore all pyramids must answer to one theory. But form alone is a thin witness. A chair and a throne both support a seated body, but one should not assume they were made by the same carpenter in Atlantis. The meaning of a shape depends on use, context, date, material, and social world. A stepped pyramid in Mexico and a royal tomb in Egypt may both climb upward, but they do not climb through the same cosmology. Teotihuacan is a useful example. Its great pyramids, avenues, apartment compounds, murals, and urban plan have inspired many claims. Some writers point to alignments, scale, and the later Aztec reverence for the site as signs of lost knowledge. The city is indeed mysterious in many ways. Its language, political structure, and ethnic composition remain debated. But mystery at Teotihuacan does not equal alien design. Archaeology reveals urban planning, craft production, obsidian trade, ritual deposits, social organization, and a long human history. The unknowns are archaeological problems, not landing instructions. The Maya built pyramidal temples with astronomical and ritual significance, but they also left inscriptions, dates, dynastic histories, and architectural sequences. Their buildings were not anonymous mathematical devices. They were embedded in cities, lineages, wars, ceremonies, and relationships with gods and ancestors. Ancient astronaut readings sometimes point to Venus knowledge or calendar sophistication as too advanced. Maya astronomers were careful observers working within a rich intellectual tradition. Venus mattered because it was ritually and politically powerful. The sky was a calendar, omen field, and sacred stage, not merely a place where instructors parked. The mound building traditions of North America show another path. Earthworks, platform mounds, effigy mounds, and geometric enclosures across different periods and regions reveal impressive planning and labor. Older racist theories claimed that indigenous peoples could not have built them, inventing vanished mound builders instead. Ancient astronaut claims can echo that old denial when they imply that native achievements required outside instruction. The history of mound interpretation is a warning. Wonder can become dispossession when it refuses to credit the people connected to the work. Chinese imperial tomb mounds and pyramidal forms have also been folded into fringe lists, sometimes surrounded by exaggerated secrecy. The real burial landscapes of ancient China are vast and sophisticated, tied to imperial authority, cosmology, labor organization, and afterlife provision. The tomb of the first emperor, with its terracotta army and enormous mortuary complex, shows what human states can do when power, fear, and eternity are combined. No alien theory improves that story. It is already an empire in miniature under the soil. The global pyramid claim also tends to ignore chronology. Similar forms may be separated by thousands of years. Some are tombs, some platforms, some temples, some mounds, some symbolic mountains. Some used cut stone, some adobe, some packed earth, some brick. Some evolved from local earlier forms. The more details included, the less the single alien explanation explains. It becomes a blanket thrown over a museum, hiding precisely the exhibits worth seeing. Similarity across cultures can still be meaningful. It can reveal common human concerns: death, height, sky, authority, memory, and the desire to make sacred space visible. It can reveal how practical constraints shape architecture. It can reveal convergent solutions where different people solve similar problems in similar ways. That is not disappointing. It means the human species shares enough experience for distant societies to echo one another without needing the same teacher. The pyramid is therefore best understood not as a fingerprint of visitors, but as one of humanity's most persistent architectural verbs. It raises, it focuses, it separates, it endures. It makes ascent into stone or earth. That verb can be spoken in many languages. Egypt spoke it one way, Teotihuacan another, Nubia another, Cahokia another, China another. The ancient astronaut theory hears one accent and insists it is alien. History hears a chorus. After pyramids, the claims often turn to smaller but stranger things, the so-called out-of-place artifacts that seem to fall through the cracks of chronology. Hammers in stone, discs in caves, carved dinosaurs, impossible screws, and objects whose best-known feature is usually a very poor chain of custody. Out-of-place artifacts are the carnival pocket of alternative history. They promise that one small object can break the timeline. A hammer appears in rock. A spark plug is called ancient. A carved stone shows a dinosaur. A mysterious disc carries alien writing. Each object feels wonderfully efficient. No need to argue through whole civilizations if one thing in the wrong layer can make the official story cough. Trouble is that many such objects are less out of place than out of context, and context is where chronology keeps its shoes. The Koso artifact is a classic example, often described as an ancient spark plug found inside a geode or mineral nodule. In popular retellings, it becomes evidence of advanced technology from deep time. Investigations identified it as a 20th century spark plug encased in hardened material, not a machine from a lost civilization. The object was not impossible. The story around it was careless. Hardened concretions can form around modern objects, and without proper geological analysis, a lump can acquire a very flattering age. The London hammer, found in Texas, has been promoted as a human-made tool encased in ancient rock, allegedly challenging geological time. The conventional explanation is much less dramatic. Mineral concretion formed around a relatively recent hammer. Objects can become encased in stone-like deposits faster than people expect under the right conditions. The mismatch between everyday intuition and geological process creates a gap. Fringe claims move into that gap and hang curtains before anyone asks about the chemistry. The Ica stones of Peru are another famous case. Many depict humans with dinosaurs, advanced surgery, or strange scenes, and they were promoted as evidence that humans and dinosaurs lived together, or that ancient people had impossible knowledge. The stones are widely regarded as modern creations or tourist market artifacts, with local people admitting production in some accounts. They are useful not as evidence of ancient science, but as evidence of how markets produce mysteries. A carved dinosaur sells better than a carved potato, though the potato would be more historically plausible. The Dropa stones, allegedly found in caves in China and said to contain tiny alien inscriptions, belong to the foggier end of the archive. The story involves a remote discovery, mysterious discs, unusual skeletons, translations of alien crash survivors, and missing evidence. It is circulated in books and articles without reliable archaeological support. The discs themselves cannot be examined as claimed. The scholars and institutions in the story blur under scrutiny. It is less an artifact case than a modern legend about artifacts, which is a polite way of saying the evidence has wandered off. The Klerksdorp spheres from South Africa have also been treated as ancient manufactured objects because of their rounded forms and grooves. Geological explanations identify them as natural concretions or related formations. Nature produces spheres, seams, crystals, columns, and forms that look surprisingly designed. The human brain is built to notice pattern and agency. This is useful for survival and terrible for interpreting rocks on the internet. A natural object can look machined without having met a machine. The lesson from out-of-place artifacts is not that every strange object is fake. Some real discoveries have changed understanding. The Antikythera mechanism did. Ancient tools older than expected have. Early art, seafaring evidence, and complex settlements have all pushed timelines. But genuine timeline-changing discoveries are documented, examined, debated, and integrated with other evidence. They do not survive only as blurry photographs, lost objects, rumors, or collector tales. A real anomaly becomes stronger under scrutiny. A weak one becomes a story about why scrutiny is unfair. Chain of custody matters here more than almost anywhere. Who found the object? Was it excavated in place? Was a geologist present? Could the layer have been disturbed? Was the object sold? Was it altered? Is it available for testing? Are there independent reports? Many out-of-place artifacts fail before the spectacular claim even begins because the basic history of the object is missing. Without that history, the artifact is a stage prop. It may still be interesting, but it cannot be asked to carry civilization on its back. Hoaxes and mistakes also have history. People fake artifacts for money, pride, ideology, humor, or the pleasure of fooling experts. Others sincerely misidentify objects. A tool becomes a ritual item. A natural stone becomes carved. A modern object becomes ancient. Or an ancient object is assigned the wrong function. Human error is abundant, renewable, and locally sourced. It explains many mysteries without assuming a hidden cosmic program. Ancient astronaut writers sometimes respond that even if some artifacts are fake, others remain unexplained. That can be true in a narrow sense, but unexplained does not mean alien. It may mean undated, unprovenanced, poorly published, misunderstood, or simply not important enough for specialists to spend years chasing. The world contains more odd objects than archaeologists have time. A shelf of curiosities is not a revolution. Out-of-place artifacts are seductive because they compress rebellion into something tangible. A person can point to a hammer, a disc, a stone, or a skull, and say, "Here is the proof." The object becomes a little weapon against deep time, evolution, archaeology, or ordinary history. That emotional role can become more important than the object itself. When testing removes the mystery, another object takes its place. The desire for a broken timeline remains. The calmer conclusion is that artifacts need homes. Without a home in context, an object may be a curiosity, a hoax, a mistake, a modern intrusion, or a real puzzle. With a home, it can become evidence. The difference is everything. Ancient history is not overturned by things merely looking wrong. It is changed by things that can be shown to be where they are, when they are, and what they are. From the carnival pocket of artifacts, the path drops below ground into tunnels and underground cities that have been imagined as alien shelters, ancient bunkers, or evidence that people once hid from disasters too vast for ordinary history. Underground places make speculation feel natural. A tunnel already suggests secrecy. A hidden chamber suggests something worth hiding. An entire underground city can make the imagination light a torch and behave irresponsibly. Derinkuyu in Cappadocia, in modern Turkey, is one of the most famous examples. It is a vast underground complex with rooms, passages, ventilation shafts, wells, storage spaces, churches, stables, and heavy stone doors. Ancient astronaut and catastrophe writers have described it as a shelter from alien war, cosmic disaster, or events erased from conventional history. The more grounded explanation is still remarkable. Cappadocia's soft volcanic tuff is well suited to excavation. Underground spaces in the region were used and expanded across long periods, especially as refuges during conflict and raids. Communities could retreat below ground with food, animals, and water, closing passages with rolling stones, and using ventilation shafts to survive. Derinkuyu is not a mysterious bunker without human purpose. It is a practical response to danger in a landscape where digging was possible and security mattered. The ancient astronaut version asks why people would go underground unless the threat were extraordinary. The answer is that ordinary history is quite threatening enough. Armies, raiders, persecution, banditry, harsh weather, and political instability can all send communities below. Human beings do not require aliens to become afraid. They have supplied fear to one another with impressive consistency. An underground city is not evidence of unknown cosmic war. It can be evidence that surface life was sometimes unsafe. Malta's hypogeum of Hal Saflieni is another underground wonder pulled into alternative theories. It is a prehistoric subterranean structure with chambers, burials, carved spaces, and acoustic qualities that invite awe. Some fringe accounts emphasize sound mysteries, lost technology, elongated skulls, or vanished chambers. The real site is extraordinary as a ritual and burial complex connected to Malta's prehistoric temple culture. Its underground architecture speaks to death, ancestors, sound, stone carving, and ceremonial experience. It does not need an alien purpose to be haunting. Underground tunnel legends occur across the world. Claims of vast hidden networks beneath South America, Egypt, Tibet, Europe, and the American Southwest often blend real caves, mines, sewers, catacombs, tombs, and military works with rumor. Once a tunnel story begins, it can grow without much sunlight. Missing entrances, sealed chambers, government control, and dangerous collapses become reasons the evidence cannot be checked. This makes the story resilient, but not strong. A claim that lives by being inaccessible should be handled gently and kept away from the good silver. There are many real reasons to dig. People dig for water, storage, burial, mining, shelter, ritual, defense, escape, temperature control, and spiritual descent. Underground spaces are cooler, hidden, and symbolically powerful. They can represent wombs, tombs, underworlds, ancestors, or initiation. A chamber carved beneath the earth may be practical and sacred at once. Ancient astronaut theories often choose only one dramatic purpose, but human spaces rarely behave that simply. Caves have always been especially powerful. Paleolithic art appears deep underground in places where sound, darkness, and narrow passages transform perception. Later religious traditions use caves for retreat, revelation, burial, or monastic life. The underground is where the dead go, where treasures hide, where gods are born, where monsters wait, where water begins, and where secrets sleep. A cave does not need to be an alien base to feel like another world. It already is another world for the human nervous system. The bunker version of underground claims often connects to catastrophe theories. Perhaps ancient people hid from solar flares, comets, nuclear wars, floods, or hostile visitors. Some disasters are real possibilities in Earth's history, and some shelters may indeed respond to environmental or military threats. But each site needs evidence. Ventilation shafts, storage rooms, soot, pottery, human remains, inscriptions, and useware can tell stories of human occupation. The nature of the threat must be inferred from context, not from a desire for apocalypse. Underground spaces also resist easy dating. A complex may have been started in one period and expanded in another. Rooms can be reused for different purposes. Later communities may modify earlier chambers, This layered history can create mystery. Alternative theories often treat the whole complex as one moment, one plan, one secret. Archaeology usually finds phases. Phases are less dramatic than a single lost civilization, but they are how humans tend to build. People inherit spaces, adapt them, forget them, reopen them, and carve new meanings into old walls. The fascination with underground cities may reflect modern fear of hidden infrastructure. Modern life depends on cables, sewers, subways, bunkers, basements, data centers, and military facilities that most people never see. The idea of ancient underground networks mirrors that invisible modern world. Again, the present teaches the eye how to misread the past. Because modern societies hide systems underground, ancient tunnels become suspicious in the same way. But ancient people had their own reasons, and those reasons deserve to be heard before modern anxieties move in. During Kuyu, the Maltese hypogeum, catacombs, mines, cisterns, tombs, and caves all show that the underworld was never empty. It held practical refuge and sacred dread. It held ancestors and grain. It held water and fear. The alien bunker claim is only one small, noisy voice in a much older underground chorus. From chambers below the earth, the path rises again to the careful measurement of the sky, where alignments, calendars, and astronomical skill are often mistaken for messages from teachers who had no need to explain the solstice twice. The solstice is not subtle if a community watches long enough. The sun rises and sets at shifting points along the horizon through the year, then pauses and turns back. The moon follows its own cycles. Venus appears as morning star and evening star with dramatic regularity. The Pleiades vanish and return. Orion climbs the winter sky. Ancient people noticed these patterns because the patterns mattered. Planting, harvest, navigation, ritual timing, kingship, and prophecy all leaned on the sky. Ancient astronaut claims often treat this knowledge as too precise for ordinary observers, as if patience were not a technology. Newgrange in Ireland is a famous example of architectural alignment. At winter solstice sunrise, light enters the passage and illuminates the inner chamber. This is not alien instruction. It is Neolithic attention made in stone. The builders observed the horizon, understood the annual solar cycle, and constructed a monument where light and death met in a powerful ritual moment. The engineering is impressive because the observation was patient and the construction exact. A beam of sunlight entering a tomb is not less wondrous when no spacecraft is involved. It may be more wondrous because the sun itself was enough. Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert has been discussed as an early astronomical or ceremonial landscape, with stone arrangements possibly related to seasonal and celestial observation. Interpretations vary, and caution is needed, but the broader point stands. Prehistoric communities could observe the sky and mark meaningful directions. Pastoralists, farmers, and ritual specialists had reasons to track seasons and rains. The sky was not an abstract science hobby. It was tied to survival, movement, and ceremony. Maya astronomy is often treated as impossible by people who have not paused to consider what a literate, mathematically sophisticated, skywatching civilization can do. Maya calendars tracked cycles with remarkable care. Venus was especially important, appearing in ritual and political timing. Eclipses, lunar cycles, and long count dates were woven into inscriptions and codices. Ancient astronaut claims sometimes convert this sophistication into evidence of outside teaching. But the Maya had scribes, priests, observatories, records, mathematics, and a cultural need to integrate time, kingship, and cosmos. That is a complete human explanation, not an embarrassed placeholder. Babylonian astronomy shows the same power of accumulation. Observers recorded celestial phenomena across generations, and later scholars developed mathematical methods for predicting lunar and planetary behavior. Their work influenced later Greek astronomy. No alien tutor is needed. A long record, institutional memory, and mathematical ingenuity are enough. The fact that this explanation sounds less dramatic than a visitor descending with star charts says more about modern entertainment than about ancient capacity. Ancient Egyptian sky knowledge also blended observation and religion. Decans, star clocks, solar cycles, lunar calendars, and temple alignments reveal a society attentive to celestial order. The heliacal rising of Sirius had importance in relation to the Nile flood and calendar traditions. The dead king could be linked with imperishable stars. Celestial ceilings turned tombs and temples into ordered heavens. This was not primitive confusion. It was a symbolic and observational system where the sky helped organize time, death, and divine power. Stone circles, medicine wheels, horizon markers, and temple alignments appear in many places because horizon astronomy is accessible. A person does not need a telescope to mark where the sun rises on a certain day. A community can use posts, stones, notches, peaks, and repeated observation. Over years, the pattern becomes clear. Over generations, the pattern becomes tradition. Over centuries, the tradition becomes architecture. The result may look astonishing to a modern visitor who rarely watches sunrise from the same place twice. The claim of impossible precision often misunderstands ancient goals. Some monuments are highly accurate, others are approximate, symbolic, or adjusted to local landscape. An alignment may be intentional, accidental, approximate, or one of many possible alignments found after the fact. Statistical caution matters. Given enough stones and enough celestial targets, some lines will match something. Responsible archaeoastronomy distinguishes meaningful patterns from lucky geometry. Fringe arguments usually prefer every hit and ignore every miss, which is a fine method for darts if the wall is very large. Calendars also do not require alien knowledge. They require counting. Counting days between lunar phases, solstices, seasonal rains, animal migrations, or star risings can become sophisticated when the count matters. Societies created intercalation systems, ritual cycles, agricultural calendars, and ceremonial counts. Some were very accurate for their purposes. Accuracy emerged from attention, correction, and tradition. The ancient sky was a public clock, and many cultures learned to read it because the alternative was being surprised by the year, which is a poor agricultural strategy. The beauty of ancient astronomy is that it joins utility and awe. A star can tell when to plant and also be an ancestor. Venus can guide a war date and also be a deity. A solstice sunrise can mark time and also enter a tomb like a returning soul. Modern categories separate science, religion, art, and politics. Ancient sky knowledge often braided them together. Ancient astronaut claims sometimes see the precision and assume science, then see the symbolism and assume confusion. The truth is that both could coexist. When ancient people placed monuments under the sky, they were not necessarily receiving messages from beyond Earth. They were answering the visible cosmos with architecture. A horizon line became a text. A shaft of light became a ritual event. A calendar became a political tool. A star became a god, a clock, a direction, and a story at once. That layered achievement is more than enough. The next layer of the story concerns not the ancient observers, but the modern storytellers. The books, shows, tour, thumbnails, and profitable repetition that keep old claims alive long after careful explanations have been printed in places with fewer explosions. Places with fewer explosions have a marketing problem. Archaeological reports are patient, cautious, and often hidden behind institutional walls. Ancient alien claims are fast, visual, and built for suspense. This imbalance matters. A television show does not need to prove that a carving is an astronaut. It only needs to make the question feel worth staying through the advertisement break. A thumbnail does not need context. It needs a glowing circle around a stone face and a title that whispers forbidden. The media economy favors the raised eyebrow over the footnote. The ancient astronaut format is almost musical. Introduce a site. Emphasize age, weight, distance, or mystery. Ask whether ancient people could possibly have done this. Mention mainstream scholars in a tone of weary obligation. Bring in a believer who says the evidence suggests visitors. Cut to stars. Return to a different site. Repetition creates rhythm. By the end, the viewer may not remember any single argument, but the mood remains. Surely all these mysteries point somewhere. The destination has been implied more than demonstrated. Question marks do heavy work. A title can ask whether aliens built a monument without claiming outright that they did. The question creates permission for speculation while avoiding responsibility for the conclusion. Could it be? Is it possible? Might this prove? These phrases are not always dishonest. Questions are legitimate. But when every question points one way and every ordinary answer is treated as dull, the structure becomes advocacy in costume. A question can be a sales pitch with better manners. Tourism can reinforce the same pattern. A site with an alien rumor may attract visitors. Local guides may repeat stories because visitors enjoy them, even if archaeologists object. Souvenir markets love mysteries. A carved alien, a crystal skull, a pyramid energy pendant, or a book about forbidden archaeology can become part of the experience. This does not mean local communities are to blame for the theory. Tourism economies often reward what outsiders already want to hear. Mystery becomes a commodity, and commodities are not known for scholarly restraint. Publishing also rewards the grand claim. A careful book about quarry logistics has a narrower audience than a book promising suppressed evidence of visitors. The spectacular claim generates interviews, debates, and controversy. Critics may unintentionally help by giving the claim more attention. The cycle feeds itself. The more a claim is debunked, the more believers may see it as threatening to the establishment. Correction becomes publicity, wearing a stern coat. Online platforms intensify this. Short clips can remove context even faster than older television. An image of the Dendera relief, the Abydos overlap, or the Palenque sarcophagus can circulate with a caption and dramatic music. The explanation requires time, temple context, inscriptions, iconography, recarving, Maya cosmology. The false claim takes seconds. The correction takes minutes. In attention economies, seconds have an unfair advantage. Nonsense travels light. The authority performance matters too. Ancient astronaut media often uses confident narration, expert-looking interviews, technical diagrams, and museum-style visuals. A person in front of bookshelves says perhaps. A computer animation turns perhaps into a moving spacecraft. The viewer receives the impression of research even when the evidentiary chain is weak. Style becomes credibility. This is not unique to fringe history. All media uses style. The difference is that style can hide the absence of serious method. There's a reason these claims often keep the same cases. Nazca, Giza, Baalbek, Piri Reis, Dogon Sirius, Dendera, Palenque, Vimanas, Anunnaki, Quimbaya artifacts, and the Baghdad battery return again and again. They are visually strong, easy to summarize, and already familiar enough to feel like established evidence. Repetition creates canon. Once a case enters the canon, it stays even after the explanation is available. The claim becomes part of the brand. Skeptical communication has to do better than saying no. A flat no may be accurate, but it rarely competes with a mystery tour. The better answer tells the real story with equal care for atmosphere. Baalbek can be narrated as Roman ambition and quarry logistics under a vast sacred skyline. Nazca can become a desert ritual landscape. Dendera can become a crypt where creation emerges in Egyptian symbols. The Antikythera mechanism can be presented as a sea-corroded miracle of Greek astronomy. Truth is not boring by nature. It is often bored by presentation. The media economy also reveals why certainty is attractive. Archaeologists often speak cautiously because evidence is partial. Fringe media speaks boldly because its audience rewards confidence. A cautious expert may sound weaker than a confident speculator, even when the expert has the better case. This is one of the great unfairnesses of public knowledge. The person who knows the complications may sound less convincing than the person who has ignored them. Ancient astronaut claims persist, then, not because they are strongest where evidence is strongest, but because they are strongest where storytelling conditions are best. Strong visuals, unresolved details, cultural distance, impressive scale, and a mood of secrecy create fertile ground. The theory is a media ecosystem as much as an argument. It feeds on images, questions, repetition, and the pleasure of doubting the official line. Understanding that ecosystem helps explain why debunking individual cases never finishes the work. Each case is one branch. The roots are emotional and structural: wonder, mistrust, spectacle, identity, and commerce. To answer the theory well, those roots must be understood too. Otherwise, the same claims return under new lighting, which they do regularly, like ghosts with a production budget. The media story leads naturally, into a harder admission. Mainstream archaeology and history have not always earned trust cleanly. They have carried bias, colonial violence, exclusion, and error. A serious defense of evidence has to admit that, because pretending experts have always behaved beautifully would be its own little bedtime fantasy. Experts have not always behaved beautifully, and that fact gives alternative history some of its oxygen. Archaeology grew alongside empire, collecting, nationalism, and museums that often treated other people's ancestors as display material. Excavations destroyed contexts. Sacred objects were taken. Human remains were measured through racist theories. Indigenous explanations were dismissed. Local workers were unnamed, while foreign directors became famous. It is not difficult to understand why some people mistrust official stories, when official institutions have sometimes behaved like very well-dressed thieves. This history matters because a defense of evidence cannot pretend to be innocent. Some older scholars did underestimate ancient societies, especially non-European ones. Some attributed monuments to vanished races because they refused to credit living indigenous peoples. Some treated oral traditions as childish or irrelevant, and built chronologies around assumptions that later collapsed. The discipline has changed because of new methods, new voices, repatriation movements, indigenous archaeology, better dating, and ethical pressure. But the old wounds remain part of the public imagination. Ancient astronaut claims can exploit those wounds. They say experts are arrogant, closed-minded, and invested in control. Sometimes they point to real past failures. Then they leap from experts were wrong before to aliens built the temple. The first statement may be true in a general way. The second still needs evidence. Institutional failure does not validate every rival story. A corrupt guard at the gate does not prove that the treasure chest contains a dragon. It proves the guard should be watched. Good archaeology is not a fixed doctrine. It changes when evidence changes. Radiocarbon dating reshaped chronologies. DNA analysis changed migration stories. LIDAR revealed hidden urban landscapes under forests. Underwater archaeology recovered shipwreck worlds. Reanalysis of old collections found new patterns. Indigenous collaboration has altered interpretations of landscapes and objects. These changes are not signs that evidence is meaningless. They are signs that evidence works when people are willing to revise. The revision process can look slow and defensive from outside. Specialists ask for context, dating, peer review, comparison, and replication. This can feel like gatekeeping. Sometimes it is gatekeeping in the bad sense. Often it is quality control. A claim about alien contact would be one of the most important discoveries in human history. Asking for strong evidence is not fear. It is proportion. If the claim is enormous, the testing must be enormous too. Humility cuts both ways. Scholars should be humble about incomplete evidence, colonial inheritances, and the limits of interpretation. Fringe theorists should be humble about languages they have not studied, sites they have not excavated, and cultures they have not listened to. Ancient astronaut media often demands humility from experts while practicing none itself. It doubts the ramp, but believes the starship. It questions the translation, but accepts the slogan. It calls for open minds, then locks the door after the alien enters. One of the best corrections to older archaeology is not aliens, but local agency. Indigenous archaeologists, descendant communities, and regional scholars often produce richer explanations because they connect material evidence with landscape, language, memory, and lived heritage. Their work can challenge older academic models without abandoning evidence. This is important because ancient astronaut claims sometimes present themselves as anti-establishment while still speaking over the cultures involved. Real correction may come not from outer space, but from people whose ancestors were already there. There is a difference between skepticism of institutions and rejection of method. Institutions can fail. Method is how failures are found. Stratigraphy, dating, residue analysis, translation, material science, comparative iconography, and community consultation are not perfect, but they are tools for correction. A person may distrust a museum and still value provenance. A person may criticize colonial archaeology and still reject a fake artifact. Evidence is not owned by authority. It is disciplined attention. Ancient astronaut claims often frame mainstream explanations as unimaginative, but many archaeological interpretations are imaginative in the best sense. Reconstructing a ritual from fragments, a trade network for materials, or a seasonal gathering from refuse patterns requires careful imagination. The difference is that scholarly imagination is tethered. It may wander, but it must leave tracks back to the evidence. Untethered imagination can fly anywhere, which is fun, but not the same as knowing where it landed. The history of error should therefore make the conversation more careful, not more reckless. Yes, experts have been wrong. Yes, museums have harmed. Yes, official stories can hide bias. But ancient cultures should not be handed from one form of erasure to another. If old archaeology denied indigenous builders by inventing vanished races, ancient astronaut theory should not repeat the gesture by inventing vanished visitors. Better repair means returning agency, not exporting it to the stars. The honest position is uncomfortable and useful. The past is partly known, partly unknown. Evidence is powerful but incomplete. Scholars can be wrong, but not all claims are equal. Wonder is good, but wonder needs discipline. Cultures deserve respect, but respect does not mean accepting every modern fantasy attached to them. This position lacks the thrill of a forbidden revelation, but it has the advantage of not collapsing at sunrise. From institutional trust, the next issue is physical trust. Objects, collections, looting, fakes, and the way a beautiful artifact without a documented home can become a perfect stage for almost any story a seller can afford to invent. A beautiful artifact without a documented home is a little tragedy wearing a price tag. Provenance may sound dull, but it is the thread that ties an object to time, place, and meaning. Looting cuts that thread. A statue, tablet, vessel, skull, or ornament removed from its site loses the surrounding evidence that could explain it. Layer, associated objects, architecture, burial position, residue, tool marks, and relationship to other finds. Once the object enters a market, its story can be rewritten. Ancient Astronaut claims love rewritten stories because blank spaces are easy to decorate. Looted objects are especially vulnerable to spectacular interpretation. A dealer may not know or may not care where an artifact came from. A collector may prefer mystery to documentation. A fake may be made to satisfy demand. A real object may be altered to look stranger. A modern carving may be aged with chemicals or dirt. A fragment may be combined with unrelated pieces. By the time the object appears in a book or video, the chain of evidence is gone, and all that remains is a confident caption. The caption then does the work the excavation record should have done. Crystal skulls show this problem clearly. Their appeal depends partly on beauty and partly on uncertain origins. Once an object lacks secure excavation history, it can be attached to Maya priests, lost civilizations, psychic powers, or alien technology with very little resistance. Scientific testing can sometimes identify modern tool marks or materials, but the legend may survive because the skull already has an aura. Aura is stubborn. It does not like being interrupted by microscopes. Fake artifacts often imitate what buyers already expect. If tourists want ancient astronauts, someone will carve ancient astronauts. If collectors want dinosaurs with humans, someone will provide them. If a market rewards mystery discs, inscriptions, giants, or impossible tools, supply may appear. This does not require a grand conspiracy. It requires demand, skill, and money. The history of forgery is as old as collecting. People have been making the past more convenient for a very long time. There are also pious fakes and ideological fakes. Some objects are created to prove a religious, national, racial, or historical claim. Others are made to embarrass experts. Some begin as jokes and become legends after the joke is forgotten. Once an artifact enters circulation, its origin story may mutate. A fake can become sincere evidence for someone later. The person repeating the claim may not be lying. They may be inheriting a lie that has grown comfortable. Scientific testing helps, but it is not magic. Materials can be dated, residues analyzed, tool marks examined, and isotopes studied. But testing needs access to the object and a clear question. Some collectors refuse testing. Some objects are damaged by sampling. Some results are ambiguous. A fake may include ancient material reworked in modern times. A real object may have modern contamination. Evidence is practical, not theatrical. It does not always produce the clean answer a documentary wants before the credits. Repatriation and ethical collections matter because artifacts are not merely clues. They belong to cultural histories, sacred worlds, and descendant communities. Ancient astronaut media sometimes treats objects as free-floating evidence in a global puzzle. But objects may have obligations attached to them. A burial item is not just data. A sacred image is not just a screenshot. A stolen tablet is not just a quote source. Ethical attention asks what an object is, where it came from, and who has the right to speak for it. The alien interpretation can make looting worse by increasing the value of mysterious objects. If a site becomes famous for forbidden technology, demand can rise. Looters do not excavate carefully. They dig for saleable pieces and destroy the contexts that make knowledge possible. In that way, fantasy can harm the very past it claims to reveal. A false story can become a shovel in the wrong hands. Context also protects against overinterpretation. A small figurine found among similar ritual objects tells one story. The same figurine alone on a collector's shelf can become an astronaut, a goddess, a toy, or a hoax, depending on the speaker. An inscription found in a temple wall can be translated with surrounding texts. The same inscription fragment in isolation may seem more mysterious than it is. Archaeology is not treasure hunting with better shoes. It is relationship hunting. The relationships are the evidence. This is why controlled excavation can seem slow to outsiders. Every layer, soil change, post hole, fragment, seed, bone, and shard may matter. The goal is not only to retrieve objects, but to preserve information. An artifact without context is like a sentence cut from a burned book. It may be beautiful, but it cannot carry the whole plot. Ancient astronaut claims often collect sentences from many burned books and call the collage a secret message. The responsible handling of artifacts therefore begins with suspicion, but not cynical suspicion. It asks whether the object is real, ancient, unaltered, documented, legally held, and culturally understood. It asks whether the spectacular reading matches the ordinary evidence. It asks whether the object has been made to serve a modern desire. These questions do not kill mystery. They protect it from fraud. When provenance is respected, some mysteries become less alien and more human. A tablet belongs to a school. A figurine belongs to a household shrine. A skull belongs to a burial practice. A tool belongs to a workshop. A map belongs to a navigation tradition. Meaning returns through attachment. The object no longer floats in speculative space. It stands somewhere, and standing somewhere is the beginning of truth. From objects and their broken homes, the path turns to stories that may preserve real memories. Floods, fires, comets, eruptions, and disasters that ancient people translated into myth without needing visitors to hold the pen. Stories can preserve real memories without becoming literal transcripts. This is one of the most important middle paths between dull dismissal and wild belief. A flood myth may remember devastating floods, sea level changes, river disasters, or the moral imagination of communities that lived beside dangerous water. A fire myth may remember volcanic eruptions, lightning, war, drought, or cosmic fear. A sky omen may preserve a comet, meteor storm, eclipse, or unusual planetary conjunction. Myth can remember, but it remembers in its own language. Ancient astronaut claims sometimes treat this possibility as a doorway to visitors. If a story remembers something real, then perhaps the gods were real machines. That leap is not necessary. The world itself is dramatic enough. Volcanoes can darken skies. Earthquakes can swallow towns. Tsunamis can erase coasts. Comets can appear without warning like burning wounds in the heavens. Meteorites can fall with sound and fire. Eclipses can turn day into night. To people watching without modern astronomical explanation, such events were not small. They were cosmic messages because the cosmos had just behaved like a messenger. Flood stories are especially widespread because water is both ordinary and catastrophic. Rivers flood. Storm surges arrive. Monsoons fail or overwhelm. Dams of ice or debris break. Coastlines change. Communities near water remember danger because forgetting is expensive. The Mesopotamian flood stories, Later biblical traditions, Greek tales, Indian stories, Chinese flood heroes, and many indigenous flood narratives differ in meaning and context. They need not all come from one event. Floods happen in many places, and human beings keep telling stories about surviving them because survival wants narration. Volcanic memories may also enter myth. Eruptions create fire, ash, thunder, darkness, poisoned air, changed landscapes, and sudden death. A mountain that erupts feels alive in the most terrifying way. Myths of imprisoned giants, angry gods, fire beings, or underworld entrances may preserve relationships with volcanic landscapes. The myth is not a failed geology lesson. It is a way to live near a dangerous mountain, to remember its power, and to place human vulnerability inside a meaningful order. Comets and meteors are natural candidates for sky god speculation. A comet appears where no ordinary star should be, grows a tail, moves across nights, and vanishes. A meteor can streak, explode, and leave stones from the sky. Ancient records of comets and meteors exist in several traditions, sometimes with remarkable care. The sight could inspire omens, royal anxieties, or stories of divine weapons. But a bright object in the sky is not automatically a spacecraft. The sky contains its own surprises, and some of them have been frightening people since before writing. Eclipses also show how careful observation and mythic meaning can coexist. Many cultures tracked eclipses or treated them as omens. A solar eclipse is a profound sensory event. Light changes, animals react, temperature shifts, and the sun seems wounded. Myth may speak of dragons, wolves, demons, or cosmic battles. Astronomy can predict the event. Myth can interpret its meaning. Ancient astronaut theory sometimes mistakes interpretation for misidentification. A dragon eating the sun is not a bad report of a machine. It is a symbolic account of a terrifying interruption in order. This middle path matters because it avoids two mistakes. The first mistake says myths are nonsense and carry no memory. The second says myths are literal records, and every impossible image must have happened materially. Human storytelling is more interesting than either. It can preserve environmental knowledge, moral lessons, social rules, political claims, ritual structures, and emotional truth all at once. It can remember an event while changing its shape. It can keep the feeling of disaster long after the details blur. Oral traditions can be especially durable when tied to place and ritual. Stories about unusual rocks, drowned lands, ancestral journeys, or dangerous waters may preserve memories over long periods, though each case must be studied carefully with community knowledge and scientific evidence. This is not a license to rewrite traditions as alien reports. It is a reason to take them seriously on their own terms. Serious attention asks what the tradition says, how it is transmitted, who holds it, and what landscape it knows. The ancient astronaut reading often misunderstands seriousness. It assumes that taking a myth seriously means treating it as literal technology. But serious reading may mean the opposite. It means learning the symbolic language, ritual setting, and historical environment. It means asking what kind of truth the story is carrying. A myth can be true about fear, identity, memory, and landscape without being a flight log. A story can matter deeply without describing hardware. Natural events also explain why sky stories are so common. The heavens are not static. Stars rise and set, planets wander. The moon changes shape, meteors fall, eclipses come, comets appear, auroras glow, storms break from above, rain saves crops or destroys them. The sky acts. Ancient people did not need alien visitors to see agency overhead. The sky was already a theater of power. When myths are allowed to remember in mythic ways, they become richer. A flood story can speak of water, divine justice, ecological memory, and social renewal. A fire story can speak of volcano, sacrifice, and transformation. A sky weapon can speak of meteor, storm, royal power, or moral dread. The question is not simply what really happened, as if meaning were only a police report. The question is how people made events livable through story. This approach keeps wonder alive while refusing the shortcut. It says the ancient world may preserve memories of real disasters and strange skies. It says those memories deserve careful comparison with geology, astronomy, archaeology, and living tradition. It also says that none of this automatically points to astronauts. The earth and sky have always been dramatic enough to generate gods. The next branch returns to numbers, because no alternative history archive is complete without mathematical patterns, sacred ratios, hidden codes, and the suspicion that if enough measurements are taken from a monument, the universe will eventually confess. The universe is very patient with measurement, which is fortunate because people have measured ancient monuments in every possible mood. Pyramid numerology is the grand example. The Great Pyramid has been used to reveal Earth's dimensions, prophetic timelines, sacred constants, hidden units, star distances, and messages that somehow always become clear after the measurer chooses the right inch. Ancient astronaut theories sometimes join this tradition by arguing that advanced visitors encoded cosmic knowledge in stone. The pyramid becomes a library, calculator, prophecy machine, and cosmic business card. Some pyramid measurements are genuinely impressive. The monument is large, carefully aligned, and built with considerable planning. But large structures generate many possible measurements: height, base, perimeter, diagonals, passage angles, chamber dimensions, ratios, slopes, and relationships between them. If enough measurements are compared with enough constants, coincidences will appear. This is especially true when units can be changed. Damaged casing can be reconstructed in different ways, and approximate matches are accepted as meaningful. The pyramid does not have to contain every number. The human search can supply many of them. The problem is selection. A successful match is celebrated, failed matches disappear. A number close to pi, or the circumference of Earth, is treated as intentional, while countless other numbers are ignored. The method resembles shooting arrows into a wall, and then painting targets around the ones that landed nicely. This does not mean ancient Egyptians lacked mathematics. They had practical geometry, surveying, accounting, and architectural knowledge. It means hidden code arguments need stricter rules than excitement provides. Sacred geometry claims appear at many sites. Ratios, alignments, angles, and repeated forms are said to reveal advanced knowledge or cosmic energy. Some ancient architecture absolutely used proportion and geometry in meaningful ways. Builders cared about harmony, symmetry, orientation, and symbolic number. The mistake is assuming every modern mathematical pattern was intended, or that intention implies extraterrestrial teaching. Human beings can discover and use proportion without being handed a galactic ruler. The golden ratio is often overused in this way. It is a real mathematical relationship and appears in some natural and artistic contexts, but modern enthusiasts have claimed it in far more places than evidence supports. If a temple, pyramid, painting, or shell can be nudged into the ratio through selective measurement, the golden label appears. Ancient builders may have used pleasing proportions without formalizing them as later mathematics. Beauty does not always arrive with a secret formula. Sometimes it arrives because a skilled craftsperson has eyes. Astronomical alignments can suffer similar inflation. A monument may align with a solstice sunrise, a lunar standstill, a bright star, or a cardinal direction. Some alignments are intentional and important. Others may be coincidental. The test requires considering local horizon, date of construction, precession, site layout, cultural evidence, and statistical likelihood. Ancient astronaut arguments often skip to the most dramatic match. If a line points near Orion, Sirius, or the Pleiades, the claim becomes star knowledge. But stars fill the sky. With enough lines, the sky will eventually cooperate. The idea of encoded advanced constants also assumes that ancient builders wanted to communicate in the language of modern science. If visitors or lost engineers wish to leave a message, why hide it in ambiguous ratios inside a monument subject to erosion, casing removal, and measurement disputes? A written inscription would have been more direct. Even better, a durable tablet saying this pyramid encodes planetary dimensions. Please use the following unit would have saved everyone a great deal of candlelight. The absence of clarity is often rebranded as mystery, but it may simply be absence. Numbers feel authoritative because they seem less subjective than images. A helmet-like figure can be debated, but a ratio looks clean. Yet numbers are only as good as the measurement choices behind them. Where exactly is the original edge? Which reconstruction is used? What unit? How close is close enough? Was the dimension known to the builders or invented by later damage and restoration? Mathematical claims can be as interpretive as myths, only with sharper pencils. There is also a spiritual appeal to numerical codes. They promise that the universe is ordered and that ancient builders knew the order. This is not a foolish desire. Many cultures did see number, measure, and proportion as sacred. Temples and monuments could embody cosmic order. The skeptical point is not that number meant nothing. It is that meaning must be shown through cultural evidence, not only modern pattern hunting. A ratio becomes stronger when texts, design traditions, and repeated practice support it. The real mathematics of ancient societies is worth attention. Egyptian rope stretchers, Babylonian tablets, Greek geometry, Maya calendrics, Indian mathematical traditions, Chinese astronomy, and Islamic later scholarship all show human beings developing powerful numerical tools. These achievements do not become more impressive when credited to aliens. They become less understandable Mathematics is one of humanity's long conversations with pattern. It grew through need, play, trade, astronomy, architecture, and abstraction. Pyramid numerology and sacred code claims therefore teach caution. The past contains real numbers, intentional alignments, and mathematical knowledge. It also contains damaged buildings, modern measuring tapes, flexible units, selective matches, and the endless human talent for finding meaning in pattern. The difference between discovery and coincidence is method. Without method, the universe will confess to anything just to get some sleep. Numbers lead naturally to sound and energy. Another realm where ancient monuments are said to hum with lost power, levitation secrets, acoustic technology, and forces modern science allegedly forgot despite being annoyingly fond of forces. Forces modern science allegedly forgot are very popular around large stones. Sound levitation is one of the most atmospheric claims. The idea is that ancient builders used chants, horns, drums, or hidden acoustic devices to lift massive blocks into place. Some versions invoke Tibetan monks levitating stones, Egyptian priests using resonance, or lost technologies based on vibration. Ancient astronaut versions may add visitors who taught the method, perhaps because even levitation needs a consultant. Sound can do remarkable things. Resonance can shake structures, focus energy, move small particles, and create powerful bodily effects in enclosed spaces. Acoustic levitation exists in modern laboratories at small scales under controlled conditions. Ancient builders also understood sound experientially. Caves, temples, chambers, theaters, drums, chants, and echoes were used in ritual and performance. None of that proves that multi-ton blocks floated through the air. The leap from sound matters to sound lifted, a megalith is wide enough to need its own bridge. The acoustic qualities of ancient spaces are genuinely fascinating. The Maltese hypogeum, certain caves, Maya temples, Greek theaters, and other sites have been studied for resonance, echoes, and sound effects. Ritual sound could transform experience. A chant in a chamber may feel like a presence. A drumbeat in a cave may seem to come from the earth itself. A temple stair may create echoes resembling natural sounds. These effects show that ancient people designed or used spaces with sensory intelligence. They do not require anti-gravity. Levitation stories often reveal the same problem as other lost technology claims. No tools, no repeatable method, no clear evidence. If sound moved stones, there should be consistent traces of devices, texts describing methods, special installations, or experimental replication at relevant scale. Instead, the evidence usually consists of legends, anecdotes, and modern extrapolation. Legends of stones moving through song or magic may preserve ritual memory, poetic metaphor, or the awe of coordinated labor. A work song can move stone by coordinating pullers, which is less mystical but much more plausible. The stone moves because the song moves people. Earth energy claims are related. Some argue that monuments were placed on energy lines, telluric currents, magnetic anomalies, or power points. The language varies, but the feeling is consistent. Ancient builders understood invisible forces that modern science ignores or suppresses. Some sites do have interesting geological settings. People may have chosen places for springs, hills, caves, unusual rocks, acoustics, views, or other sensory qualities. A place can feel powerful because of landscape, sound, memory, danger, or social meaning. Calling that power energy may be poetic. Treating it as a measurable lost technology needs evidence. The claim that pyramids were power plants belongs here too. Some versions propose that the Great Pyramid generated electricity, focused microwave energy, pumped water, or resonated with Earth frequencies. These theories reinterpret chambers, shafts, granite, limestone, and underground spaces as machine components. The difficulty is that the pyramid lacks the necessary supporting evidence for an industrial energy system, where patterns, residues, connected infrastructure, output devices, maintenance records, and clear functional design. It fits much better within Egyptian royal mortuary and religious architecture, where passages, chambers, orientation, and materials have symbolic and ritual roles. Lost energy theories often sound scientific because they use terms like frequency, resonance, vibration, electromagnetic, and quantum. Words borrowed from science can create a mist of authority, but scientific words still need defined mechanisms, measurements, predictions, and tests. Saying a monument resonates with cosmic energy is not the same as measuring a physical process and showing how ancient builders used it. A fog machine is not a laboratory, even if it is very committed. There's a real field of sensory archaeology that asks how ancient people experienced places through sound, light, smell, movement, and touch. This field can make monuments feel more alive. A chamber may amplify a voice. A passage may frame sunrise. A polished wall may glow. Incense may mark sacred air. Processions may control what participants hear and see. These sensory effects were technologies of experience. They changed mood, memory, and authority. They were powerful without being power plants. The alien addition is unnecessary because ritual already explains why sensory effects mattered. A priest's voice echoing in a chamber could feel divine. Darkness and sudden light could dramatize rebirth. Drumming could synchronize bodies. A hidden sound source could create awe. Sacred architecture often manages perception. It does not need to levitate stones to transform people. Transforming people was usually the point. The fascination with energy may come from modern life as well. Electricity is invisible but central. Signals pass through air. Machines hum. Phones connect to unseen networks. It is natural for modern people to imagine ancient monuments as devices tapping invisible forces. The present again becomes the lens. Ancient people certainly understood invisible powers, but often as gods, breath, spirit, fertility, blessing, curse, or ritual potency. Translating all of that into electricity may make it familiar while making it wrong. The careful answer allows sound and sensation back into ancient spaces without making them laboratories for star visitors. It says people noticed echoes, alignments, darkness, resonance, and landscape force. It says they could design for awe. It says work songs and ritual chants mattered. It also says that no evidence supports acoustic levitation of giant stones or pyramid power stations. The stones were moved by labor. the people may have been moved by sound. From sound and energy, the trail turns outward again toward the real search for life beyond Earth. Because the possibility of extraterrestrial life is not foolish at all. The problem is not aliens as a concept. The problem is poor evidence wearing ancient dust. Poor evidence wearing ancient dust should not be confused with the real scientific question of life beyond Earth. That question is serious, vast, and humbling. Astronomers have found thousands of planets around other stars. Some orbit in regions where liquid water could exist under the right conditions. Organic chemistry appears in space. Mars preserves signs of ancient water. Icy moons, such as Europa and Enceladus, may hold oceans beneath their crusts. The universe is large enough to make loneliness feel statistically suspicious. Those statistics are not postcards. The search for extraterrestrial life belongs to astronomy, planetary science, chemistry, biology, and careful observation. It looks for biosignatures in atmospheres, microbial possibilities in extreme environments, radio signals, technological traces, and the conditions under which life may arise. This work is slow and difficult. It does not depend on turning every ancient god into an astronaut. In fact, the real search is weakened when poor ancient claims are used as evidence, because weak evidence invites deserved skepticism. There is no contradiction between thinking life may exist elsewhere and rejecting ancient astronaut claims. Those are different questions. One asks whether life has emerged beyond Earth. The other asks whether extraterrestrial beings visited ancient human societies and left identifiable traces. The first possibility may be plausible in a broad cosmic sense. The second requires specific historical and material evidence. A galaxy full of planets does not make the Dendera relief a light bulb. Scale is not a substitute for proof. The distance problem also matters. Interstellar travel is not impossible in every imagined future, but it is difficult on scales that ancient astronaut stories rarely respect. The nearest stars are far beyond ordinary human travel. Crossing those distances would require enormous energy, time, or technologies not yet known. A civilization capable of doing so might leave traces far beyond ambiguous carvings. The claim that such visitors arrived, taught stone masonry, inspired myths, and left no clear material remains is not impossible, but it is oddly modest for an interstellar event. Some writers respond that advanced visitors would hide their traces or obey non-interference rules. That is possible as fiction, but it weakens the historical claim. If visitors hid well, then ancient monuments cannot be strong evidence of them. If they interfered enough to teach civilization, then traces should remain. The theory often wants hidden visitors when evidence is absent and obvious visitors when a carving looks interesting. It cannot have both without becoming a fog that chooses its shape moment by moment. The real search for signals, sometimes called the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, has its own humility. Scientists listen, scan, model, and debate. Most signals turn out to be human interference, natural phenomena, or instrumental quirks. The discipline has learned caution because the desire for discovery is strong. That caution is exactly what ancient astronaut claims often lack. A strange signal is not a civilization until alternative explanations are ruled out. A strange artifact is not a visitor until local explanations are ruled out. The logic is the same. Astrobiology also expands wonder in a way ancient alien claims sometimes shrink. Life, if found elsewhere, may be microbial, strange, underwater, atmospheric, or chemically unfamiliar. It may not arrive as humanoid teachers with a fondness for pyramids. The universe may be far more creative than old paperback covers imagined. The ancient astronaut story often projects human concerns outward. Kings, miners, engineers, teachers, wars, monuments. Real alien life, if discovered, may not care about our categories at all. It may be stranger than a god with a helmet. The Fermi question, often summarized as "where is everybody?" adds another layer. If intelligent life is common, why is there no obvious evidence? Possible answers include distance, rarity, self-destruction, technological limits, different communication methods, brief civilizations, deliberate silence, or the simple fact that searching has barely begun. Ancient astronaut writers sometimes answer by saying visitors already came, and the evidence is in myths. That answer is emotionally satisfying, but materially weak. It replaces a cosmic puzzle with a set of disputed captions. There's also a danger in using ancient cultures as evidence for modern extraterrestrial hopes. It can turn the human past into a prop for a question better pursued through telescopes, probes, laboratories, and careful listening. The search for life beyond Earth does not need to borrow the achievements of ancient peoples without permission. It has its own evidence and its own mysteries. Archaeology and astrobiology can both be wondrous without being confused. If clear evidence of ancient contact were ever found, it would transform history. A manufactured object of non-terrestrial material in a secure ancient layer. A datable inscription with verifiable astronomical information, impossible by ancient means, and not obtainable through observation, biological evidence of contact, or unmistakable technological remains would deserve intense study. Scholars would argue, test, retest, and probably lose sleep in a very excited way. The bar is high because the claim is enormous, not because the idea is forbidden. Until then, the stronger position is open but unconvinced. Life elsewhere may exist. Intelligence elsewhere may exist. Ancient contact has not been demonstrated. The sky remains open, but the museum label should not be rewritten on hope alone. Hope is beautiful. Evidence has a different job. The final part of the journey can gather the pieces again, not as a recap of every claim, but as a quieter answer to the question underneath them all. Why ancient humanity keeps being mistaken for someone else. Ancient humanity keeps being mistaken for someone else because distance changes the scale of people. A living builder is easy to imagine as tired, hungry, skilled, annoyed, proud, and covered in dust. A builder 4,000 years gone becomes abstract. The hands vanish. The meal breaks vanish. The arguments over measurements vanish. The mistakes are repaired or buried. The finished monument remains, clean in the mind, and larger than the lives that made it. Into that silence, modern imagination inserts visitors. The alien explanation often begins where empathy fails. It is hard to imagine thousands of workers hauling stone for a king's afterlife. It is hard to imagine generations maintaining a ritual landscape. It is hard to imagine scribes recording celestial cycles without modern instruments. It is hard to imagine oral specialists preserving landscape memory over long periods. But difficulty of imagination is not evidence. It is a request for better imagination. The past asks modern minds to stretch, not to outsource. There is also a bias toward machines. Modern societies are surrounded by machines that magnify human ability. Cranes lift, engines pull, computers calculate, satellites map, lights banish darkness. When modern people see ancient achievements, they instinctively look for machine equivalents. If no equivalent appears, they suspect a missing technology. But ancient societies magnified ability through people, animals, institutions, ritual, and time. 1,000 coordinated workers are a machine of a different kind, made of bodies, food, commands, and belief. Time itself is often underestimated. Modern life is quick and impatient. Ancient projects could unfold across reigns, seasons, or generations. A monument that seems impossible as a short task becomes plausible as a long commitment. Observations that seem impossible in one lifetime become plausible through inherited records. Craft skill that seems miraculous becomes plausible through apprenticeship. The ancient world used time as a tool, and time is one of the strongest tools there is, though admittedly poor at making exciting engine noises. The ancient astronaut idea also benefits from the romance of rescue. It suggests that humanity was lifted from ignorance by benevolent or meddling outsiders. This mirrors many older myths of divine gifts: fire stolen from gods, writing given by deities, kingship descending from heaven, laws received on mountains. The alien version updates divine gift stories for technological age. It keeps the structure and changes the costume. The gods become astronauts because modern power wears metal, not thunderclouds. But there is another way to understand those gift stories. They express the feeling that culture is larger than any individual. No single person invents civilization. Fire, writing, law, agriculture, music, and astronomy arrive through countless hands and memories. Myth personifies that vast inheritance as a god or teacher, because otherwise the origin is too diffuse to hold. The gift comes from beyond the individual, but not necessarily from beyond Earth. It comes from the human collective, which can feel divine when seen from inside one short life. Ancient people were not modern scientists in ancient clothing, but they were observers. They watched animals, weather, stars, soil, stone, illness, birth, and death with attention sharpened by need. They experimented because survival required it. Which seed grows, which herb helps, which stone breaks cleanly, which mixture hardens, which star returns before rain, which root avoids danger. Much of this knowledge never became theory in the modern sense. It became practice, proverb, ritual, craft, and memory. It was knowledge all the same. They were also artists of meaning. A modern technical reading can miss this because it treats symbolic thought as less serious than engineering. But symbolic systems are technologies of social life. They organize grief, authority, desire, fear, kinship, and obligation. A pyramid is engineering, but it is also a sentence about death and kingship. A geoglyph is ground art, but it is also movement, offering, and landscape relationship. A myth of sky beings is story, but it is also cosmology, ethics, and identity. Ancient astronaut claims may persist because modern society is not very comfortable with symbolic intelligence. It respects machines more easily than rituals. If a carving can be a device, it suddenly matters. If it is only a sacred image, some modern viewers treat it as less real. That hierarchy is backwards for understanding the ancient world. Ritual was not pretend technology. It was a real system for ordering life. Sacred images did real work in their societies, even if the work was not mechanical. The mistaken identity of ancient humanity, therefore, has several causes: distance, technological bias, impatience, weak empathy, media drama, and the old hunger for hidden teachers. None of these causes are shameful by themselves. They are human. The task is to notice them before they rewrite the evidence. A modern mind can enjoy the shiver of possibility and still ask whether the shiver has earned the right to become history. When the shiver is tested, many claims settle into something quieter and better. The visitor becomes a god again. The aircraft becomes a bird. The power plant becomes a tomb. The runway becomes a ritual path. The hidden planet becomes a modern mistranslation. The impossible stone becomes difficult labor. The secret code becomes selective measurement. These changes do not make the past ordinary. They return the past to itself. Returning the past to itself leaves a final kind of wonder, one that does not need to win an argument. It is the wonder of human beings making worlds from mud, stone, bone, story, sky, and fear. Fear was one of the great builders. Fear of death built tombs. Fear of disorder built laws. Fear of drought built rituals. Fear of forgetting built monuments and writing. Fear of divine anger built offerings. Fear of enemies built walls, tunnels, citadels, and watchtowers. Ancient astronaut stories often focus on wonder, but fear explains much of the labor that wonder leaves behind. A society does not move stone only because stone is beautiful. It moves stone because something invisible has become urgent. Death may be the largest invisible thing. Many ancient monuments are arguments with mortality. Tombs, pyramids, mounds, grave goods, ancestor statues, underworld texts, and funerary roads all say that death cannot be allowed to remain a simple disappearance. The alien theory sometimes treats tombs as machines because machines are easier for modern minds to respect. But a tomb can be more powerful as a tomb. It gathers grief, hierarchy, hope, and cosmic geography into one place. It makes the dead socially active. It gives memory architecture. Kingship was another builder. Rulers needed to make authority visible. A giant platform, pyramid, palace, or temple tells people that power is not merely spoken, it occupies the horizon. Ancient astronaut claims often ask why people would build such enormous things. The answer is partly because rulers benefited when their subjects believed order flowed through them. Monumentality is politics made heavy. A stone block can be a theological argument, a tax receipt, and a threat at the same time. Very efficient in its own unpleasant way. Community also built. Not every monument was only oppression from above. Communal labor could create identity, obligation, feasting, marriage ties, rivalry, seasonal gathering, and shared memory. Building together can make a people more real to themselves. A ritual landscape may be renewed through repeated movement. A mound may grow through generations of offerings. A stone circle may become meaningful because ancestors worked there and descendants returned. The alien explanation rarely captures this slow social thickening. A spacecraft lands and leaves. A community returns. Beauty built too. Ancient craftspeople cared about line, polish, rhythm, color, shine, balance, and surprise. The fit of an Inca stone, the surface of an Egyptian statue, the sweep of a Maya stairway, the curve of a Jaman figurine, and the pattern on a pot all show aesthetic intelligence. Beauty is not decoration added after function. It is often part of function. A sacred object works partly because it is beautiful, strange, costly, or difficult. It tells the viewer that ordinary life has been exceeded. Difficulty itself can create meaning. A monument that is hard to build proves devotion, power, endurance, or legitimacy. If a stone is too easy to move, it says less. The effort becomes part of the message. Ancient astronaut theories treat difficulty as a problem to solve by outside technology. Ancient societies may have treated difficulty as the point. The cost of the work made the sacred or political claim credible. A god, king, or ancestor worth serving could demand something unreasonable. History is full of unreasonable demands, many of them carved nicely. Memory built because human lives are short. A monument can outlast a voice. A carved text can outlast a witness. A road can preserve a route. A calendar can preserve a rhythm. A myth can preserve a lesson. These acts of memory were not perfect. They could distort, exclude, exaggerate, and serve power. But they were attempts to resist disappearance. The ruins that modern people debate are often the remains of ancient people refusing to vanish quietly. Turning those remains into alien clues can miss the grief inside them. The night sky gathered all these motives. It was a clock for farmers, a map for travelers, a scripture for priests, a mirror for kings, and a home for the dead. The sky made human life feel measured by something larger. Ancient astronaut claims see sky attention and infer sky visitors. But sky attention is already one of the most human things. The heavens are the largest visible pattern available to the unaided eye. No wonder people built toward them, aligned with them, and filled them with beings. The old world also knew play and curiosity. Not every object was solemn. Toys, games, jokes, doodles, practice pieces, playful animals, and whimsical marginal figures appear across cultures. A strange artifact might not be sacred or alien. It might be a craft experiment, a child's object, a joke, a local style, or something made for reasons that have slipped away. The past was not a museum while it was happening. It was daily life, with all the mess that implies. Ancient astronaut stories sometimes feel clean because they remove mess. Visitors arrive with a plan. They teach. Humans imitate. Evidence hides. The real past is less clean and more alive. It contains bad weather, broken tools, rival elites, hungry workers, bored apprentices, ambitious priests, gifted artists, frightened rulers, practical engineers, gossip, debt, and ceremonies where something probably went wrong. This mess is not a weakness. It is the texture of human history. The strongest alternative to alien instruction is not a single technical answer, but a whole ecology of motives. Here, death, kingship, community, beauty, difficulty, memory, sky watching, play, and practical need all work together. They explain why people built, carved, mapped, measured, and told stories. They do not answer every detail, but they make the ancient world populous again. The people return to the stones. Once the people return, the final verdict on ancient astronaut claims becomes less like a courtroom and more like a night walk through ruins. Some shadows remain. Some stones are still unexplained. Some stories are still difficult. But the path is lined with human reasons, and those reasons are strong enough to walk by. Human reasons are strong enough, but they are not always complete. This matters because many ancient astronaut arguments grow in the space between confidence and uncertainty. A careful answer may say the exact ramp system at a pyramid is debated. The full meaning of a geoglyph remains uncertain. The function of a jar is not firmly known, or the ritual purpose of a chamber is still being studied. The ancient astronaut answer then steps forward and offers certainty with excellent posture. Certainty feels like a gift. It may also be a trap. There is dignity in saying unknown. The word unknown does not mean no one has thought about it. It does not mean any answer is equally good. It means the evidence has not yet carried a conclusion all the way home. Good history is full of partial knowledge. A pottery style may date a layer, but not reveal a song sung there. A tool mark may show technique, but not the worker's name. An inscription may record a king, but not the doubts of the mason. The past will always keep some rooms locked. The ancient astronaut movement often treats those locked rooms as suspicious. If scholars do not know, perhaps they are hiding something. If an explanation is debated, perhaps the alien answer is being suppressed. But debate is normal. Scholars argue over ramps, meanings, dates, migrations, and social organization because evidence is complex. Disagreement is not proof of conspiracy. It is often proof that people are doing the slow work of not pretending to know too much. A mystery can also be real but small. The exact method used to raise one stone may be unclear, while the broader human construction context is strong. The exact meaning of one symbol may be debated, while the cultural framework is well understood. The precise function of one artifact may be uncertain, while its date and material are secure. Fringe arguments often inflate a small unknown until it appears to swallow the whole site. This is like losing one spoon and declaring the entire kitchen alien. Scale of uncertainty matters. If the purpose of the Baghdad jars is uncertain, that does not make ancient electricity likely. If the Piri Reis coastline has distortions, that does not make Antarctica likely. If the Nazca figures have multiple ritual interpretations, that does not make runways likely. The existence of several human possibilities usually weakens the alien claim because it shows that the evidence does not point uniquely upward. A good explanation should not merely fit, it should fit better than the alternatives. There is also the danger of mystery fatigue. After many cases, the mind may stop distinguishing between strong and weak claims. Everything becomes one haze of maybe. That haze favors the grand theory. A better approach slows down and sorts. Some claims are false. Some are exaggerated. Some are unresolved but ordinary. Some are genuine marvels with human explanations. Some are hoaxes. Some are misunderstandings. The category matters. Without sorting, the mystery pile becomes a junk drawer with dramatic lighting. Sorting requires patience with boring details. Dates, materials, grammar, excavation notes, comparative examples, tool marks, and environmental data may not feel exciting at first, but they are the threads that hold reality together. Pull them, and a claim either tightens or unravels. The dendrolite tightens into Egyptian religious iconography. The Abydos helicopter unravels into overlapping inscriptions. The Antikythera mechanism tightens into real ancient engineering. The Dropa stones unravel into legend. This is the work. The word proof should be used carefully. Ancient astronaut claims often call suggestive resemblance proof. A figure looks like a helmet, so proof. A map looks like a coast, so proof. A myth says heaven, so proof. But proof is a chain, not a spark. It connects evidence to conclusion through steps that can be examined. If the chain has missing links, the conclusion may still be possible, but it is not proven. A spark can start curiosity. It cannot carry a civilization. The burden of uncertainty also belongs to skeptics. It is possible to overstate conventional explanations, to flatten debate, or to mock questions that deserve better. Some popular debunking can become as lazy as the claims it attacks. A good skeptical voice should say when evidence is strong, when it is probable, when it is debated, and when it is unknown. Precision builds trust. Sneering may win a moment and lose a listener in the longer dark. The most honest map of ancient astronaut claims would therefore have many colors. Red for hoaxes and modern fakes. Gray for uncertain objects. Blue for real ancient achievements misread as alien. Gold for genuine mysteries that remain open but not extraterrestrial. Black for claims rooted in racist denial. Silver, perhaps, for the emotional wonder that started the question. Such a map would be less tidy than a single verdict. It would also be closer to the truth. In that less tidy truth, aliens are not forbidden. They are simply not demonstrated by these claims. The door is not nailed shut by dogma. It is guarded by evidence. If evidence arrives, the door can open. Until then, the stones, maps, myths, and artifacts deserve interpretations grounded in their own worlds. They have waited a long time for attention. They should not be rushed into someone else's spacecraft. The night walk continues with that discipline. Unknown where unknown, human where human, fake where fake, and wonderful almost everywhere. This is not as flashy as a hidden hangar beneath a pyramid, but it lasts longer after the music fades. After the music fades, the old claim can be heard more clearly. It is not only saying that aliens came, it is saying that humanity needed them. That is the part worth questioning most deeply. Human beings are very good at underestimating ancestors. Each generation enjoys believing it has invented cleverness. The ruins disagree. They show that ancient people could coordinate, imagine, observe, calculate, carve, navigate, remember, and endure. They did not know everything. Neither does any age. But they knew enough to change stone into memory. The phrase primitive technology hides more than it explains. A stone tool can be refined through thousands of years of practical knowledge. A rope can be made with botanical skill. A basket can embody geometry. A pot can preserve chemistry, heat control, and artistic tradition. A wooden boat can cross dangerous water. A calendar can coordinate society. A textile can require astonishing planning. Primitive often means the speaker has not learned where the complexity lives. Ancient astronaut claims tend to recognize complexity only when it resembles modern machinery. Gears impress. Textiles do not. Electricity impresses. Irrigation canals less so. Airplanes impress. Pack animals, roads, ports, and seasonal winds less so. But ancient civilizations ran on technologies that were deeply suited to their worlds. Grain storage, water management, pottery, writing, metallurgy, animal domestication, and navigation changed life more profoundly than many speculative devices ever could. The real ancient toolkit was not glamorous by modern standards, but it built the standards modernity inherited. There is also a misunderstanding of intelligence. Intelligence is not only abstract mathematics or machine design. It is social, ecological, ritual, linguistic, spatial, bodily, and artistic. A navigator reading stars and swells, a healer identifying plants, a mason fitting stone, a singer preserving genealogy, a scribe managing accounts, and a priest timing ceremonies all practice intelligence. Ancient astronaut theory often measures the past against modern engineering and declares anything impressive to be external. That is a very narrow measuring stick for a very wide species. The world's monuments are not evidence that people were helpless. They are evidence that people can become dangerous when organized around meaning. This is both inspiring and unsettling. The same capacities that build temples can build empires. The same coordination that raises stones can move armies. The same sky knowledge that times planting can time war. Ancient achievement is not innocent simply because it is old. It belongs to full human societies, with beauty and violence braided together. The alien version sometimes feels morally cleaner. Visitors teach, humans receive. Responsibility shifts upward. The messy politics of labor, inequality, conquest, and religious authority fade. But real monuments often have costs. Workers may have been obligated, taxed, conscripted, or compelled. Elites used sacred architecture to legitimize power. Temples gathered wealth. Tombs preserved hierarchy after death. A human explanation has to face these complications. An alien explanation can glide over them in a polished craft. Facing the complications is part of respecting the past. Admiration does not require pretending ancient societies were gentle. Skepticism does not require denying their grandeur. The same civilization can create exquisite art and brutal inequality. The same ruler can sponsor beauty and demand suffering. The same ritual can bind a community and exclude outsiders. Human history is not a clean substitute for alien fantasy. It is harder, darker, and more instructive. That darkness suits the topic better than a simple debunking. Ancient astronaut claims are often playful, but behind them are serious questions about credit, power, and memory. Who gets to explain the past? Who benefits when a culture's achievements are called impossible? Whose stories are treated as evidence and whose interpretations are ignored? Which mysteries are amplified because they sell? Which explanations are dismissed because they are local, indigenous, or too patient for television? The answer should not be another rigid gate. It should be a wider, better lit archive, more voices, better context, stronger ethics, clearer public storytelling, less contempt for audiences who are drawn to mystery, less tolerance for claims that erase people while pretending to celebrate them. The ancient world is not private property of experts, but neither is it an empty stage for every modern fantasy. It is a shared inheritance with responsibilities attached. Perhaps that is why the ancient astronaut idea is useful, even when wrong. It reveals where public history has failed to make human achievement feel alive. It reveals mistrust that cannot be answered by scolding. It reveals a hunger for cosmic belonging. It reveals the modern habit of seeing machines as the highest form of meaning. These revelations are not alien evidence, but they are evidence about us. The ruins become mirrors. In them, some people see visitors because they want the universe to be intimate. Some see conspiracies because they distrust authority. Some see impossible stones because they cannot imagine collective labor. Some see sacred geometry because pattern is comforting. Some see human genius and human suffering. The stones hold all those modern gazes without moving. Under the gazes, the older work remains. Quarry scars remain. Clay tablets remain. Tool marks remain. Oral traditions remain. Broken statues remain. Fragments of maps remain. Burial goods remain. Star alignments remain. They do not shout. They wait for questions worthy of them. The last question, then, is not whether ancient astronauts can be disproven in every abstract possibility. Abstract possibility is endless and not very useful. The last question is what explanation best honors the evidence and the people behind it. Again and again, the answer is not a visitor from the sky. It is a human being under the sky. A human being under the sky is a smaller image than a starship, but it holds more history. The person may be a quarry worker listening for the crack in stone, a scribe copying an omen, a priest watching Venus, a potter turning clay, a sailor trusting a coastline, a child learning a story, a ruler imagining a tomb, or an artist carving a god with eyes too large for ordinary sleep. None of these people needed to know the whole plan. Civilization rarely belongs to one mind. It accumulates like dust on a temple floor. Accumulation is one of the great themes hidden by ancient astronaut claims. Knowledge grows unevenly. A useful trick becomes a craft rule. A craft rule becomes tradition. Tradition becomes authority. Authority becomes sacred. Sacred practice becomes architecture. Architecture becomes ruin. Ruin becomes mystery. Mystery becomes a documentary. Somewhere in that chain, the original worker has vanished, but the work remains. The alien answer often enters at the end of the chain and mistakes loss for impossibility. Loss is everywhere in the ancient record. Wood rots, textiles decay, oral explanations die with speakers, inscriptions break, libraries burn, looters scatter contexts, languages fall silent, rivers move, cities are rebuilt over older cities. The missing parts are not always suspicious. They are what time does. A fragmentary past will always have gaps. The goal is not to fill every gap with certainty, but to build the strongest possible account from what remains. The remaining evidence often points to collaboration between ordinary and extraordinary elements. Ordinary materials, extraordinary commitment. Ordinary tools, extraordinary skill. Ordinary bodies, extraordinary organization. Ordinary stars, extraordinary meanings. This combination is difficult for modern imagination because it expects extraordinary results to require extraordinary devices. Ancient history replies with a different equation. Enough ordinary things, aligned by belief and time, can become extraordinary. Consider a line in the desert. A person removes stones. Others continue. A path forms. Ritual gives it purpose. Memory returns to it. The dry climate preserves it. Centuries later, aircraft reveal its scale, and modern viewers assume it was meant for the sky. But the line may have been made by walking, maintained by walking, and understood through walking. The aerial view is not necessarily the original view. Modern technology changed the angle and then mistook the new angle for the ancient intention. Consider a giant block. It is quarried because someone chose the bedrock. It is shaped because specialists knew the stone. It is moved because labor was organized. It is set because the monument demanded permanence. Later viewers see only the mass and forget the sequence. The block becomes impossible because the steps have disappeared. Archaeology tries to restore the steps. Ancient astronaut theory often prefers the disappearance. Consider a myth of a god descending. It may arise from storm, star, dream, ritual drama, kingship, or the human sense that power comes from beyond the village. The descent becomes meaningful because it connects Earth to order. Later viewers hear descent and think landing. The old verb is dragged into a modern airport. The god loses the cloud and gains a hatch. Something is gained in entertainment, but much is lost in meaning. This does not mean the modern imagination should be ashamed of making comparisons. Comparisons are how minds work. A modern person sees a helmet because helmets are known. A machine-like image feels machine-like because machines are part of the mental furniture. The question is what happens next. Does comparison become curiosity, or does it become conclusion? Curiosity asks for context. Conclusion may close the file too soon. The best encounters with the ancient world begin in humility. Not the humility that says ancestors were simple, but the humility that says their worlds were complete before modern observers arrived. A temple was not waiting to become evidence for a theory. A myth was not waiting to become a bad translation. A mask was not waiting to be compared with a spacesuit. These things already had lives. Modern interpretation is a guest, and guests should behave. Ancient astronaut claims may still have a place as modern folklore. They are stories told by technological societies about origins, mistrust, and longing. They reveal how rockets changed the way old gods are imagined. They show how television shaped mystery. They belong to the history of ideas, popular culture, and modern mythmaking. Studied that way, they become interesting without needing to be true. The ancient aliens are not good archaeology, but they are very good evidence of modern desire. That desire need not be rejected entirely. The wish for a larger cosmos is real. The hope that humanity is not alone is real. The sense that ruins contain more than facts is real. The ache for connection across time is real. These are worthy feelings. They simply deserve better evidence and better stories. The real ancient world can meet them if given the chance. So the last movement is not a door slamming shut. It is a lantern lowered. The light falls over stone dust, ink, bone, shell, bronze, obsidian, clay, feather, rope fiber, and desert varnish. Nothing glows with alien metal. Everything glows with use. The old human traces are enough to keep the dark from becoming empty. The dark was never empty. It held the same stars that made ancient farmers count seasons and ancient priests read omens. It held planets wandering like deliberate fires. It held meteors, eclipses, comets, storms, and the slow wheel of constellations. Human beings stood beneath it and made answers from what they had: stories, stones, measurements, songs, offerings, and work. Some answers were practical. Some were beautiful. Some were frightening. Some were wrong. All of them belonged to people trying to live under vastness. Ancient astronaut claims begin with that vastness and take one path through it. The path is glittering, suspicious, and full of dramatic questions. It notices real wonders. It notices the pyramids, Nazca, Baalbek, Palenque, Dogon star lore, Vimanas, Anunnaki, maps, batteries, birds, skulls, underground cities, and strange paintings. Its mistake is not noticing. Its mistake is taking every wonder away from its own world and making it serve one modern answer. The better path lets the wonders separate again. Mesopotamian gods return to temple and tablet. Biblical wheels return to vision and throne. Sanskrit flying palaces return to epic imagination. Nazca returns to desert ritual. Palenque returns to Maya kingship and the world tree. Egypt returns to its dead kings, solar faith, and work crews. Baalbek returns to Roman ambition. The Moai return to Rapa Nui ancestors. Piri Reis returns to sailors and copied charts. The Dogon return to their own cosmology rather than someone else's star map. This separation is not a loss. It is abundance. One alien story becomes many human stories. Each has a place, a language, a date, a landscape, and a set of hands. The world grows larger because it is no longer forced to speak in one voice. It becomes a library again, not a single code book. Some pages are torn, some are missing, some are still unread. But the library does not become less magical because the books were written by human beings. There may be life elsewhere in the universe. There may be minds under unfamiliar suns, oceans under ice, organisms in atmospheres, or civilizations that never cross the dark between stars. The possibility remains magnificent, but the evidence for such life will have to come through careful observation, not through stealing credit from ancient builders. The stars can keep their mystery. The ruins can keep their makers. Both are allowed to be vast. What remains after the claims are tested is not emptiness, but a different awe. Awe for workers who moved stone because a king, god, ancestor, or community demanded permanence. Awe for scribes who kept lists and myths alive in clay. Awe for astronomers without telescopes who learned patience from the sky. Awe for artists who made masks, gods, animals, and symbols that still unsettle modern eyes. Awe for storytellers who turned floods, fires, and fear into memory. Awe for the dead who kept asking the living to build. The ancient astronaut idea says the past is astonishing because someone else must have helped. The human answer says the past is astonishing because people did these things while still being mortal, hungry, limited, and afraid. That answer is not smaller. It is almost unbearable. It means ordinary human life gathered into societies and stretched across time, can become monumental. It means a hand with a rope, a chisel, a brush, or a stylus can reach farther than it knows. There is a gentle irony here. The alien theory often wants to defend mystery, yet it solves too quickly. It points at a god and says astronaut. It points at a stone and says levitation. It points at a map and says lost survey. It points at a myth and says contact. The human explanation often leaves more mystery intact. Why this form? Why this symbol? Why this sacrifice? Why this alignment? Why this memory? The questions remain, but they remain attached to people, which makes them deeper. The ruins do not need to be silent evidence of visitors. They can be conversations interrupted by time. A broken wall says work happened here. A carved figure says meaning gathered here. A star shaft says the sky mattered here. A buried tool says hands learned here. A myth says fear and hope spoke here. A road says feet returned here. A tomb says love, power, and denial of death met here. These are not lesser messages. They are the messages history actually left. So the sky can stay open without becoming an excuse. It can be a place for science, for wonder, for future discovery, and for the old human habit of imagining company in the dark. The stones can stay heavy without becoming impossible. The myths can stay strange without becoming manuals. The artifacts can stay puzzling without becoming proof. The past can be mysterious without being confiscated. At the end of the path, the strongest alleged proof is not proof of ancient astronauts at all. It is proof that human beings cannot stop searching for relationship between earth and sky. Every monument, myth, map, and misreading points to that longing. The longing is ancient. The alien version is modern. The ruins are patient enough to hold both, but the evidence gives its weight to the older human side. The night settles over the stones, and the stars resume their indifferent shining. No engine has to descend for the scene to feel enormous. The old builders are gone, but their work remains under the same sky that taught them measure, fear, and beauty. In that quiet, the human past does not look abandoned. It looks awake in the dark. Awake in the dark, the human past still has eastern skies that deserve a place in the archive. Chinese traditions are sometimes pulled into ancient astronaut claims through dragons, heavenly emperors, flying immortals, star officials, and records of unusual celestial events. The temptation is obvious. A heavenly bureaucracy sounds almost like a command structure. Dragon kings rule waters and weather. Immortals travel through the air. Court astronomers recorded comets, guest stars, eclipses, and planetary movements with remarkable care. To a modern speculative eye, the old Chinese sky can begin to look crowded with traffic. The historical setting is more intricate. Chinese astronomy developed through long observation tied to statecraft, calendars, omen interpretation, and imperial legitimacy. Court astronomers watched the sky because celestial disorder could reflect political disorder. Guest stars, now sometimes understood as novae or supernovae, were recorded not because they were alien craft, but because unexpected lights mattered to the relationship between heaven and rule. These records are valuable to modern science precisely because they were careful observations, not because they were misunderstood spacecraft sightings. Dragons are another favorite shortcut. Across Chinese traditions, dragons can be associated with rain, rivers, imperial authority, transformation, and cosmic power. They move through clouds, command water, and bridge realms. Ancient astronaut retellings may treat dragons as memories of flying machines, their scales as metal plating, their thunder as engines, their flight as propulsion. But dragon symbolism has its own deep life. It is tied to weather, fertility, sovereignty, and the living force of landscape. A dragon is not a poor description of an aircraft. It is a rich image of power that behaves differently from ordinary animals because it was never meant to be ordinary. Taoist immortals and heavenly journeys are also sometimes read as evidence of advanced beings or hidden technology. Yet immortality traditions involve alchemy, meditation, mountains, elixirs, spirit travel, moral cultivation, and religious imagination. Flight in these traditions can express transcendence, not transportation in a mechanical sense. A person riding a crane or cloud is not filing a flight plan. The image says that the ordinary limits of the body have been crossed through holiness, discipline, or mythic transformation. Chinese mythic figures such as the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, or culture heroes can be folded into visitor theories if their heavenly roles are stripped from Chinese cosmology. But a heavenly court is not automatically a space government. It reflects the projection of social and political order into the cosmos, something many cultures do. Bureaucracy can become divine because bureaucracy ruled earthly life. The heavens were imagined through categories people knew: courts, ranks, petitions, officials, punishments, records, and ceremonies. It is wonderfully human that even the cosmos could require paperwork. Records of unusual lights are more serious than mythic comparisons, but they need careful classification. A comet, meteor, aurora, nova, atmospheric effect, military signal, lantern, or later textual error can all become a strange light in a record. Some records remain debated. The proper response is philology, astronomy, dating, and comparison with other sources. Ancient astronaut claims often treat ambiguity itself as the main evidence, but historical sky records are strongest when they can be matched with natural phenomena or clear observational patterns. The unknown cases remain unknown, not automatically piloted. The Chinese material broadens the whole discussion because it shows that advanced sky knowledge can be thoroughly human. Long-running institutions, literate record-keeping, and political motivation created a durable observational tradition. The same is true in different ways for Babylonian, Maya, Islamic, Greek, Indian, and other astronomical traditions. People watched the sky not because aliens told them to, but because the sky governed time, weather, ritual, rule, and meaning. A serious civilization does not ignore the ceiling. There is also a lesson in restraint. Ancient Chinese records have helped modern astronomers identify historical supernovae and comet appearances. That is real cross-time science. It depends on respecting the records, not sensationalizing them. The old observers become partners in knowledge when their work is read carefully. They become props when every odd light is turned into a spacecraft. Partnership is better. The eastern sky, therefore, joins the wider verdict. Dragons return to reign and empire. Guest stars return to astronomy. Immortals return to religious transformation. Heavenly courts return to cosmic order, imagined through human government. The strangeness remains, but it is no longer homeless. It belongs to Chinese history, language, and belief. The ancient astronaut story can visit, but it should not move in and redecorate without asking. From those eastern skies, the final remaining claims drift through oceans and contact stories, where outsiders misread culture heroes, sailors misreported peoples, and modern fantasy sometimes turns colonial confusion into cosmic evidence. Cosmic evidence made from colonial confusion has a long afterlife. In the Americas, stories about bearded gods, white teachers, returning culture heroes, and stunned indigenous peoples have often been used to suggest ancient visitors or forgotten old world contact. Viracocha in Andean traditions and Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerican traditions are especially vulnerable. Later colonial writers, missionaries, conquerors, and chroniclers recorded indigenous stories through their own expectations, theology, politics, and ambitions. By the time modern alternative history receives the material, the original tradition may already be wearing several layers of someone else's coat. The bearded white god motif is particularly slippery. Some versions say indigenous peoples remembered pale visitors who taught civilization, then departed with promises to return. These stories have been used to explain why Europeans were supposedly received as gods, a claim that often exaggerates or distorts complex political encounters. Indigenous societies did not simply stare at Europeans and forget how reality worked. They assessed strangers through diplomacy, prophecy, strategy, fear, curiosity, and local power struggles. The idea that they mistook invaders for gods can become another way to diminish their agency. Ancient astronaut retellings sometimes detach these culture heroes from colonial history and make them extraterrestrial. The move looks modern, but the underlying habit is old. Knowledge and civilization are imagined as arriving from outside, while local peoples become recipients. This is the same pattern seen in mound builder myths, lost white race theories, and diffusion fantasies that refused to credit indigenous achievement. The spaceship is new. The denial is not. Viracocha, in Andean contexts, is not a simple visitor with a passport from the stars. Traditions vary, but he is associated with creation, ordering, travel, and sacred power. Quetzalcoatl likewise cannot be reduced to one role. He is deity, culture figure, wind, learning, priestly authority, Venus associations, and more, depending on period and place. These figures belong to religious worlds with internal depth. Turning them into astronauts because they teach or travel is not interpretation. It is extraction. Oceanic traditions have also been pulled into visitor stories. Wayfinding across the Pacific is so impressive that outsiders have sometimes treated it as impossible without hidden help. Yet Polynesian navigation used stars, swells, winds, birds, clouds, currents, memory, and training. Navigators built mental maps of ocean movement and island signs. This is not primitive guessing. It is embodied science carried through oral teaching and practice. Calling it alien-assisted would be a spectacular failure to appreciate human skill on water. The Kon-Tiki style of popular diffusion though not an ancient astronaut claim by itself, helped shape public appetite for dramatic ocean crossings and lost connections. Some contact across oceans did happen in human history, and each claim deserves evidence. But the desire to explain every similarity through a heroic outsider can obscure independent invention and local development. People in different places can build boats, read stars, make myths of the sea, and cross terrifying distances because people are persistent and occasionally reckless. Cargo cult comparisons return here in a more careful form. In parts of Melanesia, encounters with colonial and wartime material abundance were interpreted through local religious and social frameworks, producing movements often labeled cargo cults. Ancient astronaut writers use this as an analogy for ancient gods as misunderstood technological visitors. But the analogy should make modern interpreters cautious, not overconfident. It shows that contact is interpreted through culture, power, desire, and disruption. It also shows how outsiders can misunderstand those interpretations. The lesson is not that all gods are cargo. The lesson is that contact stories are complex. Colonial records are especially dangerous sources because the recorder often had motives. Missionaries wanted to fit local stories into Christian frameworks. Conquerors wanted legitimacy. Administrators wanted order. Scholars wanted categories. Translators made choices. Indigenous informants spoke under pressure, strategy, or adaptation. A recorded myth may preserve valuable material and colonial distortion at the same time. Ancient astronaut claims tend to take the most spectacular phrases and ignore the circumstances of recording. That is not careful reading. It is souvenir collecting. The ethical answer is to slow down and restore agency. Indigenous peoples built, navigated, farmed, observed, governed, and remembered. Their stories can be cosmic without being extraterrestrial. Their culture heroes can teach without being aliens. Their encounters with Europeans can be strategic without being naive. Their achievements can stand without imported tutors. Respect does not require making every sacred figure modern. It requires allowing meanings to remain rooted. This oceanic and colonial layer matters because it exposes the stakes of the whole topic. Ancient astronaut claims are not only quirky questions about ruins. They can repeat histories of dispossession by taking intellectual credit away from the people whose ancestors made the monuments and stories. Even when the intent is playful, the effect can be old and heavy. A theory about stars can cast a shadow on Earth. Once that shadow is noticed, the final answer becomes clearer. The past is not less wondrous because people made it. It is more wondrous because people made it while fighting weather, hunger, power, death, distance, and one another. The human explanation is not a consolation prize. It is the main event that kept being mistaken for a prelude. All that remains is to let the main event stand quietly beneath the sky, with the claims tested, the false lights dimmed, and the real lights still shining where ancient eyes first found them. Where ancient eyes first found them, the stars did not explain themselves. They turned, returned, vanished, flared, and kept their distance. People answered with names. They made bears, hunters, rivers, boats, serpents, queens, dogs, ancestors, and gods from light. They timed fields and voyages. They placed tombs and temples beneath certain risings. They watched for omens. They feared eclipses and memorized seasons. The sky became the oldest screen for human thought, and every culture projected something onto it because the dark was too large to leave blank. The ancient astronaut story is one more projection, made in the age of rockets. It is not the first time human beings have imagined powers descending from above. It will not be the last. Its gods wear helmets because modern gods often do. Its miracles resemble engines because engines changed the modern sense of power. Its heavens contain visitors because modern loneliness asks whether anyone is out there. As modern myth, it is revealing. As ancient history, it has not carried its burden. The alleged proofs have been weighed in many forms. Texts become less mechanical when read in language and genre. Monuments become less impossible when labor, quarrying, and social power return. Maps become less forbidden when placed in the history of navigation. Art becomes less technological when iconography and living tradition are heard. Artifacts become less shocking when provenance, testing, and context are restored. Star lore becomes less alien when generations of observation are respected. The pattern is steady. Context does not kill mystery. It changes the mystery into something more durable. What endures is the human ability to make meaning under pressure. Ancient people lived with forces they could not control: flood, drought, disease, death, eclipse, storm, empire, harvest, and the silence after burial. They answered with ritual, architecture, song, myth, craft, law, and memory. Some answers were beautiful. Some were violent. Some were wrong. Some became ruins that still bend the modern imagination out of shape. The bending is understandable. The ruins are doing their work. Perhaps the kindest skepticism is one that leaves room for awe without surrendering to every glittering claim. It can stand at Giza and feel small. It can walk at Stonehenge and feel the calendar under stone. It can imagine Nazca lines under the desert sun, Maya glyphs in a temple, a Dogon story under Sirius, a Babylonian tablet under lamplight, a Greek gear in a wreck, and a Rapa Nui statue rocking forward by rope and rhythm. It can say no to aliens and yes to wonder in the same breath. That breath matters. Without wonder, skepticism becomes a locked cabinet. Without skepticism, wonder becomes a door with no hinges. Together, they make a better way through old mysteries. The question is allowed to open. The evidence is allowed to answer. The answer is allowed to be human, uncertain, partial, or strange. Not every mystery needs a final stamp. Some need only to be protected from easy theft. Ancient Astronaut claims stole too much when they made human ancestors into confused witnesses. The better story gives them back their tools, fields, boats, temples, roads, errors, ambitions, and dreams. It gives them back boredom and genius, cruelty and tenderness, superstition and observation, politics and prayer. It gives them back the full inconvenience of being human. That inconvenience is where history lives. The old monuments remain under moonlight. The stones do not confess to anti-gravity. The carved gods do not remove their masks to reveal flight suits. The maps do not unfold into satellite surveys. The jars do not power a hidden city. The myths do not become manuals. They remain themselves, which is far stranger than the substitutions made for them. In the end, the ancient astronaut idea says the dark above once reached down to shape civilization. The evidence says civilization reached up again and again, trying to answer the dark. Hands lifted stone toward stars. Voices turned fear into gods. Eyes measured seasons in the slow movement of light. Minds made patterns because pattern was a kind of shelter. The sky did not need to descend. It only needed to be there. That may be the deepest reason the claims endure. They are not only about aliens. They are about the old relationship between earth and sky, translated into the language of modern machines. Beneath the machines, the relationship remains. It belongs to anyone who has ever looked upward and felt both small and addressed by nothing in particular. Ancient people felt that too, then built, carved, sang, and counted in response. The response is still here. It is in broken walls and surviving tablets, in geoglyphs and tomb shafts, in gold ornaments and temple reliefs, in star records and stories of descent. It is not proof that visitors came from elsewhere. It is proof that human beings could not leave the heavens alone. The ruins are the record of that restlessness. The night can close around that record without solving every last shadow. A few mysteries may remain where evidence has thinned. A few questions may stay open, as they should. But the great claim has given way to something older and steadier. People under stars, making meaning with what they had. The stars still shine, the stones still wait, and the human story keeps its place in the dark. Human story keeps its place in the dark, and one last quiet test belongs beside it. Whenever an ancient astronaut claim appears, ask what would be lost if the alien part were removed. If the answer is only spectacle, then the claim was decoration. If the monument still has builders, landscape, ritual, politics, skill, and memory, then the deeper story has survived. Most cases survive very well. The pyramid remains a royal horizon. Nazca remains a desert of sacred movement. The Anunnaki remain gods in a temple world. The Vimana remains a flying palace of epic imagination. The Moai remain ancestors walking through human effort. This test is useful because it reveals whether a claim truly explains or merely replaces. A good explanation increases connections. It links the object to more evidence, more context, more causes, and more consequences. A weak replacement cuts those connections and offers one dazzling substitute. Aliens built it. Aliens taught it. Aliens inspired it. The sentence is short, but it often explains less than it removes. It may answer how only by ignoring why, who, when, where, and what the ancient people themselves thought they were doing. The ancient world deserves explanations with roots. Roots in soil, river, quarry, workshop, household, temple, court, field, road, and grave. Roots in language, not only loose translation. Roots in material traces, not only resemblance. Roots in living traditions where they still exist. Roots in uncertainty when certainty has not been earned. A rootless explanation can travel quickly, which makes it entertaining. A rooted explanation grows slowly, which makes it harder to pull out. There is a gentle justice in giving achievements back to their makers, not because ancient people were perfect, and not because every conventional explanation is final, but because credit matters. The dead cannot defend their work. They cannot step from a quarry and explain the sequence. They cannot correct a caption calling a sacred image a spacesuit. They cannot object when a culture hero is turned into a pilot. Careful interpretation becomes a way of speaking fairly for those who can no longer answer. Fairness also means allowing ancient people to be strange. The goal is not to modernize them into sensible little engineers who only did practical things. They believed in powers, omens, spirits, gods, curses, sacred kings, dangerous ancestors, and worlds layered beyond sight. They performed rituals that modern categories cannot fully hold. They made objects whose meanings may never be recovered. Rejecting aliens does not require sanding away strangeness. It only refuses to replace one strangeness with another that has less evidence. In that sense, the ancient astronaut idea can become a doorway after all, though not the doorway it claims to be. It opens onto questions about how evidence works, how myths travel, how media shapes belief, how colonial habits linger, how people imagine technology, and how wonder can be protected from both boredom and fraud. It shows that modern people still need myths about origins. The sky remains a favorite place to put them. The final answer is therefore calm rather than triumphant. No confirmed ancient text, monument, map, artwork, artifact, or oral tradition currently proves extraterrestrial contact in antiquity. Many claims have strong human explanations. Others remain uncertain in smaller ways. Some are hoaxes or modern misunderstandings. Some are real marvels misread through technological desire. The extraordinary claim has not met the extraordinary burden. The ordinary word human, stretched across enough time and enough courage, remains extraordinary enough. The night does not become empty after that answer. It becomes populated by the people who were there all along. Scribes with clay under their nails, quarry workers measuring cracks, priests waiting for star, weavers counting patterns, farmers watching clouds, sailors reading swells, artists carving impossible faces, children learning names of constellations, elders telling stories of floods and fire, rulers demanding stone, mourners bringing offerings. All of them under the sky, all of them brief, all of them leaving traces. The traces are the real inheritance. They are not perfect, and they are not complete. They are enough to keep asking better questions. A better question does not always shine as brightly as a flying saucer, but it lasts longer. It can be held against the evidence without crumbling. It can respect a ruin without stealing it. It can leave space for awe without letting awe do the work of proof. So the old claim settles into the shelves beside other modern myths of lost worlds and hidden teachers. It can stay there as a story about the age that made it. The ancient objects return to their older shelves, where dust, stone, ink, and starlight keep their slower company. Between those shelves lies the real work, listening carefully, doubting honestly, wondering deeply, and letting human beings, ancient and modern, remain complicated in the dark. That complication is the treasure left after the silver fog clears. Ancient people were not simple. Modern people are not immune to myth, and evidence is not an enemy of mystery. The best stories are the ones that can survive being looked at closely. Under close attention, the alien claim grows thin, but the human past grows dense, textured, and alive. It is enough to leave the archive open, the stones credited, the stars distant, and the questions quieter than before. In that quieter place, a broken shard can matter as much as a grand theory. A shard has clay, temper, fire, touch, trade, use, breakage, and burial inside it. It does not explain the universe, but it tells the truth it can tell. History is built from such modest truths, gathered patiently until the dark has shape.